All right, we're back on the second side, waiting for everybody to come in, and yeah, let's make sure that Aggie is in the right spot. Let's see. A projection of you. This is where he is supposed to be. He is not here just yet. Let's see. Filing in. We got Omar. That was a quick. I'm in the room from the link. No, you're not, because you're not in the room with us. Let's just let some people file in.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Man, I could have
I
picked.
wasn't sure if we were going to lose if it wasn't like 10 minutes. He says he's in this room, but I don't see him.
It could be that he's in the other one.
No, he wasn't. I gave him the right
Who was that, Greg?
Augie.
Oh, Augie.
Yeah.
Augie, can't you see? Somehow you just hypnotized me. I just love your Swedish ways.
Oh man, that's the only thing I hate.
Augie, my love is here to stay.
That's the only thing I hate about going into his second studio is losing all the people from the first studio. And
yeah.
Now, there he comes. Here he is. There he is. Augie.
Here he is.
How you doing, brother?
Anu.
You can do that.
You're too good at that, man.
So before we jump into what we're doing, we're just going to play the intro really quickly again, and then we're going to have Aggie go right into what he's got to do. So let's play the quick intro, let it rock out, and we'll see you in a couple seconds. All right, so we're back. We're here with Augie from Broadcast Team Alpha. He is also part of the Mastermind Connection. He has a book, which I still kept right here, which is The Spiritual Science, the Higher Consciousness Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness. Great book. You should all go out there and get it. I keep it by my computer, so while I'm downloading everything, I read it all the time because I'm almost into round 3 of it. So, and that's after that, I have to contact Augie, and he's going to let me know what I should do next. But I'm going to drop us off from the stream real quick and let Augie do his thing.
Cool.
All right, guys, let's do it. It's on you, Augie. I'm so glad you're here, man. It's such an honor to have you here and be a part of this. I can't wait to hear what you're going to tell us.
This is going to be so much fun. I haven't met a microphone that I didn't like yet. So
there you go.
All right. Oh man, I feel honored to be here among these people speaking. I'm kind of a newcomer to these kinds of events, and I feel honored to be invited. I really do, because this is it makes me feel good, and it feels like you're doing something right. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you're not supposed to know about, just like we always do on Broadcast Team Alpha. And that's why I wanted to talk about something that every human alive have been wondering about. How can we speak and communicate with dead folks, ghosts, spirits, disembodied entities, thought forms, angels, and maybe even God? How can we do this? Well, since the beginning of time, we have wondered actually what happens after we die. What will it look like afterwards? What kind of stuff do we experience? Who's there to meet us, if anybody? If we had a good luck, there'd probably be a bunch of people there. If we have been a snot, maybe nobody. So what can we expect? Can we communicate and talk with those entities? There's two ways to answer that. One of them is the short one, and I'll do it in 2 sentences. The other one is a little more lengthy and technical, and that's going to take the rest of the hour. The first answer is we do not die. I have actually covered this in several radio shows before. And the last one you can find down on broadcastteamalpha.com. You scroll down a little bit and you'll find it. I think it is well established that there is all kinds of things going on after you drop the meat suit, the body, or whatever you call it. Well, what is happening though? We see the pictures of ghosts. We see the videos. We have the voice recordings. Thousands of people have personal, ongoing experiences with departed ones. And I think when it really comes down to it, the only way to deny this is to do like this guy I know. I use him a lot. He goes down to the ocean, take a Dixie cup, scoops up a little bit of water, looks in it, and he says to himself, "Self, whales are supposed to be in the ocean, and I don't see any whales in here, so whales do not exist." Well, maybe not in the Dixie cup. But chances are there is much more to the ocean than what you see in the Dixie cup. Just as there's much more to the universe and existence than what you and me are aware of. So this guy with the Dixie cup, I got to throw a joke in there somewhere. He may not be a moron because that's a medical term for somebody with an IQ of 50. But he's really close to qualifying as an idiot because that's an IQ of 75. So let's think about that. Once we realize that we don't know everything, anything on the outside of what we know could be absolutely anything. We cannot deny all the evidence of spirits or disembodied entities and intelligent thought forms. They're there because we have the evidence. It's just that we refuse to, or I'm not saying we, but science and governments and whoever else think they are anybody, they refuse to recognize what they see because it doesn't fit the agenda. There is even some highly contested scientific evidence to the fact that something leaves the body after we die. And that something has weight. In 1907, there was a doctor in Haverhill, Massachusetts, I think. His name was Duncan MacDougall. And he wanted to prove, and he wanted to find out if he could prove that the soul existed. According to the writings of that time, and that includes newspaper articles that was highly written about, over a period of time, he found 6 people that was close to dying. And he placed their bed on a very sensitive industrial scale that could measure weight all the way down to a fraction of an ounce. Actually, it could measure grams. Now, these people in the bed, ready to die, they were observed 24 hours, 7 days a week until they died. And shortly after they died, every one of them, the bed, the person, and everything in it suddenly lost 3/4 of an ounce. For you guys in Europe, that's 21 grams, 22, 23. Something left the body. You can research it, and just for fun of it, Google, actually, no, don't Google. Use DuckDuckGo or anything else. Duncan MacDougall, or proving the soul, or other things like that. You get lots of stuff to read about him and what he did. So I would say don't use Google, because the write-ups there are censored, they are altered. Get as close to the source as possible by researching old news articles. They're out there, you can find them. Now, Duncan MacDougall, he said because of the loss of weight, the soul left the body, and I have proven that the body have a soul. Well, okay. Later on, of course, we have found that maybe it's the soul that is having a body. Or, more so, it wasn't the soul that left the body. See, the soul is entirely non-physical. It is spiritual in nature, or it is in a quantum existence. It has no physical weight. So it couldn't have been what caused the decrease of 21 grams in that bed. Now, the astral body, on the other hand, has some affinity to gravity. If you ask an astral traveler about this, they may have noticed that once they leave their physical body and go out there and travel and do things and observe things, if they are floating fairly close to the ground, they may see that they are slowly descending to the ground. Actually, it could take, compared to minutes, it could take several minutes to descend maybe a foot. It's very little and very slow. If you're higher in the air, you will never notice this, because you don't measure, you don't perceive the distance from where you are to the ground as well. But if you're really close to the ground, you can see it. I have seen this. And when you sink towards the ground, there is no science that I know of that can explain this, except that the astral vehicle has an affinity for gravity. In other words, it is affected by gravity somehow. There is some physical component of the astral vehicle, because it does sink towards the ground. Now, that's the only way I can explain it. Of course, the establishment, they will definitely debunk this. They'll say, there's no such thing. Of course, they haven't been out there. They don't know, but of course, still they know. So you know how that is. because they cannot explain it. And you know, if they cannot throw it in the air, shoot holes in it, it doesn't exist. If it's not physical, if it's not within the Newtonian science that they claim to be totally accurate by, it doesn't exist. Because, first of all, there's a lot of flaws or lack in the explanations of Newtonian physics. And they don't want to admit ever that they have ever been wrong. So they're not going to say anything about this because ego, I guess. But still, the $64 trillion question, of course, the price has gone up now. It used to be 64 million, but now it's $64 trillion. That question is, how do we communicate with these entities on the outside or the physical on the other side of the veil? Yes, we can. I'm going to explain 5 different ways we can communicate with someone or something that is not physical. This will cover both electronics and using your mind to communicate, and written words. It can be done simply. Some of these, actually 3 of these methods I'm going to explain to you it's easier than falling off a log. And I tell you, that's pretty easy. I used to have a forestry, I know. It's pretty easy to fall off a log, and this is very simple. We can communicate with them. The first thing I like to mention is the Tesla Spirit Radio. And I gotta have some help here. I have some pictures. If there's a way I can share screen, is that possible on this forum? I wonder. Maybe not. Okay, I'll just talk about it. The Tesla Spirit Radio is something that you can go to YouTube. Put in Tesla Spirit Radio. You probably have about 50 different people that is built this very simple electronic device that will let you communicate with spirits or other entities. And it's very, very simple. Even if you, let's say you have a friend that understands a little bit about electronics, you buy the parts, it's going to cost you about $25, maybe not that much, and give it to him. And there's several videos out there that explains exactly what the parts are and how to put it together. It's really very simple. It's just that I don't want to take time to do it, but someone else can. And once you build this thing, you can have some really interesting experience. If it is built right, this particular type of radio receiver and transmitter works about 100% of the time. See, in 1901, Nikola Tesla created a radio that he was able to hear voices with. And at the time, there were no radio stations in the world. The first radio station came into existence much later. It was called KDKA, and it was in 1920 that the first radio station came online. And now there were radios before that, but they were mostly used for research and for other things, with universities and stuff experimented with it, trying to figure out how to split frequencies so they can get more, bandwidth and so on. Now, after Tesla created the radio, he commented in one of his interviews, and he says, I'm gonna read this because I want to have it accurate because this is good. Nikola Tesla said about this radio that he had built to talk with spirits through. My first observations positively terrified me, as there was present in them something mysterious, not to say supernatural, and I was alone in my laboratory. The sounds I'm hearing and listening to at first sound like human voices conversing back and forth in a language I do not understand. That's what Nikola Tesla said. Now also remember, Nikola Tesla was a well-educated man. He understood and could speak fluently in 7 languages. And at that time, in 1901, there had to be, at the time, someone that thinks they know the estimated less than 20 radio transmitters in the country, only for experimental and research purposes. And of course, when Marconi found out about this, he grabbed the ID and the patent, and he stole it from Tesla and published it, and the world think that he invented the radio, which is a big fat lie. Now, of course, these voices that Nikola Tesla heard has later been confirmed to be spiritual entities or non-physical entities speaking through that Tesla spirit radio. And now that is confirmed by people having two-way conversations with entities coming through the Tesla spirit radio. They have been able to find dead relatives. They have been able to find dignitaries. One guy on YouTube says he was communicating with Nikola Tesla, and they were exchanging technical information. Now we can be asking questions, and whoever is on the other side, they will be answering those questions. Now, this is incredible. How come nobody knows about this? If you know a little bit about electronics, you can make one. And I don't understand enough to do it. I am right close to that definition of that guy, you know, with 75 IQ, and when it comes to electronics. I don't understand it, so I'm not going to do it. And sooner or later, I'll probably have a friend do it. It would be kind of fun to have. And I can see the circuitry and how it would work, but what the different components will do and how to put it together, I'm not going to take the time to do it. Now, there is also a website that you can read about how to do it and what kind of results you have. I'm going to mention that website because I've been there quite a bit, because they have a lot of other things also. Technology of the pyramids, spiritual technology, and a lot of stuff. And that is www.unariumwisdom.com. unariumwisdom.com. I'll spell that. UNARIUMWISDOM.com /Teslas spirit radio. Then you can see about the spirit radio. And then there's something else that has a lot of credibility. This invention on how to communicate with the supernatural has been patented. I'm going to say that again. It has been patented. Now, I know a little bit about patents. I am a patent holder. And you don't get a pattern unless you have a working model, even if you can't explain it. A working model will suffice to get a pattern. Or drawings and descriptive written science that explains the invention based on credible science. So how did they get a pattern on communicating with spirits? Well, this is something that they're doing at the University of Arizona right here in Tucson under the supervision of Dr. Gary Schwartz. They have created a circuitry with an antenna that are feeding it through a computer so you can type a question and you get an answer through the computer. Now, the only answers they can get at this time are yes or no. And the answers, they are light coded. They're coming back in light codes. They have two lights hooked up to the computer. They ask the question, and it has to be a question that only can be answered by a yes or a no. The answer come back red, that means a no. And if it comes back green, it is yes. If they have done so much testing of this, tested the computer or whoever's at the other end, or whatever is at the other end answering these questions, to find out that those red and green lights are never wrong. But they do get answers. They're not able to prove exactly, positively identify who's at the other side yet, and they haven't gotten to the point where they can actually have two-way communications, but they're working on it. And this will be researched more, so it will become common knowledge within the next probably 5 years. And this particular project is called the Soul Phone, S-O-U-L phone. Google Soul Phone and you're going to have some interesting reading. Can you imagine being able to communicate with someone on the other side of the veil? Anyone in your choosing? That could be Nikola Tesla, Gandhi, Buddha, the guy that some of you know as Jesus, your mom, if she's gone. Now, there is another thought to this soul phone that I have developed in my mind, and that is that since they are communicating outside of the physical into the universal mind, they may not be communicating with an entity or a spirit at all. They could be doing like quantum computers do, interact with the universal mind that knows everything from the future, past, and present. And they get answers from the universal mind. That is one other thing here. When I was planning this, I was in meditation and asked, who are they communicating with? The answer I got was no one and all. So that could be that they are communicating with the all or the universal mind. But communicating with your mom, if she's departed, it's going to be possible in the future. Probably not very long into the future. I am perfectly convinced if you're below the age of 80, you could be able to do this. Another thing, they may be communicating also across timelines before the separation of the timeline that goes on to 5D. because outside you have access. You are in different timelines there too, but you have access to other timelines. So it gets really deep and complicated here, and that's what they're at the University of Arizona is trying to figure out. So follow the development of Dr. Schwartz and what he's doing here. Google, well, duck it, duck it ever so often. And it's going to turn very interesting. You can read more about this also at, excuse me, thesoulphonefoundation.org. Thesoulphonefoundation.org. You're going to like it. And then there's another way to communicate and see the spiritual worlds. Let me explain that by an example. There is a guy in France, or actually I could probably say there was a guy in France. He was able to take pictures of disembodied spirits just about every time he tried. This was back in the 1960s, and I read about this before I left Europe to came to the United States. What he did was very simple, and we can all do this. And it is a very simple piece of equipment that you can use to do it. In fact, it turned to somewhat of a scary experiment for him because he took pictures of people standing and walking around a day or two after they died. When he was showing off these pictures to his friends around his village where he was there in southern France, he scared the chocolate out of them. And they couldn't understand, and they thought he was working with Satan, so they turned on him. He had to move out of town, he said in the article, otherwise they probably would have killed him. It was a very Catholic area right there, and you know how they are. They don't want anything that is not in their big black book. Superstition, dogma, and religion, you know, wears the same shoes. So they do not really know much because they only know their own dogma. Now, they accused him of working with Satan, and that was probably their way to get out of trying to explain it to themselves. And you can imagine how that went over. Well, I wouldn't have wanted to be in his shoes either. Let me explain what he did. He built and created a Tesla coil. And I'm not sure how many volts it was putting out, but from what I remember of the picture, it was standing on the ground. When he was standing next to it, it reached to about his knee or possibly a little higher. And it looked like the Tesla coil was probably a little bit thick like this. I don't exactly know how, but it could have at least 1,000,000 volts in it or more. I'm not sure. Now, he took the Tesla coil out to the local graveyard sometimes. He put the Tesla coil right on a freshly dug grave of a guy that died a day or three earlier and was in the ground. Then he walked away 20 feet and started to take pictures. Very often he could capture the guy who was laying dead in the ground, but the pictures show him standing up next to the grave, looking at him. That could be scary. I'm not sure what kind of camera he had. It looks like a box, kind of. And back then, you know, the film that you put into that box, it came on a roll. And it's probably a 120, 225 or something like that, or maybe they even 35 millimeters by then. I don't know. But the film was lead based. Now that's important because lead has an affinity to be able to pick up higher vibratory light than what your eyes can do. And of course, Peter like this did not go over very well, in his town. So he moved, and I don't know what happened to him. But for people who has access to a Tesla coil, if you have the guts to do it, go try it. Or you could do it around your home or in places. If you know a house in a neighborhood or anywhere that says to be haunted, go there, set up the Tesla coil, start taking some pictures. You might amaze yourself. The technology is there, because if it works once for someone, it should work again, plus or minus, for someone else. You can do those things, and it's fairly simple, actually. If it was me, though, I would get at least a Tesla coil that have at least 500,000 volts, because it sets up a plasma bubble around it. The more voltage, make sure the amperage is really low, otherwise you kill yourself. So the voltage should be maybe 1,000,000 or more. It sets up a plasma bubble that is quite large around it. Everything inside of that bubble could be caught on the film. Make sure you walk away for a good distance to be outside of the bubble. Because if you're in the bubble may affect the film, and that could throw colors, it could throw the film off, so it may not be possible to see what you took pictures of. And there is another way to talk with departed ones. I also created a communication device that a radionic computer builder at Copen Labs in England gave me the design for. I love to take credit for this one, but I can't. He did it. I did not come up with this one, but Barry Kraft at Copen Labs did. They make a radionic computer that can heal people at a distance. They can get rid of bugs in the crops. They can create vitamins out of distilled water just by imposing the vibratory rate of the vitamin in distilled water, so the distilled water have the same effect on your body as a vitamin pill would do. I know that as a fact because we did that back in Omaha. So I used to have a Mark 12 radionic computer with I forget how many, it's a whole bunch of dials, and you got to go through them all. You rub the stick plate until it's your fingers stick, and then you leave the next one, go to the next one, and you tune the computer to the vibratory rate of whatever you put in the well. And then you go to work and transmit that frequency. So we did some really neat stuff with it. In fact, I put a picture of the parted one in the well of my radionic computer and tuned the machine to the vibratory rate of that picture. And we were not consistent with that with the computer, but when we used that contraption that he told me about and I put together, then we were able to get some voices on the recorder. And of course, the entity being there did not see, or he didn't quite know what was going on, but it seemed like he was as confused as we was, because probably not being able to communicate. And the contraption that I put together, I'll show you because I have a drawing of it. That's the best I can do here when I cannot share screen. We took coat hangers. I welded them together there was 4 sides to it, so they kind of looked like this. Actually, they were just standing out like this, but up like this, and perfect in 45 90 degree angles. And I created a metallic funnel. Let me see here if we can see this. This is an antenna collector. There's a new aluminum funnel that I put around those coat hanger wires. And let me see if I can point to this. It went up this way and it went up the other way. And then seen from the top, it looks like this. But here's the wires, and here's the aluminum foil that we put around it. So actually, it looks like a funnel with a hole at the bottom. And then this is really simple method. You see, from the fifth dimension into ours, there is some communication going on that is possible to hear. And what we did, we put this funnel right over the microphone on a tape recorder. You could use another a recording device. I have one here. But if you put that funnel, that magnifies any kind of sound that you can hear in the room. Just like, people standing with the funnels and speaking, and everybody can hear better. Same thing here. You put the funnel over the microphone and then listen. We sat there for about 20 minutes one time. And, we can't hear anything, but the microphone for the recorder picked up something. And it sounded like voices. And we heard the word, what, many times. And there were other words. I cannot really remember. This is probably around 27, 28 years ago. In fact, I still have the contraption somewhere. And this is something that can very well work. See, from the 5th dimension or outside of the physical, they can see you, but you cannot normally see them. Now, they don't hear you very well because there's no air where they are to carry the voice vibration. And our eyes are not designed to see anything in that higher vibration normally, unless we use a Tesla coil and others. There's aura goggles and things you can use to see things outside of the physical. But you can also train yourself for that. But it does not change the eyes. You can start to see the aura around people and around entities. But you don't see it with your eyes. You see it with your mind. Since they can see you, you can also leave them written messages. And that is really good. Now, that is more of a one-way communication from you to them. Sometimes you can get them to do what you ask for, so you can get confirmation that they did see the message. Write down written messages. Leave them messages. Remember, just because they're dead, in quotes, don't make them dumb. They still can read, and they can look into the physical. That is just like looking in the mirror for them. You are outside of their reality. They're outside of your reality. So it's like looking in the mirror. So when you write the messages, write it backwards. That'll make it easier for them to understand. Use large lettering, maybe black markers on white paper so you have a good contrast. Because what I have seen in the lower astral worlds, there is very little color. It's kind of grayish and dull. And there is color, but not as brilliant as here. And darker colors mostly. In the higher vibrations, everything is vibrant and colorful. In fact, there are colors we have not discovered yet. Colors that are alive, phasing in and out of each other. Unstable colors of things. That gets interesting. If you know you have something going on in the house that is not physical, this would be a good way to start. Leave them a message. Write it backwards. If you think you have a ghost in the house, write that message. Tell them you should not be here. This is not your home. Or write something else. Go to the light. Go home. Some of them that is out there, they do not even know they're dead physically. So if it doesn't work, maybe try give them another message. You died physically. Go to the light. You can also try to make contact by asking them, show yourself. That is usually hard for them, but they can show themselves in dreams because then they can contact your mind easier. There is another thing that you can do that sometimes would work. I've actually heard one that did this, and that's why I'm mentioning it. He said he wrote him a message. He said, hold my hand. And he sat there like this and held his hand out. And he could feel something in his hand. Now, that could be scary too. It's kind of like, don't ask if you don't want to hear the answer. If you do this and have it, just consider it a success and nothing scary. Another thing you can ask for, turn the TV off, turn the radio on. Usually these disembodied entities are very good with electronics. And one quick thing I want to mention, and that is out-of-body travel, astral travel. And it is not that hard to do. Practice every day for 30 days, and I'm almost sure that you can do this. You can walk out of your physical body, see what's there. In fact, I taught a class on this on the Mastermind Connection, and you can find it on broadcastteamalpha.com. Go and look under classes, and you will find that class on astral travel. It goes over 4 sessions, over 4 weeks, and practice, and you can do that. So I see that I'm about out of time here. So, hey guys, am I supposed to continue, or what do we do? Oops, you're muted.
That's right. You could talk about astral travel if you'd like. We still got about 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll stay on with you. We could do it together.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, and the thing is that if you go to broadcastteamalpha.com, you will find the classes, and this is for the members of Broadcast Team Alpha. So you have to go to not broadcast, members of the Mastermind Connection, and you can very easily become a member over there, and then you can participate in our mastermind sessions where we do some incredible things. And
We've got it up in the comments. So all you have to do is click on it in the comments. It should take you right to Broadcast Team Alpha.
okay, good deal. All right. And another thing that I wrote a book on how to use your mind in ways that you normally would be thinking is impossible. There it is. Spiritual science, higher conscious thinking, and how to access the universal consciousness. I even talk in the back of it. You may have gotten to that, Rob, when they actually teach people how to do time travel. And
Yep. I've gotten there. That's for sure.
yeah, and the thing about it is that everybody kind of roll their eyes when you hear about time travel. Well, yeah, that seems like the thing to do, but it is alive and well. And it can be done as well as astral travel. A lot of people roll their eyes on that too, but it can be done.
I do time traveling. Augie?
Yeah.
I do time traveling. I do it almost on a daily basis. I guess it's called self-hypnotism. But when I go into my lucid dreaming or daydreaming or whatever it is that you want to call it, I take myself back into time of trauma, or even a happy time, and I go back there and either I fix my problem, or I harness the energy from that happy moment, and I bring that with me to the present. And so yeah, time travel is very real. It happens. Maybe physically we can't time travel into the past or the future, but spiritually and consciously we sure can.
That's a fact.
Wow, I love to hear that, because I'm not the only crazy one here. That's great. Oh, that's good. But
No, come on, Aggie. The information that you gave us was incredible. Incredible today.
Yeah.
Thank you. But I want to say one thing about time travel, and that is
Go ahead. Sorry.
What you are doing is phenomenal, and that is that you taught yourself how to do this. Everybody can do this, but one step beyond is go to Broadcast Team Alpha, and I forget where it is right now, but in my picture gallery, I have photographic evidence of time travel. There is 2 green pictures next to each other. They're taken at the same time in 2 different timelines, but those pictures are different. And I don't remember. There's 5,000 pictures in there. I think it's somewhere around page 17 or something like that. You will find it. You can look for it. But that is actual, because there's a date stamp on it. You can see it. Those
That's
pictures.
wild.
By
That's
me,
wild.
I did a mind experiment, and I brought myself back to a previous time when I took a picture. I tried to get the same time, but I missed it with 1 minute and 5 seconds. And what I see on those pictures, one picture has totally drenched everything, and it's there's water everywhere, and the other one is bone dries. One has leaves on the pictures, and the other has no leaves on the trees, and they're 1 minute and 5 seconds apart. Just go look at it.
That's wild.
Man, I'm gonna travel back in time to January and cool off.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be right with you.
Yeah, it's hot. Holy geez, we're not accustomed to this kind of heat up here, right? Because we're built for winter. My God, it's so hot. Almost.
Yeah, we got it's pushing it pretty hard here today.
Okay, let me just check on something, and I'll. Yeah, it's 108 degrees here. I'll be right with you.
Let's go. We'll be right back. We're going to January 2nd, January 1st, do a polar bear dip.
Yeah, right? That's it. It's been hot over there, huh, Omar? You've been hot all day today, bud, huh?
Oh, yeah, for the last 2 weeks, it's been like 44 degrees. We had like 44 degrees for 10 days straight, and now it's been like 35, 36, 37 for like the last week, and we're not built for that kind of hot, right? We don't even have air conditioners.
I'm not built for that hot either,
summer
bro.
here for 2 months of the year.
No, this is, but it's okay. We're going to be all right.
Now, Augie, do you think that when, let's say, when you're, lucid dreaming or daydreaming, or like astral travel, I guess it would be almost to an astral travel. Do you think it's possible if, let's say, you and I got into the same bubble of consciousness or the same wavelength of consciousness, that you and I could travel together?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Past or into the future and share that experience together once we get into that same wavelength, right? Say, if I went to say, hey, Augie, I want to show you what I was like 10 years old, and then we get into that meditative state of mind, and then when we connect, I can take you back to that particular moment. Do you think that's possible to do?
Well, first of all, that could not be a physical time travel.
Yeah.
Because there are physical differences between us.
Mm-hmm.
And once we go out of the body, then, let's say, I could do an astral journey. I could meet up with you, and we could go someplace together. That I have done before. So let's say you want to go have a look at the moon. It's not a nice place necessarily, but you got to kind of know where to go. There are places there's just like getting into the White House in Washington as an astral traveler is almost impossible. There will be somebody meeting you and tell you no. You're not.
Do they have somebody guarding?
Yeah.
Like, for instance, sites like that, government buildings like that, where
astral
they have
guards.
Yeah, like psychic intuitives or somebody like that. That's like on call and standing there, make sure that no one can come in, steal secrets, or whatever the case may be. There's things like that happening.
Absolutely, and the same thing with the Pentagon. The CIA are the ones, I believe, that is. They have
just about to mention that.
Astral traveler guarding their sacred places.
Well, you know where that stems from, right?
They're the ones who went back 1 million years on Mars. They're the ones who said, you don't have to worry about Mars right now. We have to worry about Mars from 1 million years ago, right? Or is it 1 million years in the future? I think you told me that, Aggie.
Remember when the military was using that stuff back in the day?
Yep.
And they had a whole group of guys that came in. Yeah.
Is that part of Project Blue Book or Project Camelot or something like that, where the CIA was using astral travelers after they found out that Russians were employing things like that?
Well, they were looking for certain wartime places, missile silos and things of that nature, and they were astral projection, but then again, they tell you, well, it never really worked right. But I don't believe that. I honestly think it worked. I think it worked just fine. That's what I think it did.
Well, I know it worked fine because down in the videos on Broadcast Team Alpha, Nori Love and I, we interviewed Russell Targ that ran the CIA remote viewing for 20 years.
Yep.
He explained all about how they did it, and he explained what they were able to do. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That worked perfect.
Yep. And that's ironic how that works, because they never left the building or the room that they were in, but they could draw diagrams and everything just like a photo copy on a machine, and identify all kind of stuff, including people, the number of people, miles, distance, everything, the color of buildings, the color of cars. I mean, it's just phenomenal. So it has to work. I mean, it's how do you do that?
And in fact, quantum mechanics actually explained why it worked. Because you're tapping into the unified field where everything past, present, and future is. You lock in on something in that field and bring it back out with you home.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have a question from one of the audience here, and it says, can they prevent you from remote viewing the same way they can prevent you from astral travel? I'm thinking he's thinking about like the government, if they could halt you from actually, remote viewing at all.
Wouldn't you say that's almost the same thing, though, astral travel and remote viewing?
No, that's different.
Astral travel is more of like an embodiment, like you kind of leave your body. when you're
like an
remote
out-of-body
viewing,
experience, right?
right? When you're
Yeah.
remote viewing, you sort of just see the area, like in your mind's eye. It's similar but different.
Well, you explained it fairly well. It's right there. When you are remote viewing, it's your mind that is creating, but you are here.
Mhm.
But astral travel, you go there and see it.
Right. You're bringing it to you in
You
remote
actually
viewing. Astral
physically
travel
can
is you
touch.
go there.
Right. Okay. So you actually have the physical placement as
Yeah.
far as astral.
It's like when somebody has an
placement.
accident remote viewing, they become like comatose, right? Or they become where they're not like there anymore. If you have a accident while astral traveling, you die. Like your soul is gone. It
So the
doesn't come
reason why
back.
I'm asking is I'm trying to put this into my theory about the wormholes and the personal portals. And I always said that there's got to be a way that these people, especially the missing people, that have come up missing all of a sudden with no reason, are jumping into this. And I think the physical body is actually being taken.
Right.
Well,
I think
let me go back to the guy's question. He says, "Can they prevent you?" They cannot prevent me from astral traveling, but they could prevent me from entering certain places. And with the remote viewing, that is something that I don't do, but I've done just on the mastermind. Last time we did an experiment, and we saw that it worked, but I don't understand the concepts behind it up and beyond the mind. So I'm not so sure they can actually block you for that. But possible, I don't know.
I don't see how they could with remote
I
viewing.
don't think they'll be able to block you because we got 8 billion people.
Right.
And you would have to go through 8 billion people to find whoever's trying to remote view. And then amongst that, you got millions of people who are probably remote viewing. So it would be pretty difficult to stop somebody from doing so. But the astral travel I could see where they can prevent you from coming in to, like, say, the White House, the Kremlin, or, whatever the case may be. I could see that, but from
maybe one way to do it, and this is going to sound really out there, but just coming to me, is if they use some kind of like nanotechnology to attack your brain and the synapses in your brain so they don't function properly, might be a way for them to I don't want to say prevent it, but hinder you from doing it.
Well, I don't want to say that on this show, but there's your COVID shot.
Yeah.
Remember, if you're out there in your astral body, there is no brain there to be affected.
That's true. That's true.
I think
let's try and stay away from the sea talk.
I just had to throw that in.
I know you did. I love you for it too. I mean, I saw we had a couple, quick sneak-ins today, but we won't go over any of them just to rehash things out. But that's absolutely right, though. It's absolutely right. So you can't be mad at the truth.
Yeah,
I think
has no feelings.
They've already been working on this, and they have been for quite a long time to prevent us from remote viewing and from astral traveling and reaching, our higher state of consciousness by, first of all, the nuclear bombs that they've been blowing up every week for the last 75 years on this planet, the GMO foods, the fluoride in the water, the poison food that they feed us, the plastic food that they feed us. I think that's all part of culmination of an effort to keep us subdued so that we're not actively remote viewing and astral traveling. Because imagine if half the world's population could astral travel, or if half the world's population could remote view.
Man, if people caught on to that
power that they have over us, they would lose everything, because then suddenly we would know the truth and people would know the truth. So, I think it's been happening for a while, and that's one of their ways of preventing us from accessing that higher state of consciousness.
The researchers said it too. They poison us to keep us dumbed down, and you are so correct. And think about it, Omar and guys. With the fluoride that we've been drinking in our waters and things over the years, whatever. And we don't want to get on a tangent here, but it's very possible this is exactly like Omar was saying, what's been going on all these years.
Well, of course, there's programs in place to keep us to not reach our true potential, which is ultimately what it is. There's a bunch of different hindrances, and if we named them all, I'm sure we could get we could get so far before the whole thing got shut down, but it's true. And this is what when me and Omar are talking about this kind of stuff, and you too, Clarence and Aggie, is like, we used to be so evolved from that, this agenda that's been around for so long. We have de-evolved, and because of man itself, and now we're at this paradigm shift, to this precipice where we're starting to catch glimpses of that higher evolution that we could potentially get to, and we're working day in and day out to try and refine it to level up, as we say. We like to level up, and we're trying to level up. And while you would catch glimpses of it, it is not completely, for some people, it's completely all the time. But for a lot of us, we're still catching glimpses, and that sensation of that glimpse is like, wow, okay, what can I do to facilitate this all the time? And it's sort of breaking that programming and breaking that those programs that are essentially attacking you on every level, from your cells to your consciousness. And it truly is transcending all that with information, and again, knowing where you come from, because a man who doesn't know where he comes from is lost. That is the starting point of your origin, of where we started, and what that's actually like. History repeats itself. We could say these monikers all day long, and they all make sense in the grand scheme of things. Does that make sense?
Where do you think, Rob, that we actually started losing it? Where did we lose the reality of the touch? Because you're absolutely right. Think about it, with the Mayans, the Incas, and everybody else, and all the religious things they've had back in the day. We know that there was a spiritual
multifaceted attack. It's a multifaceted attack. So there was certain times where they clipped a little bit, then they clipped a little bit, then they clipped a little bit. Now they had more than half, and they went for the kill shot. You know what I mean?
Man, they did a hell of a job on it, no doubt about it.
Oh, without a doubt, man. I mean, it's everywhere now. If you look at the 1700s to the 1900s, in that 100 years, we were literally just like bombarded with everything from radiations to medications to, I mean, it's truly a weird thing. Like, even in the 1700s, they used to use plant medicine. Maybe not all the time. They had some medications, but they were of a more natural sense.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? More holistically used. And it was more frontier man. Once the frontier man went away, man, it was completely over. It's completely over.
I think when we got into this, the mind space that we're at right now, with
you think the atomic age
or so years, with commercialization and everything that's taken place in the last 100 years, 150 years or so, since industrialization anyways, I think we've come to a point mentally as a society, and been programmed that way as well, with a helping hand, to only think of things from a tangible level. From a physical level and from the 5 sense level, and anything beyond that, if you can't touch it, smell it, hear it, then it doesn't exist, right? So for a lot of people, that are trapped in that type of archaic thinking, for them, the idea of astral travel just simply doesn't exist. Remote viewing just simply doesn't exist. Daydreaming just simply doesn't exist, because to them it's not tangible. And now, like, I've seen a comment about the children and I mentioned something about that earlier as well, where we have children being born today that are, seriously advanced, where they have these psychic and these conscious gifts that they have that we didn't have. And we're hearing all this throughout every household across the world, that my children are so smart, my kids is doing this and this and this and that. So I think we're breaking through that shift and that paradigm shift of that left brain thinking, and really going into that right brain thinking, where we need to, bring in science and spiritualism together, because back in the day, science and spiritualism was one. And then, Einstein came along and kind of just separated the one from the other, and then religion did that as well. But Einstein really, put the nail in the coffin when he came up with his E equals MC2, which he actually didn't come up with. It was his wife or his cousin that came up with it. And he plagiarized that information and took it for himself, and then gave the money to his cousin or his wife or whatever it was that he got it from. Actually, Einstein didn't write that stuff. So it was then that, I really solidified the thinking that we're in today, right? So now, thankfully, now we're going through the shift where people are beginning to realize that, hey, wait a minute, I do have the ability to use my consciousness for higher purposes, like, make a long distance phone call or connect with a friend or consciously heal myself, or even to the point where I'll give you an example. I sent a message to Rob last week. It was, I would say about plus 50, 55. In my apartment here, and my fan was going, and all my fan was doing was just blowing hot air around, and I was sitting there, and suddenly this download, I guess, came into my mind, and instead of it was cool, right? And something instructed me in my mind to say cool, like I would say like like that. So what I started to do was I started going cool, cool. And when I did that, when I was moving my hand like this, I literally changed the atmosphere and the environment in my room that went from getting hot wind being blown around from my fan, where suddenly the air became very cool and my room began to cool down. And as soon as I stopped that, the hot air started to breeze again, and then I started to chant the cool again. And this time I actually took a voice recording of it and sent it to Rob and said I just did a magic trick. And then from that point on, when I continued to do that throughout the entire evening, the temperature in my room dropped. There was hot air outside, and my fan was blowing hot air, but then when I started to do that, it started to give me cool air. So I was able to manipulate my environment just simply by the conscious thought and using sound vibration to change the molecule and the atoms in my room. And it worked, right? It totally worked for me. I don't know, maybe it's because I believed it and it turned cold, or, I was just so hot that I wanted to be cool.
Either way, it worked. Either way, it worked.
Yeah.
And it was the day it needed to work. So I'm just going to say that to you. It was definitely
Awesome.
a day that needed to work. And he said to me, he's like, you'll never believe what just happened. I said, oh, I believe it. 110% I believe it, because he's an enlightened person and he understands that those frequencies manipulate your frequency, in turn makes you, a little more comfortable, a little bit more at ease. And he shifted and manifested the reality that he wanted, which was just a clear indication of that. And it was absolutely incredible. I was like, I knew you could. I knew you could, man.
I'm going to try that one. 108 degrees. Yep. I'm going to try
it. Give it a shot. Instead of an right? Instead of an just use the same note or the same harmony or the frequency that comes along with the and then just use it for the cool. And I noticed I started to move my hand like this to turn into a vortex, right? And then that's kind of
a polar vortex.
Yeah. So maybe you want to try that, or maybe you don't have to, because you're already highly consciously aware guy, right? So for you probably don't even have to and just simply just think about it, and it'll just start to turn cool. Now, you wrote a book on this shit, man.
Yeah.
I've never tried it, so I'm going to.
Yeah, give it a shot. It works. Anybody that's they're watching us in the audience, if your home is very hot or the environment that you're in hot, give it a try, and I guarantee that it'll work. But you have to believe in your mind first, right? It's like creative visualization. If you don't believe in your mind and you're doing something, then of course it's not going to work, because you don't have your consciousness involved with it, because you're not believing it. But as long as you involve your consciousness and you believe what you're saying, then that will manifest. It's kind of like programming the matrix that's before us, that you can reprogram everything. You can program 2 weeks from now, a week from now, tomorrow, because it's all rewritable program with our consciousness, because it's our consciousness that's really interacting with this frequency that, I call it the earth frequency. And with that consciousness is far more powerful than the earth's frequency by a trillion, right? So, imagine if you can just use 1% of that in this Earth frequency, the effect and the cause and effect that you could have.
Yep.
Cool.
We have a lot
Absolutely.
to learn, don't we?
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Augie, I was going to ask you, you were talking about the design of your funnel that you made and stuff. And it kind of brought me to a subject of the energy itself that's in the ground. And I know that if you take like rods and actually tap them into the ground and you wire them together, that you get the energy itself from, the earth. I wonder if that would also do kind of like the same thing as what you were talking about.
I have no idea.
That's intriguing to think about too.
Yeah.
I bet you it does. I bet
I
you
like
it
the
does.
answer.
We'll have to do an experiment on that.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah. I'm
I
ready.
really-
Listen,
Because
I
I
really
was
think
listening
that-
to him in that, and I'm thinking, I'm wondering if the electrical grid from the earth itself could push that entity up or, help it with the discharge,
It could be that those French in France, is it the Karnak stones? Or,
Right.
it could be having that same type of physical effect that you're talking about, or even with Stonehenge, create that effect, or the Australian Stonehenge, or even in Egypt, some of those monoliths that are standing could possibly create, because a lot of that is crystallized, granite. So, I wonder if the electrical magnetic field of the Earth would somehow correlate with a standing stone or a monolith or a funnel or whatever to create that effect that you're talking about.
Yeah.
wow.
Could be an interesting experiment.
It would be, yeah.
And
You
Then
see how
again-
when we brainstorm like this, there's just crazy things
Well, that's,
happen.
thank you,
then
Augie.
again,
All right. So, guys, we've got Geraldine coming up. Augie, I want to thank you. It has been absolutely amazing to have you on, my friend. You always bring such insight and such knowledge to what we're doing, and you're an incredible teacher. And keep doing what you're doing, brother, because you are the bee's knees, my friend.
I'm having too much fun to quit now.
That's right.
Thank you, Augie.
That's right.
Awesome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Augie.
check out some of Augie's stuff that
Yes.
we've done in the past. He did a lecture on reverse aging.
Oh, yeah.
Not that long ago. I think you guys might find that very interesting. And
Yeah.
and
His
then
book.
plus he's got that book in his hand that
Show him, Augie.
Show it. Yeah.
Spiritual
This book-
science.
If you get this book and read it, I forget which chapter it is now, but I explain exactly what 3 doctors got the Nobel Prize for in 2009, where they got the Nobel Prize for discovering an enzyme that reverses the aging process.
That's
And
right.
that stuff works. I'm 75 years old, and I have more energy than anybody I know. I work 12, 16 hours a day, and, well,
We've seen it.
it's what you get.
He goes the distance. I'm not
Yeah,
going to
he
lie
does.
about it. He goes the distance. Augie's incredible. Augie's incredible.
I'll explain what you can do because it's very simple. There's some herbals. I found some really old people. One of them was 256 when he died from an accident, and the government verified his age. I'm doing what he did.
That's right. That's right. And it includes some of that pine needle tea he talks about all the time. That pine needle tea is
There
that's
you go.
what's up. That's what's up. All right. Thank you, Augie. We're
you.
gonna remove you from the screen. We're gonna bring Geraldine on. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Geraldine, how are you?
Hello, I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for having me, and what a pleasure. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, it's an honor and a privilege. Your work is incredible, and I want the people to hear your work. So I'm going to do a quick bio for you, and then we're going to let you do your thing.
Okay.
So,
Thank
Geraldine, we've had her on the show before. She's a certified hypnotherapist, neurolinguistic practitioner, pranic energy practitioner, quantum energy practitioner. It says diamond next to it. I believe it's probably a level, right, Geraldine?
No, I think that might be a typo.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't mean anything. It
Gotcha.
doesn't mean anything.
Meditation master,
Yes.
mindfulness-based stress reduction therapist, and a Qualgon Master, Shamanic Energy Medicine. She's also the founder and CEO of the San Francisco-based Bay Area Meditation, which offers virtual corporate meditation programs. Founder, CEO of higherhealing.com, virtual holistic intuitive wellness nexus and social director. We love that. Holistic healing is amazing. And she is the founder of hybridmother.com, which is an international research and support group for experiencers of hybrid parents and the ID phenomena. So with that being said, Geraldine, I will give you the floor, and I am excited to see what you're going to do and bring to the table today. So
I am too. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to share my screen. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Let me go ahead and share the screen, and we're going to get started here. I'm going to walk you through a presentation. I guess we're going to have to share the whole screen, and then I will open my presentation. Let me see. Oh, interesting.
Do you want it full screen, or do you want to be on the side over here?
I'd love to be on the side. That would be great.
Gotcha.
Yeah, let's just stay there.
Gotcha.
Let me figure out how to do this, though, because sometimes it's a little tricky. Let's see. All right. Let's see if I can go into presentation mode. How are you guys seeing this? Unfortunately, I can't see both at the same time.
I see it as it's a little bit smaller.
It's a little small, yeah. Okay, 1 second. Let me fix that really quickly.
Absolutely. It's PowerPoint can be a tricky thing, you know.
I know. Oh, here it is. Now it's showing. There we go. We got it. Yeah, sometimes the StreamYard is a little tricky with PowerPoint.
It is because you have to like enlarge it within the window, and then it has to work properly. So boom, there you go, Geraldina. I will leave.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Well, it is honestly an honor to be here. It is a pleasure to be here, and thank you to Rob and his wonderful team for putting this together. Everyone that's here and the incredible speakers that were showing up today. I am going to take you through a little journey where we're going to take a look at some interesting information regarding our past and the engineering that takes place in order to create a society in which we are now a product of. And what I'd like to take your attention through as we take a look at all this information, it's going to be a lot of information. I'm going to move a little quick. I'm sure you can see the replay later, but we're going to take a look at if there is such social engineering in our society, how can we change that? How can we understand social engineering, how it happened, and learn the inside mechanics of that in order to now change it into our own access of creation, our own spiritual engineering, so to speak. So let me quickly take you into a little journey of how I started with the work that I'm doing today. Rob already gave you a quick overview of what I do. And basically, my life work is focused on assisting people in activating their conscious experiences, activating their DNA, activating their abilities. And how can I speak to this topic? Have I experienced that? Well, in 2013, I had an incredible conscious contact experience in which I was taken out of my bedroom here in Union City, California, and I was taken on board a craft into this light craft, this light orb, in which I was introduced to massive amounts of information. And in this information, I was introduced to these tall grays that were about 6-7 feet tall. And they were Pleiadian grays. Somehow they were connected with the Pleiadians, in which they introduced me through my personal Pleiadian lineage to information that I had been working with Pleiadians previously. An aspect of myself was interacting with them. And more importantly, they introduced me to children. And these children were a reflection of me. When I saw them, I immediately recognize them almost as if I was looking at a long lost brother or, a family member. I don't have children here on earth, but the feeling, this incredible instinctual maternal feeling that overcomes you, and the connection and the telepathic exchange that occurs with these beings when you see them for the first time was life-changing. Because upon connecting with the child and making eye contact with them, immediately I began to recall memories. I began to remember previous experiences, in fact, throughout my entire life, repetitive dreams that were occurring since childhood of one of these children being brought to me, in particular, this little blonde girl. And these are my drawings. But when this little girl would be presented to me by my mother in this dream, I would have this dream repetitively from the age of 5 until the age about 12 years old, but it would always be the exact same way. And when I would wake up abruptly. And for some reason, I would always remember waking up from that dream. I would remember vividly the feelings, my surroundings. It was like a very clear picture. In addition to that, I would have experiences where I would have missing time as a child. And I began to recall these memories that at the age of 5, 7, 8, 13, 15, even during the times that I lived in South America for school, I had missing time experiences where immediately as a result of that, I began to feel very strange physically. And these kinds of changes began to affect my life, although I didn't understand the connection between extraterrestrials or the interdimensional contact with what was occurring to me physically. So what this resulted in is a lifelong understanding that I had been a contactee all my life. And I wanted to dive deeper into this information. In 2017, I decided to get a hypnotherapy session. And at this time, I had been meditating and deprogramming myself from all matrix programming to the point where I brought myself into a state of complete neutrality, complete clarity. I didn't watch television for years, didn't watch anything, music, or anything to stimulate my mind or implant ideas or memories. It was a complete purification moment. And of course, this journey started very early on in 2009 when I funded Bay Area Meditation here in California. And the purpose of that was to share with others the incredible results that I had been discovering with my own meditation work. And I believe that in 2013, because of those years of working, it allowed me to reach a certain point, vibrational frequency, in which I was in alignment with having these kinds of experiences. The veil was thinning. My abilities were activating. And immediately after that contact experience, on Monday, I incredibly had the ability of seeing the multidimensional body. And even though at that time I tried to look back at the experience and maybe question whether it was a dream, whether it was something, that wasn't real with tangible evidence, the evidence for me was that from one day to the next, I had these incredible psychic abilities that I could not even go to the grocery store. I couldn't go shopping. I was incredibly sensitive. I had burning sensations on my skin. I had literally marks on my feet from walking outside. It was just completely physical. These dimensions had merged, and I had experienced something that was beyond, physical in our understanding of the physical reality. And during this session, continuing this meditation work, continuing this deprogram, and I'm going to be explaining exactly what it means to deprogram in just a second, because it plays an incredible role, as you can see, through the experience of my life in order to have these kinds of contact experiences, in order to discern what is reality or how we perceive reality. I began to channel incredible amounts of information in these hypnotherapy sessions. I was taken all the way back to the origin of life, in which I was shown information in Mesopotamia regarding the origins. I was shown the cubic form of the Kaaba, and I was shown the substance within the Kaaba, the black rock. I was shown how this was a substance which was named more recently by a researcher by the name of goo. And goo, which is this intelligent substance, is something that interacts with humans in order to provide this incredible parasitic exchange that occurs when you interact with it. But further to that, I began to recall experiences as a child where I was being utilized in order to remote view and also mobilize some movements with the military in combination with draconians that were utilizing this goo and placing them in different aspects of the world in order to create these exchanges, especially in places where large groups of people gather, in order to absorb life force energy, absorb emotions, heavy, negative emotions or fearful emotions. And it was basically a way of survival. It was a survival. It was source of life force that was being created. Now, at the time, all of this information was very strange to me because I had never before read or heard or anything. This was absolutely nowhere near my understanding at that time. And I was shown in a map these three main bloodlines that came to the earth. It was a green one, a red one, and a blue one. And these three main bloodlines are the ones that are connected to specific races that are descendants of these draconians. The interesting thing about this is that these bloodlines indicate the amount of information which each one of these species have access to. However, through the development of mankind, since the origin of life seeding on this planet, we are a product of that. And basically, these main bloodlines have gone down through history in order to create the reality and the human race that we are today. Now, this was very interesting because it was shown to me on a map similar to this visually, in how these races had been, the specific bloodlines, families of bloodlines, have been incredibly preserved historically in order to maintain information. Because as you will find out in this presentation today, what DNA is a bank of information. It is source of information. It is the access code to the universal understanding of our environment and what we see as reality, as well as interdimensional realities, which we are constantly moving in and out of. So these bloodlines have developed, and if we take a look at and trace back, which I have done extensively, and I will be having this in my upcoming book, regarding how these bloodlines have literally manifested and developed into the races, into the different cultures, the countries where language came in, different languages, different races, different even skin colors, and the cultural influences that these races have had, although seemingly different, in fact, had a certain origin point in which most of the storylines which are informing religions and cultural habits are very much rooted in these Mesopotamian roots. And that really tells us something about our origin and how things are manifested, but it also tells us how and why we are where we're at today. Our understanding of reality is incredibly inverted. In fact, the things that we believe are real by what social media and media have been telling us, and also the government for several years now, since, and I'll go back into this, but a lot of this information is actually quite covered, as many of you know. And the information that was shown to me was how we have so many movements, financial movements, that benefit these very small groups of family members that are maintaining in order to create systems that are complex and are codependent of only one thing, and that is power. And in this power, creating and mobilizing certain agendas that they're moving weaponry, they are dealing with different countries in ways that the exchanges are more pro the production of these corporations and lobbyists that are funded by main banking systems, as opposed to something that is for the well-being of the collective. And so when you have these major groups monopolizing these important systems in which we believe we survive from, we end up having a civilization in which we are more destructive in how we behave in the things that we're doing. Of course, we're not understanding how that happens, but today we're going to take a look at how that is. And mind control and the influence of these groups is so incredibly powerful that it creates and designs the way that we behave and navigate our everyday life. And if we look closely, historically, to the origins of these lineages, as well as those movements that have been made historically, we begin to see surfacing a lot of truths about, how people were dealt with in Africa, all the way back since colonization in South America, all the way to how we are managing ourselves in the US today. Whether we are glued to our cell phones or we are drugged through food, there is a certain specific model to how humans are interacting with the world we're in today. And this is a problem because, as we see in the world today, it is going more towards illness and self-destruction as opposed to empowerment. And the more we understand how these systems are interconnected, the more we will understand how we can move forward. So if we trace the majority of these systems, they go to all of these main lineages, these main bloodlines that are actually now in the center hold of the elite. And the elite being these main names that are the owners of 147 companies, which actually own all of the companies on this planet Earth. So let's say the Bilderberg, for example, who owns companies in every single sector of reality. And if we keep going deeper into that and we follow the money, which is the most important thing to do when we're making decisions about what we do in our life, is that we begin to understand where these main heads are. Let's just briefly look at the pharmaceutical industries, how many of them are now owners of, for example, Bayer bought out Monsanto's, which owns 80% of the food production and crops around the world. And they are indirectly owned by sub-companies that, even though we might think they're separate, and even though they might claim to be natural or whatever it is, there's a lot of very confusing little trails that you really need to do research and understand where actually our money is going. And so it really plays a role in, we look at today and what's happening in the world today, in how things have kind of fallen into place over the past 2 years, which is the beginning of a major shift over the next 4 years that will really change the way that we see ourselves, technology, health, and the well-being of mankind. But if we follow these banks, all of these companies are mainly umbrellaed under these major banking systems, which most of them are in China and also Japan. And these main names keep popping up over and over again. And I'm sure this information is not new. This information is quite known now. But the interesting thing about this, and what was shown to me on that map, is that what I discovered these names is through following the bloodlines. Because the main bloodlines that originated in Mesopotamia, these are the descendants of those bloodlines, which tells us something about our makeup. It's not to say that these bloodlines are separate from us, because we are descendants of these lineages as well, we hold aspects of these bloodlines within us. And I'll go deeper into that. But if we look at the systems that are in control now, the majority of them are within these related bloodlines, and the connections are on and on and on. This is a very, very, small picture of what we're talking about here. So these main bloodlines are the ones that are the architects of our reality. And what it means is that the information that we have within these bloodlines that originated in the Draconians, we are descendants of that Draconian lineage. And from the Draconian lineage descended all of the races, the ET races that are populating or that we're aware of in this matrix multiverse. But these bloodlines are the ones that inform aspects of our own body. We have aspects of this. We have, these whatever names, reptilian, Pleiadian, whatever names that we associate with the different races of the universe. We have them within our DNA. And so the interesting thing about that is that our DNA, in other words, is heavily genetically modified since the origin of life here on this planet. And we are a product of that genetic modification. But we are modified in many different ways. And I'm going to go over some of those ways with you. One of the ways is by the sun, the frequencies, the energies that are emitting from the core solar center of this galaxy. And how we understand that is that the galaxy functions in this spherical form, which creates its own resonance in the place in the universe. And any information that is coming or any information that we're moving through vibrationally is affecting all the living beings within this galaxy. And so the sun, because it's the largest mass at the center of this galaxy, functions like a satellite that absorbs that information and then spreads it out into the other planets. And each one of the planets represents a different vibrational frequency that translates the information in a different way. And the planet Earth is one of those such planets. It also processes information in a certain way, and so do its organisms, which is us. We are the organisms that reside on this Earth. But this goes really deeper into the, creation of ourselves. So let's take a look at now going into micro, what is DNA? So the way that DNA functions through the mitochondrial DNA, which is where the majority of the information is stored of our genetic origins, not just from our ancestral lineage, but our, let's say, galactic origins, the origins of our inception of life here, comes down the mitochondrial bloodline, because the mitochondrial bloodline is a snapshot of all the previous generations that are recorded within that genetic code. And so we hold this information. The majority of it is seen as dark DNA or junk DNA, in which it's not spoken of publicly in how to translate that information. But the way to access that information is not going to be through reading just simply the code. It is a holographic system of information that has to be translated in a non-physical manner. And that information is accessed through ourselves, through the activation of our intuitive abilities, the 5th, 6th, 7th, up to the 13th senses of the multidimensional body. So our body is affected by our environment, by our emotions, our choices, the foods we eat. Everything is changing and crafting this organism, which is really important because it really designs the way that we navigate this physical plane. The physical plane, which when we come into the physical body, we are attaching to an ancestral lineage, is recording the cyclical patterns of behaviors from all the ancestors leading back to the origin of time. And that information is what we play out. That's the information when we are not conscious of the bigger picture. We are always referencing back to this information. And so it becomes limiting in a way because you're only pulling from a very limited and very small part of your own personal data. When the soul comes into the physical body, it attaches to these lineages. It attaches to your ancestral lineage, but you are always completely connected to all the dimensional planes, all the way up to the 13th plane. And of course, we have many more dimensions to our body. But what I'd like to clarify is that these dimensional planes are not separate from us. We are the dimensional planes. We are the center of the universe, which we're living and experiencing. Everything begins and ends with us. We are the Alpha and the Omega. What does that mean? That means that every single one of these dimensional planes is a holographic expression of the information that we have within our energy centers of the body, the chakras. They are the main organs that produce chemicals that allow the body to navigate and understand its environment. And this is really incredibly important, because if we go back to this understanding of who creates and designs our reality, then we have to pay very close attention to how we navigate this reality. How the multidimensional body looks is like this. We are an incredibly vast network of fragments of ourselves. When we come into the multidimensional body, into the three-dimensional plane, this three-dimensional body only holds an aspect of yourself when you are conscious of it. When you become awake and activate your intuitive abilities, when you begin to deprogram the matrix layers of programming, you then have the ability of accessing other fragments of yourself. And this is what happened to me through my work, that I had been deprogramming all of the false ideas of what I thought I was, what this world was, what the roles that we have to play, the ideas around everything, emotions, creation, all of these ideas that the human plays and the roles that we play here as humans becomes completely destructed, because you begin to understand why we believe what we believe. And that's important, because what you realize after doing that kind of work is that we will end up at a 0 point in which we see ourselves as nothing, but at the same time, everything, because we understand that there is no separation, that the veil of illusion of compartmentalized reality actually isn't true. It is truly an illusion that is constructed for a reason. So our fragments now become available to us. People that meditate a lot and do this kind of work have access to past lives. They begin to lucid dream. They begin to astral travel. They have access to the Akashic records. We have access to our extraterrestrial abilities. We begin to see ghosts. We begin to interact with these other dimensional planes. And it's not that they weren't there before. It's that we were not aware of it. Awareness is a vibrational expression. It's a vibrational signature that has to be developed. It has to be cultivated from the multidimensional body. And the more we do to deprogram false programs, we can embody that kind of understanding of our reality. And this is where we begin to work with the information. We have this three-dimensional network in which we come in to groups. The soul, when it comes into this fragment, this meat suit, or this physical body, is just one fragment of all of the fragments that are living simultaneously at this time. That's why some people can experience simultaneous healing. For example, they can go access a fragment of themselves that is healed in a future self and bring it into the present moment and help themselves process through cancers or illnesses or ailments within their body. So we begin to understand literally the architecture of our reality. Okay, the first three chakras are where we are mainly managed, manipulated when we are unconscious, because these three centers are the three-dimensional plane. They are your safety, they are your sexuality and your creative life forces, your exchanges, and they are your empowerment, the way that you see yourself, the emotions. The emotional body. The emotional body is actually what is mostly weaponized against the human when the human is unaware and unconscious of how these systems operate. And so obviously the human ends up with a torn multidimensional body, a sick multidimensional body, emotionally, and of course that translates into the physical. So for example, the organs begin to take a toll. And because I can see the multidimensional body, I have been able to put together the map of where this information collects within the body. But what I've understood and what I've researched, not just through my personal experience, because I came into this understanding completely organically without having studied previously, is that this is something that has been known for centuries, since the very beginning of time. The Asian medicine, Eastern medicine, really focuses on this incredibly in complex networks of energy in the body, which they understood. And I know that they had the ability of accessing that information organically, just as I had. So it means you can too. And how we enter that awareness is through the deprogramming of that genetic information. And that's where the multidimensional body begins to come alive. Through the hypnosis experiences, I was also able to navigate down to the molecular level what our genetic code looks like, how it operates. And I was shown that every single molecule is oscillating to create a toroidal field. And in fact, this toroidal field of vibrational frequency is what creates the massive networks of information that our entire human body is. So we are this holographic structure. It's incredibly intelligent, advanced technology. So we are very much holographic. And it is really just incredible the way that the mind, the brain stores information. There have been several endless experiments on this that you can look up, is that when the way that a organism stores information is not in a specific part of the brain, it is in the entire network of the body. So every organ, every muscle, every single aspect of the body is constantly absorbing 360 degrees its information, even the information that we're not aware of. So this is a picture of that DNA that is oscillating, that they photographed oscillating, creating this incredible field, these incredible systems of information. And it is really very beautiful how the body has the ability to regenerate cyclically, cleanse, and regenerate over and over again. Everything works in cycles, the human organism as well as the earth organism. So the human genetic code that is holographic is able to store, basically in 1 teaspoon of DNA, you can store the entire world's history as it was told to us. But even more so, if you can imagine how much information our human body holds on to, we really have non-physical memory. We have a snapshot of the entire universe within our body, and to each person, it could be slightly different. So let's take a look at the sensory body. How does the sensory body work? When we smell, through the 5 senses is our way of navigating the physical realm. Through the taste, the sound, our eyes, this is how we communicate in the physical realm. When we're working with our environment, we are influenced subliminally through sound. I'm sorry, strange music passing by. We are incredibly influenced by sound, by what the colors that we see, because this is a vibrational frequency that's responding to the creation within the physical body. The chakras, the color of the chakras, the range are ranges of frequency within the body, which are translated through color. That is the language of this 3-dimensional plane. And we know this because it's heavily used in marketing. In fact, the father of marketing and actually creating the entire PR aspect of America was Edward Bernays, which is actually, he was the nephew of Freud. And Freud really talked in complexity about how there is subliminal, subconscious understanding, psychological understanding of its environment. And usually the human isn't aware, because they're not aware, is not aware of their profound needs and expressions and desires. And so what he did was that he used that inverted logic in order to insert into society those needs, to provide them those needs, but inserting the agenda of, linking these corporates, these products, these things. And so he was able to sell millions and millions of dollars of everything because he was able to utilize this inverted logic. But of course, this kind of manipulation of the way that we see the world is a deep understanding of how the multidimensional body works. And if we understand how this has really affected us, through history, it has formed our entire reality. These vibrational frequencies in the body, our emotions are manipulated. They are vibrational frequency. Each one of the chakras are connected to the organs, which express chemicals that begin to move through the body that create changes. And when they're often negative, they create inflammation, illnesses. And this is beneficial for some of those corporations, particularly in all areas from food to pharmaceuticals. If you are in a state of survival, you will be easily moving through, looking externally for things to help you. So we know what GMO is. It's genetically modified. And we think about vegetables that are genetically modified. And of course, there's so much talk about how some of these vegetables are not good for us. But do we ever think about ourselves as being genetically modified? Because when we look at our history, we are basically a product of this social engineering on such a profound level. And now we are really going to the next step. Jianku, who is a doctor that did the very first CRISPR babies, removing AIDS from their genetic code, was one of the first twins that were born genetically modified. Well, at least in public eye, right? Because they have been experimenting on this for a very long time. But this genetic modification goes even further. Our DNA editing is really an effect of not just environment, but through our own self. It also happens on the etheric body. And I know we're kind of running a little on time, so I'm going to move past this a little bit. I want to get to a really important part about all of this. The genetic code that is edited through these experiences is also happening in the etheric level. Okay, so just those slides were about how it happens in the physical, and I think most of us knows how gene editing functions, and also hybridization, right? So we historically, hybridization has been something that has been in our history since the beginning of time, and we have that in ancient records, in scriptures. We have that in petroglyphs inscribed around the world in many different countries in the world, and ancient powerful civilizations that have spoken about this kind of hybridization, not just with our own human race, but with other higher intelligent races and interdimensional beings. And so we are a product of that. We are experiencing that in our human body now. And it doesn't only happen in the physical body, it occurs etherically. It's my belief that perhaps our entire human race is experiencing hybridization without being aware of it. Because there is a point, and I hear this every single day in my support groups, that people never thought about aliens before, but when they had this incredibly powerful experience after doing some spiritual work, they began to recall these memories. And whether this is some kind of collective psychosis that we're going through, or we are truly experiencing this kind of, hybridization experiences, I think it's very important to research and question these experiences that we're having. So these beings are breeding with ourselves. They are taking our genetic information, and some of these races are not capable of reproducing biologically. And they're not capable of reproducing biologically because of the vibrational frequency in which they are. And they, in order to be able to feed from the life force expression that the human body provides in the three-dimensional plane, it is necessary to take some of that genetic information and mix it to create other organisms. These organisms are managed through many different hybridization programs. There are many of them. I'm going to come back to this. But through that creation of love energy, or not love, but the sexual union that occurs at the time of conception, is instrumental to designing and creating the organism that is being created. So there are negative programs, and there are also positive note programs. Let me move through that. This is very interesting in regards to how we are combining with different races. I have been a part of 4 different hybridization programs: a draconian, reptilian, Pleiadian, and human, the terrestrial. And the terrestrial program was managed by the military. And who is at the very back end of that military program is organized by the draconian lineages. Okay, and I hear this time and time again from other experiencers and also people that are part of the secret space program that have also shared their experiences and their interactions in some of these programs on off planet. So it's very interesting how the human body functions in that case when we're dealing with this hybridization is that even when we believe that we're astral projecting, when we're unaware of the physical body, we become hosts. Just the way we were talking about earlier, that the multidimensional body, the auric field becomes torn. Well, when we're navigating out of the physical body, whether we're in lucid dreaming, astral projection, these are the gateways, because the next step to that is death. We enter into these vortices, into these portals of energy that move us into other dimensional planes. And in those other dimensional planes, you are also experiencing in some way an expression of parasitic consciousness. Consciousness and consciousness that rejects its own consciousness is parasitic. So therefore, the exchange becomes uneven, and the human that is unaware becomes an attachment host for all kinds of parasitic consciousness and disruption. So all of these attachments cause an effect on the neurological system. So what can you do to fix this? Now, the way that this universe is moving, right, is moving in this form of this spiral. And the way that each one of these dimensional planes is designed is that it is designed in the form like this Fibonacci sequence, that each one of these dimensional planes have a certain layers of dimensions. So when we access any one of these dimensional planes, we are accessing certain vibrational planes of information, of frequencies, of manifestation of life forms, different beings. And even though the way that they look can be manipulated or changed, what we're interacting with is consciousness, either consciousness or the rejection of consciousness. And because everything functions in this fractal self-similar model, where what happens as above, so below, what happens microscopic is happening macro, we need to understand that once we understand those laws of creation in the three-dimensional plane, we have 100% ability of deciding how to navigate that dimensional plane. And the human organism, if it heals, if it becomes awake, if it activates its higher centers, if it activates its higher dimensions, it can begin to merge into those higher dimensions, navigate those dimensions. And when we do, we have more mastery over the physical, over matter. We have the ability of healing, of transmuting any lower frequency emotions into high emotions. And ultimately, it brings the body into this natural state of self-regeneration that is possible, just like nature. Nature is the most beautiful and perfect example of how balance of organisms in going through all of these cyclical patterns of regeneration operate. So we want to get closer to nature in order to mimic that, to embody that kind of orgone, that creation life force energy, which is only possible when we now have activated, when we have cleansed, when we have deprogrammed these kinds of false programming within the multidimensional body. The incredible ability is that we have the ability of removing these attachments, of clearing them out of the body and bringing ourselves back. The most powerful state for the human body is to not be in a state of hypnosis. Because of all of this programming, hypnosis is one of the master key tools to put the human into this sleep, this inverted reality, which is manipulated profoundly from every sense of this physical body, which rules the physical plane. So we have to be able to understand how that works, how it's connected to the nervous system, to the neurological system, and the organs in order to no longer be puppets to this kind of a destructive system. I'm just going to move forward here. There are many different ways that we can take back our understanding of our creation and who is creating. Either you are being created or you are creating. So in order for the human to come into creation, we have to come into that singularity, that point of singularity, which is where we understand that we are everything and nothing at the same time, where we are creating this incredible, beautiful moving vortex of life force that is now able to generate life force instead of deplete itself of that life force. So you are this prima materia. You are that the ability to create, and through the alchemy of those emotions and the mastery of consciousness, awareness, presence in the present moment now, and training yourself in dream time, training yourself in the astral plane, in projection, we begin to activate the higher powers of the multidimensional body. And this is how the human begins to heal and gently disconnect from all of those deprogrammings. And what that's going to look like is that you're going to begin to see a completely different reality. You're going to notice that everything that the world is showing you is inverted. It's inverted. And it's very complex. I remember when I first became aware of this, it was unbelievable. I was so surprised at every moment how I was noticing the inversions in the reality, and I was noticing that my body would no longer respond to them. Because when you heal fragments of yourself from that trauma, you're basically dealing with trauma and fragmentation that occurs at the soul level. All of those fragments that make up your multidimensional body are created through trauma. And the system, this multidimensional system, this organic system of hybridization, benefits from your fragmentation because you are more enmeshed in the three-dimensional plane, and there's more lack of awareness from your center of the universe, from your organism. So although we are one, we are collectively healing and moving, the more of us that come into this awareness, we maintain a very strong balance in the collective instead of so much chaos. There's always this duality that we're experiencing in the three-dimensional plane, but we want to move towards that point of singularity where we are not going into the mechanic, automaton type artificial intelligence. In fact, this is where our technology is headed now. Everything is going virtually online, and we are being programmed to become that artificial intelligence. That's the next step. And it's occurring through big pharma. It's occurring through the food. It's occurring through social engineering that is occurring in the world even today, now. So we want to become aware of that so we can reverse that interaction and that exchange. Okay. So one of the ways that you can do that is by beginning to work with your chakra system. And that is learning how to manage and control the first three chakras, working with the information that's there, dealing with your trauma, healing that trauma, which means reintegrating the fragments that were created throughout your entire life, from birth, from the womb, and then going back into your past lives. This is absolutely possible. I have done it myself. And, you know, it takes time and dedication, but if you're a parent, this should be a priority for you when you can, in your time. If you are any human on this planet right now, if you're a father, a mother, we want to try to instill it in the next generation that they are completely aware of how this system is structured so that they no longer end up being puppets, to the system in such a incredible way. So I think we are out of time. Let me just come over here. Oh yeah, this is pretty much my last slide about balance. We want to create complete, perfect balance. How do you create that? It is the divine feminine, that masculine that unite to create life. And that simply just means awareness, complete awareness of the dark and the light that we are. And I talk a lot about this on my channel, so you guys can dive deeper into that. I'm kind of giving you an overview now. But if you wish to work with me, I am a certified hypnotherapist. I'm a member of the AHA. I'm an NLP practitioner. and all these other things. And my primary focus is to teaching people how to deprogram themselves. I call it DNA deprogramming. And through hypnotherapy, beginning to reintegrate fragments of your soul that are created through collective trauma, which is what we are a product of. So if you wish to work with me, please do check it out. I am also owner of hybridmother.com, and we have a international support group that you can go ahead and join us. We have some dates up on the calendar. Please do join us if you're an experiencer. You can also check out Extraordinary the Seeding, which is a documentary regarding hybridization, just to understand a little bit more about it. And that's it. Thank you so much for having me, and it was a pleasure.
Absolutely remarkable. That was incredible, Geraldine. I was fixated on the screen just watching and listening. It was almost like you were hypnotizing me during the event.
Oh no.
But it was so much information. It was so informative. I'm going to bring everybody on because I believe everybody probably has something to say. I mean, I enjoyed the part about the black goo. I enjoyed the part of the color coding for the propaganda and the way that they actually advertise to people. I mean, I could go on and on. It was an amazing presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You know, these are, and I wish there was more time, because on every single one of these topics, you could talk probably a lot about them, because they are very complex topics. It's really not so simple. There's so much information to discuss about the origins, about history, about our government, about society. I mean, there's so much. So it really does take time, you know, to kind of inform yourself on those levels. But I think majority of your viewers are pretty up to date with a lot of that information. So I'm hoping.
We definitely cover some of it, but you went in depth. And just to show you, I mean, we've got beautiful presentation, wonderful, outstanding, so amazing. It was so great. You were connecting dots, and you know, a lot of that stuff, you hit the surface level and it becomes a little overwhelming. But the way you went about it was gentle, and you touched on all of it. Like you said, you can go further and further and further as you go through it. But the way it was subtle, it was perfect. It was right to the point. It was amazing.
Great.
Gerald,
I'm so glad to know. Thank you.
That was outstanding. I've seen some of your presentations on Portal to Ascension, and you know, every single time you really hit the mark, right on the head. The question I have about hybridization is the children that are up in the craft. What happens with them? Do they get integrated into Earth, or do they get integrated onto a different planet to you know, go forth and multiply kind of deal? Like you know, what's the end game with that?
Yeah, it's a very complex system, but I guess the way that I like to answer that question is for you to become aware that because we are fragmented, potentially we're being hybridized on more than one dimensional plane, which could be infinite, okay? Because there are, just myself, I was a part of 4 different programs that I'm aware of, right? And the way that the terrestrial program works, it takes biological information, but it also takes information from your spine, right? They literally did a spinal tap and utilizing that information to create clones. So this is also a different kind of hybridization in a sense, because those clones are modified as well. And the idea is that they are taking a bit of that soul spark, that source code, that creation life force energy.
Spark. Yeah,
exactly. And they're utilizing that and into creating artificial intelligence eventually on some levels. But this is organic artificial intelligence. And the way I look at ourselves as a human race is that we are basically that endpoint. On some level, we are maybe the end of one of those programs. We have been that genetically, we are that advanced, you know, artificial organic intelligence. But there is the aspect of free will. And the free will occurs when that moment of singularity, that consciousness becomes aware of itself. It has the ability to either embody, continue that artificial intelligence, or become an organism of creation. And that is the incredible complexity of what we are, which is our source code, our holographic DNA is that, you know. So some of these children are kept on craft. I mean, it's very complex. There are these hives that are managed by draconians, some of them, and kind of where I am still trying to really get proof on these pictures, because do the draconians manage the majority of the hybridization programs, or are there higher vibrational beings that are also managing the hybridization program?
Nice.
And where I tend to be conflicted in that is looking at the natural laws of creation. Source is infinite, it's everything, so it doesn't tend to function in a parasitic manner. And so a lot of this kind of exchange is easily occurring because the host is unaware, it's unconscious. It makes these contractual agreements to participate, but it does it at a point where it's unconsciously understanding what it's doing. So to me, that's parasitic exchange.
Kind of like an archon. A
Sure,
deal with an archon,
yeah.
something like that.
Exactly. And these are descendants of these,
Mm-hmm.
this consciousness, the archonic kind of consciousness. So it's a model of exchange. Now, I also see Mary Rodwell's work, for example. I talk a lot about her because she studies these children, these incredibly advanced children that are completely aware of the universe at the age of, I don't know, 3. They have awareness of all these lives, of their own past lives. So
Mm-hmm.
obviously, some of these beings, these organisms, are being inserted in the timeline. It's beneficial, right? We are in a matrix which is designed for the generation of life force, either way, high or low. So there's always something that is kind of benefiting. We're all codependent of one another. Yeah, so I hope I answered. I know it's very complex. It's not a
Yeah, it's
simple
an
answer.
extremely complex question.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean. Are they administrating this program, or are they in control of this program, or yeah, I totally get you when you're talking about them. One of the children that Mary Rodwell has spoken to is Leah Capitelli, and Leah Capitelli has been on Watchers Talk, and I believe on Full Spectrum Universe as well, where she's shared her experiences from being an Atlantean, and then previous experiences from that as well. So I find that extremely fascinating.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, we have to remember there is no time, right? Time is
Mhm.
not linear by any means. It is spherical. So in reality, we're experiencing all the dimensional planes. We have access to all our fragments, even the hybrids. The hybrids are fragments of us that are living out. So through them, they are also living out certain experiences. We have access to all that information. So I guess the importance is that the more of us that go in and begin to deprogram the matrix as quick as possible, we can begin to understand and navigate on these higher levels and become informed on what's actually going on. And I think that when we look at our world today, and everything that's happening with our children, with the food, with the everything, we have to become aware of where our money is going, because the money is what speaks. And systems are going more into virtual space now for a reason. Everything is virtual. We're going to be virtual too, in a sense in which we're beginning to activate our telepathic abilities. All of these higher sensory abilities are now necessary in order to understand reality going forth.
So true.
Yeah,
That is
it's kind
so
of what I
true.
was. It's kind of what I was talking about this morning about the sixth root race coming in. It's going to be very clairvoyant and telepathic and have a higher form of consciousness. And we see this happening right across the planet, like I was saying earlier, in almost every household, where people are saying, my children are so advanced that my children are doing things before I ever did. My children can read before I did, walk, cook, and all of that. And it's not just like the odd household here and there.
No.
It's like literally every single household right across the world. So you can clearly tell that there's some sort of an energetic or a conscious-based shift that's going on. And it's happening. And and Geraldine's absolutely correct, where we need to understand this and go in there and begin to deprogram this matrix and begin to program it in the way that we want it, right? In the way that our human experience is asking for it, right? So very good.
Yeah,
Thank you, Geraldine. That was excellent.
Geraldine, are you familiar with Michael White's work? You
No,
know?
I'm not. No. Who
Okay,
is
he
that?
was a gentleman that was part of the military, and he was in charge of the tall whites
Hmm.
and their children. And he was the only one that was allowed to work with them. And apparently,
Oh.
they were brought here to Earth or had come down here to Earth, and they are living here on Earth, uh, mingling in with the rest of us,
Hmm.
so to speak. So I didn't know if you knew anything about that or not, or.
No, but I mean, I definitely know that we're intermingling with races. Absolutely. I mean,
Mhm.
the layers, when the veil begins to lift, it, you begin to realize what a multidimensional reality we live in, and you have to be ready for that because we're so used to our comfort zone, and and this goes very deeply. It goes deeply in our state of survival. We are always in a state of survival, unfortunately, and that's programmed. So
Right.
we have to move away from that state of survival so that we can begin to become friends with the unknown, because going into the next 10 years, we're going to be seeing that unknown that you and I are talking about. It's going to be quite visible in our reality. So, we're kind of showing the way to what we're headed towards pretty
May,
quickly.
may I
It's really
ask?
wild. It's if we didn't have a theme today, I guess you could say, because we've heard this so many times already, is
Yeah.
where once you reveal what's behind the veil, it's so multifaceted and multidimensional that it's just incredible. And you guys are all given insight into this veil lifted other side, and it's so incredible to see that, because some of us, like, we tiptoe back and forth, in and out a little bit. We're really starting to get our feet wet, like behind that veil, where it's already removed, and we're on that side, and it's truly incredible, truly
Mhm.
incredible. So I guess that was kind of like the underlining, non-intentional theme for today. Really, it was pretty crazy. Go ahead, Clarence. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Well,
off.
no, I have to ask her because of a personal note for myself. At what age did you start into this? Do you recall?
So the funny thing is, I had memories since 5 years old. I had missing time at 5 years old already. But the
Mhm.
problem is that because of conditioning, up until 2013, I didn't link all of these very odd phenomena that were happening throughout my life to the extraterrestrial phenomena until it was like ripped open. And I was like, oh, okay. And I mean, I was sick sometimes. I became pregnant without having a partner
Mm.
several times. So all these things kept happening, and the doctors were saying, these are things that happen. It's stress, it's the wish to have children. I never have wish to have children.
Right.
All of these things that were happening. So that's where reality begins to merge with these worlds. But now, after doing my own personal healing, all the memories came back, and even from past lives. And I think a lot of experiencers experience that in my support groups. When we do some hypnotherapy work or therapy work, it's incredible the amount of awakening that occurs through these sessions.
Well, I'm
So,
definitely going to have
yeah,
to hook up with you because I got a
yeah,
lot of questions on that because of
yeah.
my experiences I've had uh, as a youngster over the years, and
Wow.
stuff. And
She's
a lot of
ultimately the
what
one to
you,
talk to, for
yeah,
sure.
the everything that you have said or talked about resonates with me. So I understand exactly where you're coming from. And
It's amazing.
yeah, eye opener.
So
Please
not
do
only we,
come.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was
No,
going to say, not only are we, lifting the veil, we're making connections behind it too, which is
that's
really
the most
great.
Absolutely.
important.
Yep.
That's the
Really
most
great.
important. Yeah, it's just so beautiful to see that. Thank you so much, Clarence. And I invite all of you to come to the support group sometime. It's pretty mind blowing. So,
I'm gonna
Absolutely.
recommend my wife come and
yeah.
come and check you out because she's had experiences her entire life. She's had missing time, just odd health things that have happened to her. Just always running from someone or something. She said, she's had, these tall men with white coats surrounding her, standing around her. I haven't regressed her or gone anything deep like that. It's one of the reasons why I actually got into doing what I'm doing, to get to the bottom of it, to find out what's been happening with my wife her entire life. And I'm wondering if the same thing is happening with my daughter. So,
Wow. Oh,
I'm
for sure.
definitely gonna, ask Amy to reach out to you and see what, what she can do, because it's really interesting, fascinating as well. But also very scary at the same time. That scary because of the fact that we don't know what's happening. Maybe the scariness will go away once the veil is being lifted and you can exactly see what's happening. But for now, it's like very fearful. But we don't want to get trapped into that fear thinking either, right? And create that low density. Yeah.
Exactly. The stronger spiritual foundation we have, and that means just familiar with the unknown, the easier it will be to get into these topics quicker. So I'd love to connect with her, and we can discuss it. And just quickly, it goes in families, by the way.
Yeah,
so I kind of figured if the mother has it, I'm pretty sure the daughter has it too. So
yeah,
and you too.
And I've told my wife the same thing. I was like, if this is happening to you, then that means that this has happened to Shania. It's happened to your sister. It's happened to your mom, to your auntie, to your grandma. And this has been happening generationally for probably thousands of years to bring you guys to the point where you are today. I did a little bit of research into this, and I discovered that 80% of abductees are women. And out of those 80%, they're all hereditary. Where it's just one generation after the other. It's almost feels like that they're programming them for the following generation. Now I have a grandbaby coming, and I'm hoping that she's a girl, and now I'm like very defensive on that as well, right? Because I don't want these ETs
you've seen it.
to be messing with her, right? And so I think what I'm going to do is when she's born is I'm going to use my right brain to communicate telepathically with her and then make that connection to to I don't know, I guess to warn her or to even to learn maybe something from her as well, because this is happening and I need to know why.
Is there a big difference between the female and the male abductee?
Of course.
As far, well, I mean, obviously we're being abducted, but I mean, as far as the reason, the reasoning behind it.
Well, no, I don't think there is much of a reason. I think it's always the genetic information that's being taken, different genetic information, and it doesn't always have to be the ovums or the semen. It can be other things. It can be parts of the body that are utilized to create artificial intelligence that's then reimplanted within that same genetic lineage. Remember, it goes through families because there's a similar genetic code that is being utilized generation over generation. So if they were to
like a barcode,
right?
It's like a barcode, exactly. And so these guys are incredibly advanced in creating these genetic organisms that can sustain in the human body, and it's done also on the interdimensional levels. So it's not just physical. So that means many things can happen. The contact experience. What is the same in a way is the trauma. Right.
Yeah.
The trauma is very much there. PTSD clinically shows that men and women have the same kind of trauma as a result of that. Right. And so that really means that you don't just get PTSD from a dream, from a lucid dream. This is something that is a repetitive thing that's been happening over time. And so that's what we want to try to avoid, and to help our fellow experiencers move from that PTSD into a place of clear understanding. Again, that singularity where ultimately those beings are also reflections of ourselves on some level. And that can be very hard for us to come to that conclusion when we hear all these things, but we need to. It's like our human race depends on that well-being. That's vitality, that's longevity. And it's also free will, which is the most important thing,
Wow.
Could PTSD cause physical ailments in a person, like say chronic headaches, dental pains, bodily pains?
Oh, absolutely. So all of these networks, from the psychology, there's a psychosomatic root in all illnesses. And so we need to understand those connections because they deeply affect the physical body. When as a healer, when I see someone ill, I can immediately see where they're holding on to that stagnant part in their multidimensional body first. And then it speaks to emotions, and that's energy, that's information. When that's released, we begin to see healing in the person. Right. And this has been studied by many people that study pranic healers, and all of these kinds of energy healers. It's a powerful thing. We need to educate ourselves on that. Yeah.
Wow. Absolutely
Yeah, I could
incredible.
sit here, pick your brain till like 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
I mean, we
No
could,
kidding.
we could.
Yeah.
We got to move
So
on to
fun
the
to
next
talk with you
segment.
guys.
But
Yes.
Geraldine,
Thank you.
absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for coming through, guys. Go to GeraldineOrozco.com if you need the help. She's there to help you with her support group. She has so many different hats in the basket that she could literally help you any way you need it. And that presentation was just killer. That was a killer presentation.
Absolutely.
So much information. I'm going to have to rewatch it probably 2 or 3 times to make sure that I remember all of it, because it was that pertinent, that information, So, I thank you so much for coming on. It's an honor and a privilege to have you, like always. And we're going to be doing some more work into the future. So we'll definitely be in touch very soon.
I would
Yeah,
love
we'll
that.
see you like August 5 to 10 between
Yes.
there somewhere. Yeah, we've got a disclosure event, and we'll be sending out you an email here in the next couple of days.
Yes.
When this is over, then we'll do a follow-up email and give some details. Thank you very much, Geraldine. Really appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you.
You guys are amazing. Much love. Bye-bye.
You
Much
too.
love. All right, guys. So I'm going to drop you guys out of the screen real quick. We're going to bring the girls up. It's just going to be me and the girls for a minute. So here we go. We've got Melinda. We've got Heather and Kalista. We've got Mandy. We've got Jennifer. It is the entire full spectrum network. We are all here. We are all here. Kalista, first and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So amazing. I'm set to be taking these same steps in, I don't know, probably like a year or so, but
Oh, very exciting.
absolutely amazing. I wish you guys love and happiness and just, an amazing future together.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
So let's get to the fact at hand, is that we have rescue medium Melinda from Enchanted Psychic Visions. We have Heather and Kalista from Chicks and Spirits and Stay Spooky podcast. We've got Jennifer and Mandy from Ghost Sisters and Paranormal Justice with the Ghost Sisters. Oh, that was a mouthful. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you all for being a part of this event. It wouldn't be, an event without the family here, and we are truly the family. So guys, go ahead and start one at a time. We'll start Melinda and work our way down. Just give a brief synopsis about yourselves, about the show you do. Let's have at it. So, Melinda, you can start.
I love her hair.
You're muted, Melinda. You're muted. Nobody can hear you.
I
There
do
you go.
that every time.
There you go.
So basically, I'm a rescue medium, and I'm the owner of Enchanted Psychic Visions, and me and Rob is partners in Spirits and Earth Paranormal. So basically, what I do is I try to help earthbound spirits. I also do card readings and a little bit of everything in the spiritual realm. So that's basically, and I'm based out of Arizona. So
We used to have a show called The Seer and the Scholar. We're going to be coming back with something a little bit different in the near future. So,
yes.
Heather and Kalista, hello, ladies. Tell us about yourselves.
Well, it's Heather and Kalista.
Kalista. I keep saying Kalista. You know what it is? Is in X-Men, there was the same spelling and her name was Kalista. So that's why I say it like that. I'm sorry.
We
Kalista.
call her whatever we want to call her.
Yeah, really.
I'm just going to start calling you C. That's all.
There you go. So we are part of the Stay Spooky podcast, Stay Spooky with Chicks and Spirits. I'm Heather. I am the founder of Chicks and Spirits, and this is my daughter-in-law.
Yes, that's right.
So we started out with Chicks and Spirits a few years ago, and then we ended up getting into podcasting about, I want to say like a little over a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've just been moving around with our podcast, and now we're here with you, and we love it. So we're happy to be here and on your show. And your daughter.
Exceptional. Yeah. Jennifer and Mandy, tell us everything that you guys do.
Where do we begin, Jenny?
Oh, man.
Well, I'll just say I'm Mandy, lead investigator, founder for Ghost Sisters. I'm also a medium and an empath. Let's just say I do spiritual writing. I do a lot of the filming for the team and kind of try to keep everyone together, and I try to find us new locations to go investigate and basically just try to keep all the girls in line.
It's a lot. It's a lot of work.
Yeah. Stressful.
Jennifer, your turn.
I'm one of the Ghost Sisters. I'm an investigator with Mandy and Chastity and Bobby Joe. We travel a lot to a lot of locations, and we experience a lot of different things. It's exciting. Sometimes it can be a little dangerous, but I do what's called psychometry. So I can use my hands and be able to tell you the history and visualize the person that owned the object. And of course, Mandy and I are very sensitive to the spirits. We both have, that works in different ways for both of us. We have both of our abilities, and our sensations are a little different, I should say, when it comes to the spirits being next to us or in the room with us. But yes, I enjoy it. We're heading to the shrine on Friday for the weekend. That's going to be exciting with TJ Greg Justice will be joining us with a few other people. So we're excited about that this Friday.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I get to see every investigation that the Ghost Sisters do because I edit their videos to get ready for the Roku TV, right? That's it's part of the greatest part about, being the editors. I get to see all the footage, even the embarrassing stuff. So, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So, I wanted to bring everybody here just to, for people to get familiar with who you are and what we do. We put shows on YouTube all the time. Usually it's once a week, twice a week. It depends on what we're doing, and it's been quite a ride so far today. We've been running the clock since 11 a.m. this morning Eastern Standard Time. So I love how you guys do what you do. Like we have Heather is actually going to be coming up with a new podcast. So Heather, you want to tell them about the new podcast?
Yeah, so we've been doing a lot of different stuff on Stay Spooky because Stay Spooky is a topic-based show. So we dove into serial killer. We get into a bunch of different topics, and we bring our guests on, and everybody kind of research. So when we pick our guest, we give them a topic, and then they research with us. So we've been doing a lot of serial killers and cults and stuff like that recently that me and Kirsten Joy have been really vibing with this whole these topics that we come up with having a true crime show. So I pitched it to Rob and said, hey, how would you like if I can go ahead and have a second one? I said, and make it just a true crime podcast. And of course, he, as great as he is, was like, yeah, let's do it. So we are developing it right now. And probably, I want to say the first week of September, we're going to come out on Thursdays. And right now, it looks like it's going to be called Chillin' and Killin' Crime Cast with Heather and Kirsten. So we're looking forward to that to come out. So we're going to do both of them. We're going to have the true crime and then also Stay Spooky. So
it's going to be a wild ride. It's going to be a wild ride because, true crime is huge now. And one of the things about what we do at Full Spectrum is that we encompass the entire spectrum. So hence, not only is it the paranormal, but it's also the psychotic side, the serial killer side. You guys just finished up with cults. Yeah. Absolutely crazy.
I mean, we got banned.
Yeah, it was pretty much. We got flagged.
We got flagged.
I used to sit in this control room. It's called Central Control, where I used to work at the multi-county jail. And I wasn't supposed to do this, but I would look up on the computer and I would actually listen to podcasting. It would be true crime.
Yeah.
I'm listening to it while I'm in this control room. And I wasn't allowed to, but wasn't that like a really creepy sensation being in a room or in a facility with a ton of criminals, and some of them probably could have been mentioned on that podcast, and you're just sitting there with your headphones on like, this is cool.
Right. That's what I would do.
Well, it was a lot of multitasking because I had a big responsibility, but I was able to multitask, listen to the show and do my job. But
that's awesome.
It was creepy. It was really creepy.
We do we host paranormal tours out of the historic 6th precinct in Detroit over here. And, what they have over there, you just see, all these crime stories there because Ed Steele, the owner of that location, has really dove into, the historical part of that. So we have crime books and I love all that stuff. And it leans into the paranormal because when we're investigating, names are coming up. We have police officers telling their stories through the paranormal side because, officers have passed away in that location and inmates and so much stuff has happened there. So it all ties in and it's all very interesting. So I'm very excited to be doing both of these podcasts. So
truly, if you look at, true crime, it definitely incorporates into the paranormal, like you said. I mean, they truly go hand in hand. And, somebody who could tell you a lot about that is Melinda, because she's worked with police officers as a medium and as a psychic, which she explained before. And essentially, somebody had to be there to do that crime. So those are the people you're talking about. And then the spirits come through, and then they're the victims of those crimes, So it's kind of it's a real crazy dichotomy. I mean, it's awesome though, because you're literally exploring both sides of the kind of like the same coin, right?
Yes. Yes. And when you're investigating and you hear names that are coming through, and then you see these names after in these books or these articles, it's very fascinating. And that's what I love about doing this paranormal, everything we do with paranormal. I love when the pieces of the puzzles come together when we're out there investigating.
That's one of the things that I say that I love doing is connecting dots, right? So what happens? I have dots, you have dots. Sometimes my dots don't connect, but when we put our information together, your dot helps connect my dot, and now we have the whole story, right?
Exactly.
So, Mandy, you guys have something special going on when you're going to the shrine, right? This time around. So who are you going with? What are you doing down there? What are you looking to see when you get down there? Because we love the shrine. Everybody knows it. The shrine's the greatest.
We get to see it.
Yeah.
Some Para Unity with another team from Tennessee, TJ Justice. And there's like 3 other people, I believe, on his team. He's bringing in, who was the other one, Jenny?
He's bringing Cindy, Renee, Justin, and there's another one. And there possibly JB Colts is coming. She's supposed to come also, but we haven't heard anything about that yet. If for sure she's coming.
Now, these people on the team, some of them are, they're white witch. They consider themselves a white witch, which, the shrine has multiple things there. They have witches there. So, for this team to come, and they're going to get to experience some really neat things, especially at the Earth Gate, because that is where we like to believe that the witches mainly hang out at. But yeah, it's going to be something different and unique, because when you're bringing teams that's never been to a location like this before, they get to experience something totally different. I mean, this isn't like walking into your haunted building, a location that has history to it of many deaths. This is totally different.
Well, we found that out on your episode that you guys were last at the shrine when the door almost came at you, right?
Yes, you don't know what you're going to get.
It's wild. It's wild. You got, for those who didn't see it yet, it's actually on Roku. We can always send a link and all that, but it was crazy. You guys are just sitting there, and all of a sudden the door goes boom, 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 and you're like, "What the hell?" And you guys had to bail because that door was going to come flying at you. I would have done the same thing.
I was sitting right behind that door. Mandy was on the coffin. So
Jenny's lap.
The last time it happened, I thought I better move before this door slams me in the back.
That's
Jenny's
crazy.
always got my back. I'll tell you that right now. She did when I jumped in her lap, and
I thought she was going to pick you up and run with you. Like, all right, I got you. Don't worry, I got you. I thought you guys were going to bail, like really bail. Like, I'm out of here. I'm done. Like walking.
That's what
out.
I do. I run, and everybody knows to run.
Yeah. She all calm and remained calm once I jumped on her. She was like, "It's okay, it's okay." And then she's like, "We got our sign. We got our sign." And then it was just so funny because her reaction after that, it was like the door started going boom, 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 and she's straight like, "Whoa!" And she's like grabbing me, helping me up, and we're like running. We didn't leave the cave, but we got out of that area.
It was funny. You're right, because she was very calm, and then she's like, "All right, that's enough. That's different," and walked away from it. But it's really crazy. So, Heather, I want you to tell people about you and cornfields, right? So, being the producer of all these shows, I get to hear pretty much all the little dirty secrets, and Heather does not like cornfields. And when we did her intro, I put her near a cornfield in the intro. It's really funny, but go ahead.
Well, I've never liked them. I've seen Children of the Corn. I don't play that crap. So, I just have never been a fan of it. I don't do corn mazes. I don't do any of that. So we were on, this is when we were on Blog Talk. We had some guests on, and We do, like I said, we do a lot of stuff out of the 6th precinct, and we're trying to help with, with the restoration there. And they all came up with this great idea that, oh, Heather's scared of cornfields. Well, let's go ahead and throw her in a cornfield. And I'm like, no. And they said, well, if we raise a certain amount of money, you're going to go in the cornfield. So, okay, I'm down for anything to help out a location. And there was, certain stipulations on it. But we raised enough money that I still had someone coming with me during the cornfield thing. So what I did was, because I'm like, okay, I'm going to go in this scary cornfield. And our other host, Kelly, like, she wanted me to go to Mandy's and actually go into a cornfield that I could just walk through. And then she's got a haunted cornfield. And I'm like, no.
I'm surrounded by cornfields right now. They're all up right now.
I know, and everybody wants to bring me back out there. Because
they know they're going to get gold once you get there. It's going to be hilarious. That's why they want you to come.
Oh, exactly.
I want to see it. So, we should make that happen. But
it's happened. So when we did it, we did the cut through a corn maze. So I was like, you know what? If I got to go in there, I'm going to be scary. So I ended up doing like special effects makeup on myself and dressing up like a scarecrow, so I can okay, at least I can blend mentally. I'm a part of you. Don't kill me. So I go out there and we're in the cornfield, and of course people were hiding and jumped out and scared me. Of course, and it was great footage for everybody. Everybody had a great time, but we raised the money. It's good. I did what I did, but I said that's it. I'm done. So I went out in the cornfield. I was out this weekend, and there was a cornfield, and it was daytime. And I'm like, look, I'm out in the cornfield. And everybody right away called me on it. It was like, it's not dark. So I'm like,
daytime. Oh.
Yeah, so everybody wants me to go back out there. So we'll see. Maybe we'll do something. We'll see.
The part that's making me laugh. The part that's making me laugh is you put clothes on to blend in with the cornfield like it was a group of people, and you're trying to, fall out amongst the sea of corn.
It is.
That's hilarious.
I don't play with the corn people.
The corn people are crazy. So, Melinda, you have just recently acquired a coven. Tell us about the coven and where we can find the coven.
Okay. Basically, it's called Enchanted Circle of Witches. And sorry about my voice, guys. I've had allergies and asthma and everything going on. But so it's enchantedcircleofwitches.org. And basically, I'm the high priestess in it. And I do have another high priestess. Rob has joined us. And so basically, what we're going to be doing, we do offer lessons, and we are here to help teach of the white light only. Of course, we will talk about the dark stuff because it is real, it is there. But basically, it's a school, and it's to really just teach everyone that witchcraft can be used of the light.
That's a great goal too, because there's, it always has a stigma about it. And really, when you go out and you start doing paranormal, you tend to find out that it might not be exactly what it's perceived to be or what you were told your whole life. It's associated with Halloween, and Halloween is supposed to be scary. So you take that, it's a whole psychology behind it. But, I think that's really incredible. And I look forward to seeing all of that. So, also I'm a part of it now. So it's, we're going to be doing crazy stuff, guys. We're going to be doing crazy stuff. It's funny because all of you are empathically gifted and all this. And it's like, all right, guys, let's get it. You're all inclined. And I'm just the dude sitting here okay, I'm going to click on this button and share you out. Let's go.
That's interesting to me because I'm 4th generation. So I'll have to check out your site.
Hence why we made the connection.
Yes, Jennifer, you do that. And all of you girls are welcome. And, we're going to do a lot of rituals, ceremonies, and, teach about the positive of it. And, because also in it, I'm going to be using StreamYard, and Rob, you may have to help me. You know how I'm not techie. And we're going to see, I do seances. I do, the Ouija board, I do everything. So, we're going to bring that in, and I'm going to teach people how to use it and how to use it in the right way. So it's just a lot of things we got planned. So I hope to see you girls, well, everybody there.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. So, Mandy, Ghost Sisters has been on hiatus for a little while because of the filming and things like that. When can we expect to see the Ghost Sisters back on the podcast?
This Thursday.
Oh, yeah. If I would have known, right? Like, but
yeah, we're going to be talking to someone who's very he's wrote a lot of books. He's got a lot of interesting stories to tell us. He also appeared on Ghost Nation. They were at his home last year. They investigated his location, his house, and he's wrote a lot of books. He's also a self-independent producer for horror shows. So we're going to have some good topics with him to talk about. And he's looking forward to it. So, yes, this Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
Excellent. Excellent. So, Heather and Callista, did I say it right that time?
Yeah.
Good. So, you guys just got finished doing cults. And first off, Callista, now that you're married, are we going to see you on the show?
Oh, yes, yes.
Second, what's the next topic we're going to be going over?
Our next topic is actually, we're not going to be on this Tuesday. It'll be the following Tuesday. So there you go. I'll let you know that now.
Awesome. Scheduling during events. I love it.
I know, right? So we're going to surround our topic around one of the locations that we are hosting tours out of now. It's the Sadillac Historic Museum and Village. And there's so much that goes around this location. And a lady wrote a book about it. And we're going to bring her on and have her kind of talk about her book. And there's a spirit that is said to haunt the location. And her name is Minnie Quay is in there. And that's what her book was on. So I'm hoping that I'm going to do an on location for this podcast and get out there to Sadillac and actually run it from the location. So
that's going to be a lot of fun.
And Callista's just hearing about this. You're going to go with me.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I didn't know about it either. Don't feel bad. I didn't know either, but it sounds intriguing, and I can't wait to see it. So, Melinda, what's next for you?
Oh gosh, I've got so many
when
things.
Is this Hello Spirit coming to Full Spectrum Network that like we were planning? Let's throw all the cards on the table for everybody to see. When are we getting it done?
Well, Rob, it's whenever you can get together and we'll get it started. So we are going to do a podcast that's called Hello Spirit. And basically we'll have a person come on that wants to connect to someone in spirit. And, we're going to do one person at per podcast, aren't we, Rob?
That's right.
I think that's
we're going to try. Or if we have two people, it'll be like a half hour and a half hour. Really go in depth and what we can find out. Because I've been starting to read tarot too with Melinda, but I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to be more of the person who talks the whole time, like I do all the time. But that's just what I do.
But you got the voice for it,
right?
I'm a little hoarse right now, but
like Casey. If anybody even knows who that is, I'm kind of aging myself with that.
Who? Isn't that Shaggy?
No.
Who is it? Wait a minute. So who is that?
Never mind.
I said Casey Kasem, and she just like.
Hello, I'm Casey Kasem with this week's top 40.
Thank you.
That's Casey Kasem.
No, that's not who played Shaggy.
Yes, it is.
You're thinking of Matthew Lillard. And
no, I swear to God.
What Shaggy as like when he was the original Shaggy,
like the cartoon.
Yeah,
like
Zoid
Scooby. Like no, no.
She's going to Google.
If I grew this a little bit, maybe. But I actually had a lot of facial hair as of yesterday, and I'm like, nah, I can't do it. Can't do it. It's too much, too itchy. It rubs against the microphone because I got to have it right up on my mouth.
Oh, okay. She was right. Casey Kasem did play Shaggy Roberts in the cartoon. I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. That's wild.
The old ones.
The old
like
ones.
1969, 1970.
Look at us learning new stuff today.
All right. So let's go down the line, and I want everybody to tell all about your websites and your pages so we can make sure that we hit all of the good stuff and tell people where they can find you. Let's get it. We'll start with Mandy and Jennifer. We'll go the other way this time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mandy.
You can find us on Facebook with Ghost Sisters, and also you can find us on YouTube, Ghost Sisters, and TikTok under Ghost Sisters. And we're on all social media, Instagram, Twitter, Ghost Sisters. Go like and follow us.
This pot of coffee.
I love the pot of coffee. That's
Mandy,
how I roll.
You have your intuitive medium.
Oh, how could I forget? Also, you can go like and follow my page, my intuitive medium Mandy. If you would like a reading, you can message me.
Nice.
I can't believe you forgot that.
Oh, I know, and I just did an hour reading.
Literally, just saw it come up on Appalachian memes. Boom.
Yeah, I'm drained. The spirits have drained me, Rob. Oh my gosh.
Maybe such. Maybe such. Wow. Okay. Ladies, you're next.
Okay, I'm
everybody, but
all right. You can follow us and you can go to Chicks and it's spelled out and on everything because you can't use the little sign. Yes. But Facebook, Instagram, we don't really Twitter. It's out there, but it is what it is. We have our YouTube page and definitely check out our page. We have a lot of upcoming tours going on and events. So tickets going on sale for things. And we also have a Stay Spooky podcast page as well. So check that out and then look forward for our new podcast, True Crime, Chilling and Killing. So check that.
Melinda?
All right, so I'm on Facebook under my name, Melinda Williams. Also Enchanted Psychic Visions on Facebook. I am on Instagram. Learning how to use it is something that's been a mess for me, but I'm on Twitter. I'm doing better with it. Then, of course, there's the witchcraft website, which is enchantedcircleofwitches.org. And then I do have a YouTube channel called The Enchanted Witch. So that's about everything I can think of.
That's enough. That's enough.
Yes.
So, I'm so glad you all decided to jump on for a little while and talk to me. I love all you to death, and I appreciate all that you guys do. You're all incredible, and I can't wait to work with you all more in the future. I mean, you guys are great, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. You are too.
This week.
What's that?
Expect a bunch of videos flying your way this week.
I'm ready. Listen, throw it at me. I got it. This is what I do. 2 shows?
2. I mean, if you want to, you can do 1 or 2, but I've got.
Well, listen, if it's there, it's there. Yeah. Are you sending me flash drives? Or are we doing the download thing again?
I'm sending the flash drives. It's too much to upload. So
it's a lot of confusion where we're downloading for sure. But yeah, send them over and I'll bust them out.
Nice.
I'll bust them out. What'd you think of episode 2 and 3?
They were good. I'm trying to share them now on YouTube, but I'm having a hard time getting them out of that link where you upload them.
Very difficult. Very difficult.
It
very
is.
difficult. But it is what it is. But
our
anyway,
numbers are jumping. I love it.
That's it. That's it. We're hopefully by the end of this summer, we'll all be skyrocketing to success. That's all we can hope for. All of us.
Yes.
Exactly.
As a team. That's how we do it. This is my team. Everybody, this is Full Spectrum Network. This is the team. This is how we do it.
This is how we do it.
That's right. So, Melinda, Heather, Callista, Jennifer, and Mandy, thank you, ladies, for coming on. I appreciate you guys more than you know, and we will speak to all of you very, very soon.
We appreciate all your help too, Rob. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anytime.
We love to be a part of this, so thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Stay spooky, everybody.
Awesome.
We're ghosting out.
Yeah.
Oh, good times.
All right, ladies, I'm going to take you guys down one by one. Let's get you out. I got to do a little bit of thank you, Melinda. Have a great evening.
You too, Rob. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. All right, guys, it's me again. And now it's my time to do a little bit of our sponsors, right? So we got sponsored by our very, very good friends, Forgotten Origin. And I'm going to share the screen so you can see the website because it is truly an amazing website. They have 2. So first we have Forgotten Origins out of Australia Theory. These gentlemen have worked super hard to bring you credible evidence of how man through the Aboriginal people, which means the original people, and they're gonna be the last ones to close up shop tonight for us, and they show you how our ancestry leads back through Australia. Many believe it's Africa, some believe it's Australia. I am on the Australian team, to be quite honest, and I love our Aussie friends as well. Now they also have another site. They have, which it's called Our Alien Ancestry, which I'm going to pull up right now for you. And this is their site where they do events. Now, for a small fee, you guys can be a part of these events, not in so much talking, but to be in the audience. Absolutely incredible information that goes out during these. I believe we're going to be on chapter 12. If you do sign up for the website, which is forgottenorigins.com, what's going to happen is you'll be able to go back and watch all of the backlogged conferences that they've done to date. We're already on number 12. It is absolutely imperative you get this information. It's incredible work. It's incredible stuff. So with that being said, I'm going to go into the intro, and then I'm going to bring in the MCs again. Incredible. Awesome. Thank you, Clarence. So how you hanging in there, Clarence? You all right?
Doing good. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
buddy. We got, this is the anchors coming in. These are the guys that have just been blowing my mind as of late with all of their information. It's truly, truly incredible. We have Paul Wallace coming up next. I'm gonna go into a little bit of a bio for him. Born in Buckinghamshire, England, Paul has enjoyed periods of life in Bath, Nottingham, Portsmouth, and London. As a youth, he commuted to it for a 10-year period between the UK and Canada, later settling in Australia. His travels have included horse trekking in the depths of the Grand Canyon and the heights of the Himalayas, swimming in the Amazon, parachuting in Australia, and surviving a charging rhinoceros in Zambia, along with more peaceful pilgrimages to Egypt, Zimbabwe, France, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, Turkey, Germany, Switzerland, Belgium, Hong Kong, Singapore, New Zealand, and Kashmir. This man is well traveled. I will tell you that. Paul's studies in linguistics and theology and language took him to the University of Bath, England, the Machiavelli Institute, Florence, Italy, St. John's College and the University of Nottingham in the UK, and to Brazil's Instituto Pastoral Regional in Belém, Amazonia. And in the 80s, 90s, and 2000, Paul worked centered on establishing foundations and faith communities, being instrumental in planting 6 new churches in the Anglican and Charismatic streams. Since the late 90s, Paul has designed and delivered training for pastors and churches in the UK, Korea, West Africa, and Australia. In Australia, Paul has delivered courses on history of Christian thought, biblical hermeneutics, principles of interpreting text, which is what hermeneutics means, and has served as a community doctor and an intentional intern ministry as the archdeacon in the Anglican Church of Australia. Very, very amazing bio. He is an amazing person. Gentlemen, I am honored and privileged to introduce to you Paul Wallace.
G'day, Rob. Thank you so much for that intro. Thank you for having me today. I'm really thrilled to be part of celebrating this happy birthday for Full Spectrum Universe.
Thank you so much for being a part of it, Paul. I mean, I wanted you as the keynote speaker because I feel that your information that you bring to the table is so paramount to what's happening right now, but also, again, about our past. It's a reflection of both. Because when you know the past, you know the future, but you also kind of stew in your present in that moment. So, guys, also, if you go to, I have Paul's website, which I'm going to be putting up shortly in the comments. Purchase his books. We have Escaping from Eden and The Scars of Eden. They are two incredible books. Go to his website and purchase them. Also, I'm going to be putting up Paul's YouTube channel where you can subscribe and join, and also just subscribe regularly. But when you join, you become part of the behind the paywall. He has an immense amount of content going back there. So, guys, do yourself a favor. Get on board. It is truly, truly epic times that we live in, and he is the man to interpret a lot of it for you. So, there they are.
Oh, beautiful. Those are the books.
So, gentlemen, Omar and Clarence, do you have anything to say before we let Paul do what he's going to do?
Oh, I'm just waiting for him to rock this one out.
Oh, me too. That's why I asked you. I knew you weren't going to. You were going to be like, nope, no, let's let him go.
No, let's just let him go, because whatever Paul has to drop is going to be, tasty, and we're going to be salivating right now, just waiting for him to give us some knowledge. So, looking forward to this, Paul. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, guys. Well,
Absolutely.
I should say, after that huge build-up from Rob, I'm really a gateway guy on a lot of these subjects. Rob, you've gathered some incredible speakers today. They know far more than I do on these topics that they're covering, but I think the place I'm occupying, and I'm really enjoying occupying at the moment, is that through books like Escaping from Eden and The Scars of Eden, I'm a gateway guy to get a really broad audience into the things that we're talking about today. And I was listening to Geraldine Orozco earlier, and I was thinking, well, what am I going to say after she's spoken? Because what an outstanding presentation. And I'm tempted just to look at my watch and say what she just said, because there was so much information there, and she supported it so well. So I think what I'm going to do is provide a little light relief today and really illustrate aspects of what Geraldine was talking about with some personal stories. So you can sit back and relax a bit. I'm not going to overtax you today, but tell you some stories that just flesh out at a ground level, personal kind of way, the kind of things Geraldine was saying about deprogramming and then finding our own power and sovereignty and reprogramming ourselves again in a more intentional, informed way. That's really the theme of what I'm talking about. And I was fascinated to hear that theme build, because none of us who are speaking today compared notes and said, you cover this, I'll cover this. But I find this theme of being able to shake ourselves loose of entrainment and old programming and then find a better way forward. That seems to be a theme tying things together. And that's the angle I'm going to be taking today. So I hope that fits happily with what you had in mind, Rob.
It's funny because you say that, but it was like I told everybody, just bring whatever you thought needed to be said. And it's it's like this organic collaboration that has come to pass. And it's the universe literally telling us, hey, look, this is what's happening. Taking that veil off, deprogramming, building yourself back up. That is like the running theme. And I can't be more pleased that it actually ended up like that. And that, first off, that you guys would even, would give us the time to do this. It's so, you're all phenomenal. But the way it came together was special. And I enjoyed that as well. It was really, really incredible.
Cool. Well, that's what I'll do then. Thanks for that, Rob.
We're going to let you get to it.
Take that as a permission. Well, my contribution, as you may know, is in the area of paleo contact. My book, Escaping from Eden, asks, does Genesis teach that the human race was created by God or engineered by ETs? We've heard a bit of that already today. My book, The Scars of Eden, asks, has humanity confused ideas of God with memories of ET contact? And the journey of research which led me to write those books has really been a process of unlearning and learning new stuff. Unlearning because, as Rob mentioned, I was for 33 years in the world of Christian ministry with a very particular paradigm that comes with that. And then my research journey has blown open some of those doors and taken me onto territory that for many is surprising. It surprises people to hear that someone who's a senior churchman is going to be putting ideas like this out. But to share the journey, I'm going to start today by talking about my grandparents. I'm going to get on to Plato, but I'm going to begin with my grandparents. Now, at the very same time that I was beginning my journey of research into paleocontact, a good friend of mine started supplying me with a steady flow of traditional, organic, whole foods, pickled foods, fermented foods, home-brewed beers and wines, which he made fabulously, nettle teas, and gradually my pantry was filling up with these wonderful foods. And then one day, my wife Ruth said, "Paul, what's that funny smell in the pantry?" And so I went to the pantry and I had a sniff, and I thought, oh my goodness, I know this smell. That is exactly how my grandma's pantry used to smell decades and decades ago. Now, my gran was born 110 years ago in Buckinghamshire in the UK, in a home with no plumbing, with a packed earth floor, with no running water, no electricity. And because there was no refrigeration, she grew up necessarily with a very different way of eating. A little later on, when she married, my gran and gramp lived in a row of, I think it was around 16 semi-detached houses, each one with a super long strip garden. And they all grew a lot of the food that they ate. They used money, but they didn't use money for everything. They grew a lot of their own food. So my gran had a wonderful orchard of fruit trees and heaps of vegetables. Most of the backyards along there had extensive vegetable gardens, and another house had chickens, another had goats, another neighbor, the dad was a real wizard with household engineering, that kind of stuff. And simply by operating a shared economy, they didn't barter these things. It was just very, very informal. That one mum would say to a kid playing with her kids, "Would you like to take these apples home with you, see if your mum can use them?" They just had a way of sharing their resources. And by living in that way, living a shared economy, they were able to survive and thrive through the very, very challenging years of the Depression nearly 100 years ago. And it was that pattern of eating and living I was reminded of as I stood outside my pantry saying, I know this smell. By the time I came on the scene and was sort of a conscious participant in the culture, that generation who lived in those 16 households had accrued a lot of wisdom about how to live on this planet. And they were a generation that if you were a child, if you injured yourself, that generation would find you a dock leaf or some honey or some butter or a cobweb. If you had a chemical imbalance, bloating, indigestion, a headache, that generation would say, "Can I get you a nettle tea? Would you like some dandelion and burdock? Can I give you a copper bracelet? Perhaps you should have a salt bath, or let me make you a vinegar wrap or a vinegar poultice." But I was of a generation, that's my notes, which by the 1970s had been trained to say, "Oh, no thanks, Gran, I've got a pill for that." Nettle tea, "Oh, no thanks, Gran, I've got a pill for that." Copper bracelets, "No, it's all right, Gran, I'll pop some pills, take some anti-inflammatories." Where did that response come from? Where did that skepticism and disrespect come from? Why had pill popping become the default? Well, the answer is that at the same time that those 16 households were navigating the Depression, Frederick Banting was isolating insulin. Alexander Fleming had just isolated penicillin. And so there'd been these massive leaps forward in managing diseases with pharmaceuticals. Post-war, governments were spending hundreds of millions of dollars of public money into developing that whole area, seeing the incredible progress that had been made. So hundreds of millions going into the pharmaceutical industry, and the pharmaceutical industry in turn was siphoning tens of millions into universities and medical schools to really embed in our culture the doctrine of a pill for every ill and a patent for every pill. And so that had been going on for half a century before I came on the scene. All that process of education, information, propaganda had been going on for 50 years by the time I was saying, oh, no thanks, Gran, I'll have a pill for that. By the time I was saying that in the 1970s, every doctor that I'd ever seen, every hospital I'd ever attended, every pharmacy I'd ever patronized, every magazine I'd read, every radio show I'd ever listened to, every TV documentary I'd watched, had sent me the same message. No thanks, Gran. I have a pill for that. And that was really a full spectrum dominance of our thinking. It was done through our school education. It was done through advertising. It was all pervasive. And so naturally, it just becomes part of how you think, what you think reality is. It's not that I had a range of views that have been put to me or a range of responses to different conditions, and I chose the pill, I chose the pharmaceutical one. It was done unthinkingly. And what Geraldine was saying about breaking out of a state of hypnosis is very relevant, because when you're surrounded by a full spectrum of signals, that's what's happening. You're being kind of lulled to sleep. So that it was really a gut reaction, because governments and corporations had spent hundreds of millions of dollars for over half a century ensuring that I, as a young boy, would have exactly that gut reaction. Now, I'm not saying that because I'm anti-medicine, far from it. In my own lifetime, I've seen phenomenal advancements in health through pharmaceuticals. I've seen life-ruining conditions disappear because of advances in pharmaceuticals. So I'm not on the warpath here against pharmaceuticals, but I share that simply to illustrate that the financial power of governments and corporations to shift culture and shape our thinking, that power is enormous. And by the time I was on the scene, it had taught 2 generations of us to look down on our grandparents and reject all the ancestral knowledge that they carried. And that was quite a significant cultural thing. It kind of became a default that the knowledge is in the present and ignorance is in the past. That we are the generation that knows, and previous generations needed educating. And that's a very big paradigm that we buy into. Every time you hear people talking about primitive humans or primitive man, that's the paradigm, that wisdom is in the present and ignorance is in the past. It gets reinforced over and over again. But through the 20th century, there was this very special effort in the area of pharmaceuticals that got us to make a break from previous generations and ignore the old wives' tales, as we would call them, and folklore that might otherwise have benefited us. And so growing up with my grandparents, I noticed they had this other way of living, and I probably had this slightly judgy view for all the reasons that I've just shared. I also watched with horror as my grandparents ate a diet that was very high in natural fats. I say watched in horror because my belief was that you should be eating low fat. And again, the reason I thought that is because corporations had spent tens of millions of dollars to get me to think that. Now we know that that thinking was embedded in our culture for so long because the sugar industry had spent tens of millions of dollars to train us to move away from natural fats and to eating sugar-based foods and corn syrup-based foods instead. At the same time, because my grandparents didn't get everything right, I watched my gran and gramp smoke like chimneys, literally dozens of cigarettes every day, reassured by the adverts in the magazines telling them that doctors prefer to smoke Camels, that you should give your throat a holiday by smoking a fresh cigarette. This is the doctor telling you in the advert. And I remember looking through a huge pile of Women's Weekly magazines that my gran kept stored in the shed out in the backyard, and they were all from the 1950s. And I found adverts there with opera singers saying, "Oh, doctors encourage me to smoke Camels because it helps my voice." Well, these are things that would be unbelievable to us today, but because it was all pervasive, it was believed. And so, of course, my grandparents felt completely safe and reassured as they smoked their dozens of cigarettes every day. So that was their entrainment, the entrainment of their generation, because the tobacco industry had spent tens of millions of dollars getting them to think that way so that with a clear conscience, they could buy their product. So what we believe and what we think we believe in our guts is very often shaped by tens of millions of dollars from government and corporations. How do you get a perspective in a world that has this full spectrum dominance by corporations like that? How do we unlearn disinformation of that kind? Well, I'm going to suggest that we would do well to listen to our elders, listen to our oldies. If the information is all of a piece in the present, then the only way we can get a spectrum and get a perspective is to listen to information from the past. And it isn't that all the information from the past was right and all from the present was wrong. I've just illustrated that with my grandparents. It's that you've got a bigger mix of information that you can then look at and consider and weigh up. Every generation has its blind spots. But if we can listen across generations, then we have a bigger pool of information, including that doesn't have tens of millions of dollars behind it, and get a perspective by applying logic to what we are seeing and hearing and observing. How do we get a perspective when corporate dollars are on the radio, they're online, they're on the TV, they're on billboards? Well, another way is to listen to the small media, to media without massive corporate dollars. Listen to what they're saying. And again, it's not that every independent podcaster will have everything right. It's just about getting more information on the table so that you can begin to compare and make a call and apply logic to what you're seeing. I have heard so many people in the last couple of years who've contacted me when they've read Escaping from Eden or The Scars of Eden, and they contact me and they say, in the last couple of years, it's like I've taken the red pill in the Matrix. Often their story begins when they say, I had more time to start binge watching YouTube. and I discovered The Fifth Kind TV, or Full Spectrum Universe, or Watchers Talk, or London Real, or Portal to Ascension. The small media, the ones without massive corporate power behind them, and new information started landing on the table, and they started getting these light bulb moments of saying, that makes sense. That makes sense of what I've seen. That makes sense of what I've experienced. And having that bigger spectrum of information, I think, is the first step forward in unlearning from present entrainment and relearning some of the information our ancestors have carried and that other parts of our culture have carried. And it's as I listen to the old oldies, to folklore, to ancestral story from cultures all around the world, that I have learned about paleo contact. It's as I've listened to ancestral story that I've learned about humanity's extraterrestrial roots. It's as I've listened to ancestral story that I've learned new things about our place in the cosmos and shamanic and mystical practices that help us to unlock and activate our human potential. So this has been a very rich vein for me. From time to time, people wanting to be critical of my writing will say, oh, there's nothing new in what Paul says. And I say, amen to that. There is nothing new. What I am sharing is thousands and thousands of years old. And I'm wanting to be a gateway guide to get this information out to the present audience, to a much wider readership and a wider audience. Tapping ancestral wisdom lights my fire, and I find it very, very important if we are to learn fresh things about ourselves, things I never read in a school textbook or watched on the TV news. If the information we need isn't there in the present, then it's there in the past. When I was a boy, my grandpa had a go at teaching me to count to 10 in his native language, which was Welsh. Now, my Welsh accent is terrible, but I'll have a go. Un, dau, tri, pedwar, pimp, chwech, saith, wyth, naw, deg. And when he spoke those words to me and taught me to count to 10, he was speaking a language that it was forbidden for him to speak in school for fear of a caning. Why was that? Why couldn't you speak Welsh in Wales? Well, the answer is because in 1284, to get a bit of perspective, the English government, the English crown, annexed Wales. And from that point on, there was really a campaign to extinguish Welsh culture. And by the 1900s, this policy was continuing. When my grandp was briefly at school before he went down the pit to mine coal. Any child found speaking Welsh at school, when my grandp was at school, would be made to wear a wooden sign around their neck saying Welsh not. And the only way you could get rid of that wooden sign was to snitch or dob in another child who was speaking Welsh, and then they'd be made to wear the Welsh not. And the child who was wearing the Welsh not at the end of the day when the school bell rang would be thrashed. And that was the policy of the education department, because they wanted to extinguish the Welsh language, because without Welsh language, how can there be Welsh culture? Without Welsh language, how can you read Welsh texts? And this was a policy that had been in place for the best part of 1,000 years. Now, that might sound ridiculous and extreme, but it's part of a bigger pattern. Empires always seek to extinguish the culture of the peoples they conquer. And that's the story of England and Wales. So the Welsh were forbidden from speaking Welsh at school. It's part of the same pattern when you consider that African slaves in America were forbidden from speaking their African languages or even using their African names. They had to forget who they were. It's why Aboriginal Australian children in the 20th century were taken by force from their families and held in child detention centres for reprogramming by the church. This happened right up into the 1970s. And it was because the attempt was being made to extinguish Aboriginal culture. If these kids didn't know they were Aboriginal, how could they carry Aboriginal story? Just yesterday at the supermarket, I was talking to a guy who had discovered in his 20s that he was part Aboriginal because Stolen Generation had been part of his family's story too. It's why the indigenous priests of Central and South America were executed and their books burned when the Catholic forces of Spain and Portugal went into that continent to take it for Portugal, Spain, and the church. The attempt is always made by conquering imperial forces to delete and replace the old knowledge. And the old knowledge contains information about how to live on this planet, how to thrive as human beings, information about our origins as a species, our place in the cosmos, and modalities for unlocking our human potential. And that's why in the Scars of Eden, I go back to the indigenous peoples who've been conquered and their cultures suppressed, and I sit at the feet of the elders of those cultures because I want to learn what was suppressed. I want to learn what was forgotten. And so if I go to Wales, I will hear in their forbidden language the story of Tylwyth Teg. And Tylwyth Teg speaks of the hybridization programs that Veronica was telling us about earlier. Hybridization programs that are being engineered by a non-human presence that has occupied planet Earth for thousands of years. They have underwater bases to which they abduct human beings, male and female, for the purpose of extracting genetic information, hybridizing with them, creating pregnancies that will create a hybrid species, and then often returning the human abductees a few years later, often healthier than when they went away, but they've been used for hybridization. The Welsh have carried that story for hundreds and maybe thousands of years. It's a story we wouldn't know if there weren't people who spoke the Welsh language and could read the ancient Welsh texts or understand the Welsh mythology. Now, if I go to Africa, I'm going to hear exactly that same story, every note repeating, non-human presence, underwater bases, abducting human beings, often not by force, but by tantalizing them with promises of advancement, higher intelligence, greater health, and then using them for hybridization. If I go to Kenya, I will hear the story of the Mahurani. It's the same story. If I go to Ghana, I'll hear the Mamiwata stories. It's exactly the same story. And again, we're looking at countries that were conquered by imperial forces, those stories pushed down to the grassroots and replaced by Christian orthodoxy and the main scientific mainstream. And yet the stories have survived in these indigenous grassroots stories. In Nigeria, Cameroon, Southern Africa, I'll hear of the Ojisu, Asanabuwa, Abasi and Atai, Unkulunkulu, all stories of powerful beings from the stars who came to Earth in the deep past, terraformed the planet, and then genetically engineered our ancestors, the same stories repeating from place to place. Most of those are countries that were conquered and the stories pushed down to the grassroots because a new orthodoxy has arrived. So again, in those countries, if you're just hearing the one story in the present, you go to the past. And sometimes you can do that simply by asking your parents or your grandparents or the elders of your tribal culture. If I go to Central and South America, I will hear all those same notes repeating as well. If I listen to the stories out of the Aztec and Mayan traditions of Kukulkan, Cucumatz, Quetzalcoatl, go to the Andes, the stories of Viracocha. Once again, I'm listening to stories of entities who've come from off-planet, terraformed the planet, engineered our ancestors, hybridized with them, and then released something into the environment that will distract us or damage us to the point where we can be managed as a kind of a workforce. If I go to Aboriginal Australia, I will hear a story that takes me back into geological time, that seems to have a human memory of geological times, way beyond the story we're told of Homo sapiens by conventional science. Now, these stories out of Aboriginal Australia can only mean previous cultures, previous civilizations that have nothing to do with the timeline of Homo sapiens that we can observe in the fossil record. It puts us in a different place in the cosmos. So to go back to that question, how do we deprogram? How do we unlearn the entrainment and sometimes disinformation that's out there from corporations, empires, governments? How to get the critical distance from the wash of information that is the present story? Well, number one, you go to ancestral knowledge. Number two, you go to the indigenous peoples who've been conquered and their stories suppressed. And number three, I would say listen to the esoteric traditions. Because what happens when empire goes into these places and suppresses these older stories, those stories don't vanish. They just go underground. So in Central and South America, those stories about those who engineer arriving on the planet, terraforming, genetically modifying our ancestors, they went underground in a couple of ways. Firstly, the copies of those texts that survived, some were sent into the libraries of the kings of Spain and Portugal and to the Vatican libraries. So there's a privileged group who know that information. Most were burned, and then some were literally buried for their protection to safeguard this information for future generations. Now, that's what happened with the Gnostic texts at the beginning of Christianity. They were literally buried in the Nag Hammadi desert to protect that information for generations, centuries into the future. They began to be buried in the early centuries of Christianity as orthodoxy narrowed and then was militarized by the empire. They were dug up in 1947 to show us a whole other layer of story and explanation of the universe and who we are within it. So it was suppressed. It went underground. The priesthoods were executed. They thought they'd burned all the books, except a few had been protected. And 200 years later, some descendants of the Mayan priesthood took a copy of a Quiche text and gave it to a Dominican priest, credit where it's due, to a Roman Catholic priest, and said, would you be interested in the old stories of this land that relate to our origins as a species? And Francisco Jimenez said, yes, thank you. I'd be very interested, because he was a scholar. And he started translating this ancient text. It broke him out of the present, took him into the past, blew his world open as to what the stories of beginnings might really be. And his work resulted in the Popol Vuh, which you can read to this day. And it was a red pill for me to read that ancient story. Listen to the esoteric traditions, because those priests who came to Francisco Jimenez, we could call that an esoteric tradition, a hidden tradition, forbidden knowledge. And what the forbidden knowledge is often the suppressed knowledge of an earlier indigenous culture. And the esoteric traditions and secret societies often curate this information. And what's really interesting is that those secret societies often leak that information back into the present through art, through fiction, in the present day, through film. So if you're watching Netflix and you're seeing some stories that have an incredible
I'm not quite sure if I'm frozen or he's frozen. I'm not really sure what happened there. But Clarence, are you out there? Can you hear me? Man, we're still live. I'm not too sure what happened there, but I'm sure Paul will get back with us when he comes back and finish what he was talking about. I mean, absolutely incredible stuff by Paul Wallace, as always. He is super, taking on big pharma with, what they say is the ancient wives' tales and things like that. Truly epic. And, what he's telling us is that he's essentially unlearning what the mainstream is telling him. And there he is. He's come back. He's come back.
I've reappeared. I'm in Australia. We have these funny glitches with our internet. Where had I got to? What was I saying?
You were, I think you were talking. I lost where you were because I had to pick up where we were conversating. But I think you were. I know we were talking about big pharma before, but now we were talking about the Catholic priest who took the stories of the ancient peoples.
Okay, all right. You've reminded me. And then I got on from there to say that esoteric traditions carry the forbidden knowledge. That's what these secret priesthoods were. And then they feed the information back often through art, fiction. And that's why we can be watching movies on Netflix and suddenly we're being told the truth. I was watching a Marvel movie with my 10-year-old son the other day and realized, oh my goodness, this is actually ancestral knowledge that's being conveyed in this movie. So I think that's where I got to.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talk about. I think it might have been Black Widow that you were watching too, which was phenomenal, by the way.
Yes, we enjoyed that, but I think it was Endgame, actually.
Oh, that's a good one too. That's a good one too.
Yeah,
I'll let you get back to your presentation.
No worries. Because I'm now going to go on to Plato, because he held all these modalities together. He was somebody who broke out of the mainstream of his present day and offered knowledge to the world that is so mind-shifting, is so eye-opening that 2,500 years later, it is still the red pill for many who read him. He certainly was for me. I greatly admire him. And this is how he got his critical distance, how he broke out of his mainstream programming. The first was logic applied to observation. So Veronica was talking about how we go into kind of a state of hypnosis through this full spectrum dominance, this narrative that's coming to us from 360 degrees. Logic applied to observation. He snapped out of the hypnotized state and started asking questions. He started noticing the patterns and he started noticing the anomalies, and he would encourage us to do the same. So do it. Look at what's out there. Expand what you are exposing yourself to, and then notice the patterns in the world around you, in the cosmos around you, and notice the anomalies, all the things that don't fit with the mainstream narrative, and then think about them. So that was his start point. Notice the patterns, notice the anomalies, and then think about them. Apply logic to what you're observing. He called it philosophy. We could call it science. Second, he broke out of the present narratives by going to the past. He went to ancestral information. And so he spoke about information that had come through the grandparent of a fellow student of Socrates. And then he talked about going to the stories of conquered peoples. He went to the ancient Egyptian priesthoods, the survivors of that who had spoken with Solon, this ancient Greek legislator, this grandfather of the story of Socrates. So you can see how it's going back into the distant past and into the story of an indigenous people who've been conquered. So Plato talks about Egyptian information and Atlantean information, and then he presents that. And some of it, he says, this isn't stuff I can prove. These are conclusions I've reached. So again, he's just expanding the canon of information that's on the table. He still does if you read him today. And thirdly, he broke out of the narratives of this dimension by going to an esoteric tradition. Now, the tradition he went to was called the Eleusinian Mysteries, and it was a cult that existed in ancient Athens. They didn't share their information publicly. They didn't hand out leaflets and tracts. You had to go and you really had to buy into what they were about, and you had to stay with them for a while. And if you wanted to go really deep, you would have to change your diet according to what they taught. And then they would offer you a herbal tea. And when Plato / Socrates, because it's difficult to work out who he's speaking for at times, I think he's speaking for himself, to be honest. When Plato was offered that herbal tea, he didn't say, no, thanks, Gran, I have a pill for that. He said, yes, I will do it, because it was part of a ceremony that altered his state of consciousness. And through participating in it, that herbal tea enabled him to have a moment out of this 4D experience. So out of the 3 dimensions plus time, he's suddenly in a different place. Now, people have these experiences in different ways. It can be a near-death experience. It can be an out-of-body experience, an experience of astral travel, an altered states of consciousness. You might only ever have one of those in your life. It will still be enough to dislodge you from the mainstream narrative and get you understanding the universe in which we live and yourself as a conscious being totally, totally differently. The same thing happened to the Apostle Paul. He writes about it in the New Testament. So he had this moment out of this 4D experience, and it changed how he thought. It enabled him to perceive himself as a spiritual being that is momentarily having a human experience. He remembered who he really was. This was powerful because the moment you really know that, or the moment you remember it or have an experience of it, it breaks you out of the fear that we live with all the time. We all live as material beings with an innate fear of not existing. So many of our body's reflexes are designed to keep us alive. And this is the first thing that locks us into this survival mentality that makes us very easy to manipulate. If you've got a fear of not surviving, then you could be manipulated by your employer or your government or whatever it might be. And Plato talks about that. He says that once he had this experience, this altered state of consciousness, he was able to see the fear of death for what it really is. And once you've gotten rid of that, how can you be manipulated? Jesus said, if you can get yourself to a place where you no longer fear those who kill you, then you've got power over yourself. Because if they can't frighten you by the threat of death, then they can't frighten you. And so this breaking out of fear is very important to living a better life from Plato's perspective. You can't be manipulated, you can't be entrained in the same way. You begin to have far greater confidence and sovereignty in the way you live your life. This tea enabled him to engage with other dimensional realities, to realize that this 4D world is not all there is. Today we have the language of the matrix. Plato got to that understanding of virtual reality, holographic universe through this experience with an esoteric tradition and this psychoaffective tea. It also enabled him to interact with other dimensional entities and to realize that in this life, we are not on our own, that we have help, that we have guides. And so Plato really had this full spectrum methodology for reprogramming. Hypnotic state. Apply logic to what you're observing. Break out of the present, go to the past, listen to your elders, listen to your ancestors. Break out of the locality and go to other indigenous peoples and sit at the feet of the elders of those cultures. Listen much playfully and creatively to what you're being told through fiction and art, information that's coming through the esoteric traditions, and engage with them as well, because that is a holistic way of breaking out of paradigms that have you asleep and breaking into a place where you are awake, you're excited about this life, you have an appetite for learning, which is the whole purpose of us being here, and you can move forward, I believe, in an exciting way. And it's why I love, Rob, what you do here on Full Spectrum Universe, because we need every angle approached if we are really going to break old programming and learn new paradigms. And the more we can do it together through platforms like this, through Full Spectrum Universe and platforms like this, we give each other the energy and the courage to do it, because it does take a certain energy and courage to go against the flow, or to step out of the mainstream and to think for yourself and begin to do your own research and thinking and reflecting. And I believe, as Veronica was saying earlier, that the more of us are doing this, it actually lifts the energy for all of us. There was research done ages ago, decades ago, where they worked out that if one rat found its way through the maze, suddenly the whole pack of rats knew how to get through that maze. That's my hope as we do our reprogramming together, that we can actually shift our awareness as a species, actually shift our culture, if we can deprogram together and reprogram together. It's why I love talking about Plato, because I really believe if enough people read him, it would shift the human story and move us forward in a wonderful way. And it's all these things I've talked about today that give me energy for my journey. And in the months ahead, I'm particularly interested, if I can just mention it, at sitting at the feet of elders of cultures from Southern Africa, from Aboriginal Australia, from Native America, and from the Philippines. These are the avenues that have opened up to me, that I realize are sharing information with me, that are blowing my mind and allowing me to wake up in a universe that's different to the one I fell asleep in. And it's conversations like the ones we're having today that give me fuel for the journey. So Rob, thank you so much for what you do with Full Spectrum Universe. I absolutely love what you're doing. It's a privilege for me to be part of what's happening today, and to say, listen to these amazing voices. They have so much to offer. It's information that can change your life and my life, and actually change the human story. So thanks, Rob. Back to you.
It's I love the work you do too, because of that, that respect for the elders as well. And I think we both have a commonality in that, and figuring out what these ancient civilizations were onto. Like, you love Plato, and I'm fascinated now with learning more about that, because you've kind of opened the door for me to kind of go into that mode of understanding his work a little bit deeper than what just the text says itself. And it's incredible the effect that we have on each other, because like you're saying, we're almost like a pack animal. We roll in packs like lions do prides, or hyenas do. And it's where we seek the information of others that kind of give us that energy and draw us to recreating ourselves and finding more out that's happening around us. You know what I mean?
Definitely. I think that's very true.
And that was an amazing presentation. You know, I love when you come on because when you speak, first you're articulate, and I love the way you speak. It's like you hang on to the words while you're saying them, but also the information that you're giving us sometimes is, you know, it's super deep, but sometimes it's right at that level where you have to look at it from a different perspective. What's being said and what's being taken in. And, you know, one of the things I love that you talk about was the Mami Wata. I think that's one of my favorite stories where, you know, the aliens are essentially in the water bases, and, you know, there's, like you said, around where you live, there's actually people that have experienced this, where people have gone away for 3 years and come back after a while. It's
That's right.
stuff.
My family is very closely connected with another family that the daughter was taken for 3 years, which I've mentioned in other places. And I found it extraordinary doing the research for the Scars of Eden to discover it's there on the Ghanaian, the African side of my family, and it's there on the Welsh side of my family as well, and their ancestral stories. And it becomes far more powerful when you realize that these ancient stories are not just stories of the past, they are stories about the present to inform us as to what's going on and how to live in the present.
It's incredible too, because the more that I go into these ancient civilizations and read these stories, they're so similar on so many different levels. It's like, oh, it's like they almost, some of them are a bit different, but most of them have seen the same things. You just have to look at it from that perspective.
Yes. Well, I love how you put that, Rob, because seeing the same things is really key. When I was researching for Escaping from Eden and I was reading world mythologies and ancestral narratives, what really struck me was that it wasn't just a story that repeated around the world. The names were different, the metaphors were different, and the clues were there that what was repeating was a visual memory, not a text, not an oral tradition, but these different ancestors had seen the same thing and then found the language and the metaphors to describe what they had seen. And it was that convinced me that these ancient stories were carrying not fable, but ancestral memory.
Absolutely, too. And when you look at the different hieroglyphs and pictographs, you see that they're essentially carving out the same bodies, the same entities, the same, like you said, that those same metaphors, but just a little bit tweaked in a different light, like just a touch different, but they're so similar for what they represent and also what they're actually trying to portray to other people who come after them. And they did their best to actually secure that legacy or that lineage, to tell it to another generation of their civilization, because some of these civilizations we know are not here anymore, like the Maya and some of the Inca, but they did their best to prolong it as long as they could, which is, you have to commend them. You know, at the time, it's not like they could put it on the internet and it lasts forever like we do. You know,
absolutely. They etched it into stone so that it would survive them. And this is very topical in Australia because we have culture here that goes back tens of thousands of years, and they etched some of their knowledge into stone, which is why the ongoing effort to extinguish Aboriginal culture actually involves dynamite. Literally, last year, we had mining companies blowing up Indigenous Australian sites because they held hard copy of that culture, hard copy of a culture that speaks about all the things that I've talked about today.
It's wild because you see so many of the modern cultures trying to do that to their ancestral people. Like in China, they have pyramids. Nobody's allowed on these pyramids. They literally threw dirt and trees on the pyramids to bury whatever was in there. And nobody's allowed in there. But it looks like hills, but it's actually pyramids underground. It's the wildest thing. And, you know, that's just like one other example. Like you're saying, you know, they're destroying it. And I think that there is also an agenda for that too. And I think what they're trying to do is, again, a man who doesn't know where he comes from is a man lost.
What's remarkable to me is the walls there that Evan and Stephen Strong talked about so many years ago, with the etchings of the UFOs and you know, the hieroglyphs and stuff that are on that one side panel. Where does that stuff come from? And then right here in the States with the Aztec Indians and stuff like that, the people that disappeared, they all had pretty much the same basic stories. Some of it even coincided with the Egyptology. So, how does that happen? Right.
That's exactly right. And I think where that story has survived and has not been extinguished by empire, what then happens is that we set up a culture, a bit like I talked about, I was taught to look down on my grandparents at any medical information they might have. We're taught to look down on indigenous cultures. So right. Here in Australia, often Aboriginal Australians will be referred to as, the traditional owners of the land, which is really a way of saying the previous owners. And then their history will be referred to as story, folklore. It's never referred to as history. It is impossible for an Aboriginal elder to tell you history. That's the way the culture has been shaped here. History comes from the government, from essentially the British who took over Australia. History does not come from Aboriginal Australians. And that is kind of a belief that is never spoken, but always assumed. And that's kind of the pattern around the world. We love listening to these quaint Native American stories. Aren't they romantic? And we put them into that box, not they're telling us an alternative story about our history and the reality of the world.
Why is it, Paul, do you think that they did that? I mean, what would be the actual, because you're never going to get rid of it, because it's always going to be there regardless.
They're going to do their damnedest.
You know what I'm saying? But why is it that they try to stop it from coming out?
Well, I think various reasons. So if you think about the example in Central and South America, you've got a governmental reason and you've got a religious reason. So if you conquer somebody else's country, you have to become the department of the Ministry of Truth, to use that Orwellian phrase. So there can't be any other authorities. There can't be any other news agencies. If you've taken that country by force, you need to be able to say there was no massacre in that square. You can't have a local news agency saying there was a massacre, we've got film footage of it. That sort of thing, just to mix my metaphors there. You have to be the arbiters of truth. And they went in, of course, as part of the Catholic world. And so they had to delete all the old stories that had other explanations and replace it with Catholicism. And so they peppered Central and South America with churches and schools to teach, to entrain the people there in a different worldview. So it's just a matter of taking control, of being the ones to say what is news and what is fake news. So that's the pattern of conquest. So you've got governance and you've got religion all wrapped in together. And really, I mean, Australia would be the same story. When the British came in here, they came in with missionaries to establish the culture. And so even as late as the settling of Australia by Britain, those two things were still hand in glove. And then you've got some texts, if I think about the Hebrew scriptures themselves, that were reworked because they wanted their more developed thinking to be pasted over the old primitive stories of our primitive ancestors. And so monotheism gets pasted over the extraterrestrial stories there. And so there's always an exercise in thought control, whether you're doing it as religious leaders or as state authorities. And for those reasons, the ET aspect gets obliterated. When we get to the loss of the Gnostic texts, that's another example where you've got a form of Christianity that was perhaps a little bit untidier, that was really a kaleidoscope of theologies and views that included some very empowering ideas about who we are, how we can break off archonic control. And well, that was kind of extracurricular. What the empire was interested in was those documents that could shape a feudal Christianity, with the emperor up here, the bishops and senatorial purple, and the people down here. And the texts that were more personally empowering, that spoke about a personal connection with other entities and with the source, we don't need those. And so there can be a paring down to what's useful. And I think we've seen a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff come into play.
It is, that's right.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
It's wild too, you know.
Well,
and like
you
you
know-
said, we're the arbiters of truth, and we're going to maintain those stories for as long as we live. And while we're done, it is our obligation to pass those on in some way, shape, form, or fashion, whether it's by word of mouth, written text. We are obligated by our elders, and I mean the elders of these tribes, even though we may not be a part of that tribe, to make sure that these stories remain within the functionality of being able to grasp them for what they are and what they say and what they believed, even if you don't wholeheartedly believe behind it, because it's so important to give that to the future. It's essential.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, I think what's
Absolutely.
ironic is we still have UFOs visiting Earth, and abductions are still happening, and so on and so forth. So regardless of what they do as far as the history part goes, it's still going on. It's a never-ending cycle.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly. And if we listen to our ancestors, we'll know what it's about.
Well, also, if we lose that history, when it comes to the future of those UFOs, people will be more confused than ever. You understand? Like, that's where Ancient Aliens play such a huge part in understanding what is happening now. Because if there was no text back then or anything that if they just showed up out of the blue right now, we would be confused. We would have no inkling of what might be happening, or we couldn't do what we're doing now to even think about why they're coming. It would just be like, what is that? Why are we doing that? So it is imperative that we do that for the people who did it for us.
I think
But yet, we're in a space travel. We're going to Mars. We're sending, we got Voyager out past the second solar system. You know what I'm saying? So how does that play? I mean,
Well, maybe we'll be like that for somebody else down the line too.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's interesting you mentioned that, Clarence, because I think one of the reasons that there's a little bit more going on in terms of soft disclosure, which is kind of insurance against real disclosure, I think that's accelerated precisely because we're doing a little bit more out there, and it's potentially much harder to keep a lid on things. It's not that our governments want to disclose everything. They just realize things might become more obvious.
Yesterday was history, and even yesterday is being suppressed today. So how do we manage that for tomorrow when today is going to be suppressed tomorrow? But I think we're in a much better position, a much greater position than our ancestors were, especially with the internet and through streams like these and events and such, because now we have the opportunity to bring those stories back to life and to understand them. And it's a lot harder for the government or any organization that's out there to suppress us today as they did the Aboriginal cultures of yesterday. Like Paul was talking about residential schools and such, and the last one closed in Canada. It was right behind my house in 1995. And about 2 or 3 weeks ago, they found the bodies of 215 children.
700.
And they just recently discovered there's a forensic team there, and they've got the entire area, they're closed off, and so they can do their anthropological stuff. And that is, the assimilation that took place. But don't forget that assimilation is still happening today. You know, like you guys were talking about, you know, everything is a folklore and, you know, it's mythology and it's just stories being told that have no meat to them. You know, if it comes from the East, then they're folklores. And if it's Christianity, then it's the true, real history. And we're being exposed to that even today, right? We can turn on the TV, we can take our kids to the classroom, or we can go to school. We get continuously exposed to that. So the real question is that how do we battle that type of attack on our consciousness and on our history? How do we prevent that from happening? Because, you know, censorship is more so than ever today than it was a year ago, or 2 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 7 years ago. When I started Watchers Talk, I could pretty much talk about whatever I wanted. Today, I have to be careful. Like Rob was saying just earlier, hey, no C word. Let's just, you know, avoid that altogether. And there's that suppression that's happening. Right?
You got it scared. It seems
so
like.
how do we manage that for tomorrow?
I think you're right, Omar, and I've been very interested watching Netflix recently. This is brain candy for my wife and me when we need to escape from our renovation or from our work. We watch Netflix, and I am just amazed by how much of what we've spoken about is out there in story form. And I think, again, I've seen a real acceleration of the presence of ancestral knowledge in Netflix TV series, where the script writers have put it out there in story form, knowing that many people will watch that and know in their guts they're being told the truth, even though it's branded as story. It's a method that is ages old, but it seems to have been grabbed with a vengeance in recent times. I talked about the Avengers movies. I am open-mouthed at how much ancestral information is in the Marvel movies. And so I think there are people out there who've understood exactly what you're saying, Omar, and are saying we have to find ways of going under the radar, keeping this information out there, and trust that the information has a power all its own to be recognized and run with. And anyone my age, for me, it was Star Trek that did that. I now know that many of the writers of the first series of the original series of Star Trek got their stories from ancestral narratives and from altered states of consciousness where they were channeling information. There was one particular writer I was reading about the other day. Was it Gene Coon, if I remembered that name right? I think it was. Gene Roddenberry, certainly, but Gene Coon was the other Gene. And he talked about, it was a pen name, wasn't it? He talked about going into an altered state to generate the scripts that he wrote. So there was a very deliberate effort made with that series to get truth out there in story that would last. And 60 years on, those stories have lasted. It's a very obvious example to reach for, but there is a story like that all over the place, and people are engaging it really wholeheartedly right now because of this feeling of we need to keep this information out there.
Do you think that, you know, for me, I've got a little bit of problem with that, right? The problem that I have with that is, sure, we're making movies and that are telling us ancestral stories. People are going into trances to create scripts and such where, you know, there's good intention behind it, right? But if people don't know our ancestral stories and they see these stories coming into sci-fi movies, then what if they look at those stories and just say, oh, they're just science fiction stories and that's all there is to it, and really watering down those stories of the ancient past by passing it off as fiction or science fiction?
All right.
In fact,
two things
happening there.
I have two answers to that. And the first is, of course, many will just take it as story, and it may be decades later they'll realize it wasn't. But I believe what Plato taught that our learning is always an act of remembering. And so the likelihood that people will hear a story and think, wait a minute, is actually much stronger than we give it credit for. And the other answer is that if people have all that story under their belt, before they read Plato, they're going to read Plato with scales fallen from their eyes. They will understand what they're reading in these ancient texts far more easily, having been prepped. Yeah, I saw that in a movie. Exactly. And it was just like that for me. When I was researching Escaping from Eden, I was going into ancestral stories and I was thinking, wait a minute, I've seen this before. So I think there is a value to that as a primer for the ancient texts. I do believe there is a recognition a lot of the time, and it gives us the ability to understand when we go to something that's very, very foreign, like an ancient Zulu story or a story from ancient Greece from out of Plato or Socrates.
So when you see it both ways, whether it's from Star Trek first and then Plato second, or from Plato first and then Star Trek second, there's a fighting chance because you're looking at two different ways that it could possibly get done. So there is somewhat of a fighting chance.
I see it that way. Yeah.
I don't want to be the thorn on the rose, right? But my concern is that how many people are going to read Plato, right? Like how many are really going to get into that in-depth research? So again, I go back to what I was saying, of watering down the stories through these movies, because not everybody is a researcher, not everybody reads, not everyone has the time to do things like what we do. So for them, they've been assimilated into this reality where they're just moving forward, where they can only see to hear and that's it, because the hassles of life, the stress of life, raising kids, grandkids, paying for a house, renovations, things like that, right? Really, nobody has the time. So when they watch a movie like, say, The Matrix, where us here on the panel and people that are watching obviously understand that the movie Matrix is actually a documentary, right? But when you go to the mainstream, right, like my neighbor, for instance, or the guy across the street that's not into this kind of stuff and sees the movie Matrix, is just going to look at it as just a cool movie with really cool scenes and graphics, and they're not really going to click, right? And that's kind of where I'm coming from, right? Like how is it?
Two things.
I know exactly. I was going to answer it too. Go ahead, Paul.
Two things. Firstly, you're right, Omar, but that is exactly where we come in, isn't it?
That's
we
right.
come in as the gateway people for these sources. That's why it's really important that we gather and encourage each other, because we are talking to people who would never read Plato, for instance, or who would never read Credo Mutua. But if we're talking about it, then we are the gateway. We're part of that funnel. So for me, what you're saying is actually a motivator. But the other thing, it's so funny you mentioned The Matrix, because if there was ever a movie that cut through all the programming and grabbed people who would never think about these things, it was The Matrix. And I think The Matrix actually shows the incredible power of information embedded in fiction. I think it has had the most incredible reach. But whether you're writing a movie like The Matrix, or you're running Watchers Talk, or Full Spectrum Universe, we are doing the same thing. We are seeking to bring more and more people into sources that they would otherwise miss.
That's right. We're going to drop that jewel, and then they're going to go back and relook at all of it, and then they're going to do it to somebody else. It's a domino effect.
It has to be a ripple effect.
Each one teach one.
Yeah, it has to be a ripple effect, because our community is just so small, right? Like when we really look at it on a much larger scale of the global population, 8 billion people, and then there's a few million of us spread out across the world. That's just like really, seeds across the world that are trying to pass this information forward. So each and every single one of us needs to become that seed of consciousness. Like people that are watching, need to be that seat of consciousness. So when they listen to you, Paul, they go and have dinner with their family, and they can sit there and say, hey, I heard this guy Paul Wallace today, and he was talking about this, 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 and this. Or I listened to Geraldine, and she was talking about a hybrid program, and then those people from that table go and speak to their friends and kind of what have you. And I think that's the only way to really get this message out there, because really we are a very, very small community when we look at it on a bigger population scale, right? Like 8 billion to...
We're working on it.
Yeah, but you know what, Omar?
50 million of us.
Look at the people that do listen to us, though.
Yeah.
I mean, back before I got all messed up here, I had thousands and thousands of people worldwide, globally, listening to our shows.
I think it's bigger than
So-
we think, and it's bigger than all
It
of
is.
us. It really
I think
is.
so. Yeah.
It's bigger than all of us, for sure. I'm just looking at it from the perspective of like man to man, right? 8 billion
Right.
people, and how many of us are there in this community? So because there's only, let's say if there's 100 million of us in this community against 8 billion people, that's really just a drop in the bucket. But those 800 million people have the power and the capacity to tenfold that and to make it
We
into
do.
Well,
2 billion.
And as I was saying earlier, Omar, I'm amazed by the number of people who, when they contact me, say that this territory is completely new for them. That is literally just in the last 18 months that they have woken up to the things we're talking about. And the more I hear that, and from really unlikely people, people who've had 7, 8 decades of entrainment in these tiny paradigms that we've been told to live in. When I hear from people like that who say just in the last 18 months, I think, all right, something's happening.
Yeah,
Well, I
there-
think there's a
Not only that too, if there's 365 days in a year, you try and reach somebody every day. Let's say you're successful 200 times. Then they do the same thing, and you try and instill in them that same function. Exponentially, it grows.
Mhm.
It's like, just like we saw, it spreads like wildfire. And that's really, we really have to take that role and try and push for that, because ultimately we know what we're talking about if we feel is the truth. Now, some may reject it, which is fine. You're not going to get everybody. But I do believe that there's more of an open mind to look at it more now than ever. So we need to find different ways to go into these non-believing communities and try and pique their interest enough so that they go and do their own thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we don't want to appear to be like that guy going door to door, knocking on people's door and trying to convert.
We're not doing
them,
that.
right? 'Cause
We're not doing that.
we're just like virtually knocking on their doors.
But and that brings up a point too, Omar. I think sometimes, that maybe religion itself is taking a back seat a little bit. And I mean, it's not like it was back in our time or even before that, where every Sunday you were in church. It doesn't happen like that anymore. The faith and the religious aspect of people have gone, I ain't going to say by the wayside, but it's thinning down. And I think a lot of people are looking at other aspects of things now.
I don't think it's faith. I think it's the church itself.
Well,
Faith is still there, right?
Yeah,
because faith is your belief in a higher power, which is immutable, that higher power.
Right.
Church is run by man, which means it's corruptible because man is corruptible. So less people are going to church, but there is more of a spiritual faith in people.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the religious activity is really going down. It seems like more people are turning to religion and spirituality. It just seems that here in North America, Catholicism seems to have taken the back seat because of all the crimes that they've committed in the past, especially here in North America. Sex abuses across the world, child murder right across North America, in Australia, in Africa, South America. So I think that bad rep is catching up to the Catholic Church, and that's why people are just stepping away from that and saying, okay, well, I don't want to have anything to do with this, because look at the things that you've been doing and you're saying God is great, but then, on the other hand, you're doing this. But when you go and take a look at other religions like Hinduism and Islam and the Buddhism, those communities are growing, right? Exponentially, they're growing. So it's only Catholicism that's really, taken a hit here.
Yeah.
I think it's due to the abuses that they've committed and the crimes that they've committed over the last few centuries that's caught up to them. But, I don't know. Paul?
There's another layer. There's another layer to it as well, because you're right in what you're saying, Omar. But there's a bigger move away from institutional expressions of faith,
right?
That is not just to do with a rejection of those that have been caught in abuse, murder, all that. You'd be old enough to remember when people started talking about postmodernity. And certainly religious authorities started talking in a very panicked way about postmodernity, because part of postmodernity is a culture that is not convinced by the mainstream stories, that is questioning of authorities. And I think that cultural shift is connected with this great exodus from institutional expressions of Christianity in particular, that goes far beyond Catholicism. And I remember when I was reading books about postmodernism and the threat to Christianity back in the 1990s, having a kind of dual feeling about it, because I could see, well, yes, that could be worrying if we're trying to build our institutions. But on the other hand, shouldn't they be questioning authorities? Shouldn't they be asking questions? And I think we're seeing what we're really seeing is a continuation of that postmodernism that is setting people free. And this is why I say I find it so surprising, people of all ages, to even churchgoers, to say, well, actually, I've never really quite believed that. I've always wondered this, and I've had this other thing that I've been investigating or interested in. There's much more permission for that in a postmodern culture, and it's untidy and it's very upsetting for institutions that are on the decline, but I think it's a very positive part of where we're all going.
I think I'm part of that that culture, because I was raised a Muslim by my father, and I had to pray and fast and go to the Friday prayers, and I had to do all of that. But then when I hit like 12, 13 years old, and I came across Chariots of the Gods, and I read that, and I stayed up all night and read it. Went to school the next day, just dead tired. Right, but I was excited because the doctrine that I'd learned, and then now Eric was telling me something totally different. And then when I went to school the next day, I was tired, but I was still thinking about it. And when I came home, I read it again, and I stayed up like 2 straight days. And man, I was tired. I slept for like a long time after that. But when I woke up after that, it was almost like I had this realization that this doctrine that I've been given by my dad was, it was off somehow. It just didn't make any sense. It's offside. The stories that are being told just it simply didn't make any sense. And what Eric was saying made a whole lot more sense to me. And from that point forward, I just kind of just walked away from Islam, and I never, prayed to God ever again. I never, prayed. I still do fast. I fast almost, like every day. I eat like once a day at nighttime, once the sun goes down. But I drink a lot of liquids throughout the day. So fasting has kind of stayed with me. So I would say that I'm part of that culture where this postmodernism is happening, and my children are definitely part of that culture, because I've never really, corrupted their minds with religion, or with any type of religion. We'll talk about Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha, and we'll talk about all these great patriarchs that have led our societies to where we are today. But I never speak to them in a matter of like, these people are holy, or they need to be worshipped, or things like that, right? Where it's always maintained on a scientific level, right? Where these people are prophets, or they're manus or whatever, and they've come to us to give us a guiding hand. But they should not be worshipped at any level, at any cost, because they're not greater than me, and I'm not greater than them, right? Because we're all equal. So why should one be worshipped and the other not?
Yeah.
Indeed, which is what they said.
Yeah.
Right. That's very true. They all said it too. It's
yeah, every single one.
They all said it, and yet our society has created a feudal structure out of what they said.
Yeah.
You did something. Yeah.
absolutely
Remarkable.
absolutely always
Do as I
always.
say. No, I won't.
That's right. Always a pleasure, Paul.
Yep.
It was another phenomenal ride, my friend. I'm honored and privileged to have you on here with us. I truly love your work. I look forward to working more in the future, and absolutely incredible yet again.
Thanks, Rob. It's a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to being in contact with you as I get on the roll for the next book in the Eden series.
I am compiling as we go. I'll tell you that
All
right
right.
now. I'm going to town on what I know, what I can get my hands on. I'm actually I might be going upstate to speak to elders myself, just to get really in there and talk to people. It's going to be incredible, but that's down the road a little bit. But thank you again, Paul. Absolutely incredible. Thanks. You, sir. Thank you.
Been a pleasure. See you next time.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
All right. All the best.
All right, guys. Now comes time for our sponsors.
Oh, look,
Stephen and Evan
Look at
Strong.
there.
We've got Forgotten Origin. Let us go into a small bio, right? So Stephen Strong is a secondary school teacher with a background in archaeology and education. He was involved in the formation of a gratitude diploma of the Aboriginal Education for the NSW Department of Education, writing units on traditional law and contemporary history. He has also co-authored the highly successful Aboriginal Australia, a language and cultural kit. And we also have Evan Strong, who has a background in anthropology, indigenous culture studies, counseling, and meditation with a bachelor's degree in social science and graduate studies in psychology. Evan has worked as a researcher for the North River Area Health Service, a social worker, a teacher's aide, and a funeral director. They have spent many years learning, living, and working with the Bundajalug language, Confederation, North River region of New South Wales, Ramatjiri, South Australia, and the Gumalora people, still not saying it right, Northern New South Wales, I apologize, no disrespect meant. They operate under the doctrine of the all right, Wirrahitjin, black fellow, white fellow dreaming, in the remembrance of the Karno W, spokesperson for the Ramdajiri. They work with a diverse, informal network of independent researchers, original custodians, elders, patrons, and supporters and friends. Stephen and Evan Strong, welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for sponsoring this event. It's been an absolute roller coaster ride. We've had such a great time so far, and I can't wait to hear what you gentlemen have to say.
Yeah, these two guys are I have to say, my two most favorite people in the world.
Absolutely.
No offense, Rob, Clarence.
Yeah.
These
Absolutely.
guys, definitely love them. They were my second guest on Watchers Talk 7 years ago, and since that time, I've learned so much from these two guys that it's just truly incredible. They're truly our teachers of our ancient past and of our current day-to-day dilemmas as well, because we know through our alien ancestry that they've been digging into our current situations and our recent past and our deep past, right? So it's been a pleasure working with these guys, and also just to sit back and listen to the wisdom that Stephen and Evan drops. And I like the way these two guys interact with each other too.
Yeah.
Right? Poor Evan always takes the front end, but
it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
You know what, Stephen, you got to bring back the top hat. I really missed that.
Oh, mate, I have enough trouble. I get in enough trouble with the hair I've got at the moment. I've actually been caught on one occasion a drug pusher, and she wouldn't watch me when I was there. So a top hat might resolve that. Congratulate you for trying to wrap your tongue around the original language, which is the most difficult on the planet. And we still have a lot of problems ourselves. But just give you a little bit of a hand, those 4 words you were trying to pronounce, which you came close on, and all credit for that. It was Bunjalung, the Ramangeri, Gamilaroi, and the most important word of all is the word Wirichin. So we'll sort of clear that up first, and thank you for having a go. And I will make the point that nobody from overseas has ever got the words right. So you're just part of the group, and there's no criticism implied. Ladies and gentlemen, today we chose something that fitted in with the general theme of what these guys wanted to present. And in particular, I was listening when you were in the question zone before, you're talking about this change that's around. And it made us decide what we should talk about for the next hour should be based around that change. We want to give it some more substance. So what we've done is we've taken something we just gave on our online conference and changed it around and jigged it around a bit and taken a sort of an excerpt from the first 2-hour session, haven't we, Evan?
Yep.
And we decided we'd sort of present that, mix it up a bit, change it around a bit for those who've heard it so they don't fall asleep halfway through, and talk about this change from the viewpoint of actually, well, we were there when it began, the very instant it actually began at Uluru. But in doing this, being very aware of the fact that this was a global change, what I'd like to do, and I don't think we did this on the online conference, did we?
No,
we didn't. So it is different. Okay. I'm going to get Evan to read a prophecy, and it's a prophecy about the change that was going to take place, and it has taken place. And it's a Hopi prophecy, and I think it's a nice way to kick off proceedings from that particular quote. The rest of this presentation will radiate. So off you go, Evan.
We've been telling the people that this is the 11th hour. Now we must go back and tell the people this is the hour. And there are things to be considered. Where are you living? What are you doing? What are your relationships? Are you in right relation? Where is your water? Know your garden. It is time to speak your truth, create your community, be good to each other, and do not look outside yourself for the leader. There is a river flowing now very fast. It is so great and swift that there are those who will be afraid. They will try to hold on to the shore. They will feel they are torn apart and will suffer greatly. Know the river has its destination. The elders say we must let go of the shore, push off into the middle of the river, keep our eyes open and our heads above the water. And I say, see who is in there with you and celebrate. At this time in history, we are to take nothing personally, least of all ourselves. For the moment that we do, our spiritual growth and journey comes to a halt. The time for the lone wolf is over. Gather yourselves. Banish the word struggle from your attitude and your vocabulary. All that we do now must be done in a sacred manner and in celebration. We are the ones we've been waiting for.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the base of where we're going to take this. Now, I'm going to make the point that our source for all our research is indigenous ancient wisdom. We believe the keepers of the wisdom of the past are the salvation of the future. So we're going to talk to begin with about a prophecy that took place at Uluru on the 21st of December at 7:32. And I need to give you some background information, which we did in the last one. We're trying to flesh this story out to give people an understanding as to why it was in every presentation we gave leading up to the 21st of December last year, we continually said, we don't know. We're not sure. We're not convinced. And it may well be nothing is going to happen there, which is quite an unusual way to ask people to join in a celebration and ceremony and jump into that river. We're basically saying we're not sure if the river's there and we're not even sure if we've got a boat. But be that as it may, I need to explain a little bit about how this came about. I was first alerted to this by an elder in Victoria, Brendan Murray, about 4 years ago. And he spoke to me then, and he said there would be a ceremony that took place, and he gave me the date and the year, and it was the same one all the way through. He was right then. And our understanding was it was a culmination of nearly a decade of lead-up ceremonies that were going to take place at the same time as the summer solstice and the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. So that was the story. And he told me this ceremony would be, these are the words he gave us way back at the start, a separation into two paths or two roads, which the Mayans speak about all the time. Whether you call it in the river or not on the river, it's a choice of one of two ways. That's the part that needs to be understood. So you need to understand the story we're talking about. The Hopi has spoken about. The Inuit speak about this. The Cherokee speak about this. It's all, the Mayans speak about it. It's been a common knowledge. And if you look in the scriptures, you'll find they also speak about whether they call it a golden age, it doesn't matter. It is a commonality everywhere. Now, some people might think it's a bit bold to claim that we're there at this time, what makes us special. And if you look around, there's not much there that seems to warrant it, but it's here. Now, what happened from there was other people contacted us. Some remain consistent, but I'm going to be honest with you. Two of our contacts, even it's fair to say, turned on us at different ways and different times, didn't they?
Yeah, stabbed in the back.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why we were given information about the time, and we told everyone it was 8:02. Now we have emails and people who are with me when other people told me this, will witness, that will testify to the fact we were given that time, and we were deliberately given the wrong time to try and white ant this. So all the way through, and we knew this was going on. We knew that within Uluru, there were arguments about whether it was even going to happen or it was going to happen. Some people said it was, and others said it was rubbish. So even on the day before the actual ceremony, when we gave a talk, it was a cosmic consciousness with Mick and Catherine, who put the conference on under a lot of pressure, mainly via us, and they stood by us, so we eternally thank them for that. Well, we gave a presentation that day, didn't we, Evan?
We did.
We did, and we told people then, it's on tomorrow, but we're not sure if it's on. And as we left that room, we still didn't know until we got a phone call from someone telling us the elders were putting it on, and we knew on the 20th that this thing was going to take place. So that's the beginning of this story. Now, before we start to go through and look at the events that took place after, again, we're going to deviate from our other presentation, remind people that some people have said to me, well, what's so special about the sun and the moon getting in the way of each other and two planets lining up? I mean, they're gas planets and they're not around the corner, are they, Evan?
They're a bit down the road.
Down the road and around the other corner and millions of kilometres away. And what difference does it make to anything? It's a valid comment. And I've got to be honest with you, it was one of my issues. And before I get to the actual prophecy, because the prophecy is really non-scientific, but we'll get there slowly. So we had that as an issue. But I want to thank one information group, NASA, because they did some things and released information that convinced me, oh yes, something amazing was taking place with this conjunction. And very quickly, let me go through what NASA has released since December the 21st. These are the things that took place not on this planet, but around our solar system. Pluto. The atmosphere of Pluto, whether it's a planet or not, I don't really care. We all know where it is anyway. It's out the back, long way away, fair way from that alignment, also further away than we were. Its atmosphere is compressed 80%. Nobody knows why. Then you go to Neptune, the planet that's bluish green, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that never had two eyes, but now has two massive eyes across its planet surface. The weird part is they're going in the opposite direction to the way the planet is supposed to spin. And as it's a gas planet, what we're seeing on the eyes is the surface, which means it's gone in reverse. Then you get to Uranus, and according to NASA, for the first time ever, it's exploding in X-rays. Never did it before, but since the 21st of December last year, that's what it decided to do. Then let's go to Mars. which is closer than we are to where this took place. And according to NASA, the axis has tilted 4 inches. And they know that as an absolute fact. Now, you might not think 4 inches is a long way, but you try and find a machine that can move a planet 4 inches. And I've got to tell you, it'd be a pretty deadly machine, wouldn't it? It'd work anywhere. So something happened there. And of course, as people probably don't know, is soon after the 21st of December, we had our 2 largest earthquakes. 9.6, followed by 9.7 as an aftershock, which never happened before. And that happened in Antarctica. These are facts that took place before or just after, no, all just after the event, none before. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is this prophecy before we start to look what happened after? Because I have to tell you the prophecy now, but if I told you to begin with, Evan, they'd probably walk out the door, wouldn't they?
They might do.
I would have. I would have. All right. All of that is science. Okay, let's get this right. I didn't channel this. Evan didn't make it up. This is science. Mind you, he finds all the science. I never look for anything. I'm just given this stuff and then told what to do with it. But lo and behold, that is scientific. What I've also been told is that this 2 paths, we have information, the river that they speak of, we have information as to what it looks like and how it functions. We are told that there are 2 ways we can walk. And if you go on one of these 2 paths and you choose it yourself, you will leave this planet for a long period of time, and you will vacate this planet in a couple of years. Anyone that makes the wrong choice. Now, it gets weirder than that. Because what I was also told was the Schumann resonance, which we're going to talk about in more detail in a second, and most people know about it, and if you don't, we're going to talk about it and explain it when we get there. It would actually lift and continue to lift, and there would end up being massive peaks that we've never seen before, and it will grow and grow as the earth starts to explode in energy. Because if this prophecy worked, the earth will heal itself. Now, for those that choose that path, that's where they stay. For the ones who choose, or their soul chooses a different vibration, because there will be a time in the future where simultaneously there won't be one vibration coming out of the planet, there will be 2 at the same time. And if you are working at a lower vibration, you will be drawn to that vibration. If you're working at a higher vibration, you'll be drawn to that one. Then soon after, because you can't have 2 realities on one physical plane, the lower vibration vanishes completely. And here's the tricky part. So do all of the people who are drawn towards that vibration. That's where it gets a bit difficult. I don't know how that happens. I do know one thing, that after that event, and yes, there was a number needed to turn on what the elders called, not us, Evan, it wasn't us, was it? No, it was called the magic box at Uluru. Now, we were led to believe it was a box, weren't we, Evan?
Yes.
That was false information again, because really we got, what was more false information or true? Which came more?
More false.
Yeah, definitely. So we told people that, and the number that was needed, we were told this, and I think that part was true because it was mixed up. It was lies and the truth together. That's why it was hard to work out which was which. Well, we got 10 times that number. Between 15 to 20 million people joined in that meditation. And what I want to talk about next is, I said to people, look, if it doesn't work, and it may not, what can be the harm in 15 million people, 20 million people, stopping everything, sitting down somewhere with the earth and sending out positive vibrations? So I sort of looked at it as a no-lose situation. Either way, there's something worthwhile that comes out of it. So then, what actually happened? Well, let's look at the one thing. When we went and did this, we took a group of about 350 people from the conference, and we went out onto an oval. Nowhere on sacred ground, was it, Evan? About 20 k's away?
Yeah, it was a footy oval.
A footy oval, and it had a wonderful view of a
toilet block.
Toilet block. Oh, lovely toilet block, wasn't
And
it?
Uluru was somewhere
Behind the toilet block. So we took some sacred rocks and we aimed them straight at the men's toilet. Hopefully it got past the men's toilet to Uluru. So that was part of what we did. We had a celebration there. Now, what I want to show you now is the end results of this slightly unscientific, very mystical journey, where we're going to find out that the old wisdom keepers of the way were the ones who were always right, and the ones of today were the ones who were always lying. That's what happened. So let's have a look what happened after the event, please, Evan. Let's start off. And we're going to start with what happened at exactly the same time. And what we found is around the world, there were these massive shafts of light. Now, this one in Croatia is not a Photoshop. You can see the, I think it's at the telegraph lines going past.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's not a Photoshop. It is actually what people saw. Now, it went ballistic on, what's that word called, Facebook?
Yes, that one.
Right, yeah. It went ballistic on that. I'm not really sure what I'm talking about now. And people weren't talking about the photograph. They were talking about what they saw. Now, you'll see there's a conversation there from the person who sent it to us. And they said the sun was in a different position. The clouds were in the sea. And that's what they saw. And you can see a disc above it. You'd swear, and I'm starting to feel, because we've got information about this, it's a UFO injecting light at that moment, or maybe taking that. I don't know which, because we don't know for sure. But that was sent to us. It wasn't Photoshopped. And I can tell you now, in Croatia, in fact, it made the news, but not in Croatia, in the surrounding Balkan states, didn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a little hint of some of the stuff we've got. Now let's look at another place called Australia. This was taken by Ros Mulder, a person who's been working with us and part of a partnership, honestly, for such a long time. And that one's got the same sort of effect, where you've got a funnel of something in a column, a round column, going from the earth to the sky, or from the sky to the earth. We don't know which. And again, please, Evan. And this is at the same time at a different angle. So what I'm trying to show you is the sky was doing particularly weird things that skies don't normally do. But it's not just this way, is it, mate? There are other ways the sky can be a little bit different. Yeah. But before we go any further, let's look at another part of this story. We've got the shafts coming out there, but let's look at this business about the Schumann resonance, because this was an integral part of the prophecy that the earth, if the rock was turned on, if enough people meditated and turned that rock on at that time, that the world would heal itself rather than what it was going to do, which was to wipe us out. Okay, let's look at the Schumann resonance. And primarily, for those who don't know, I thought, until I read the thing, we can't read it today because it's too long. I thought it was actually coming out of the earth, but it's an interaction between the sun and the earth, isn't it?
Yep.
It's an interaction between the two.
So you're looking at color code there. You've got the background, which is low intensity. Then you've got shafts of light green, which is normal. And you're looking at the white and then the orangey.
Yeah, the orange peaks further, yeah.
They're the peaks that you look for significance. Now,
the main machines, the people working on this mainly are in Russia, Ukraine, and places like that. I know they do it in America, but they won't actually tell you. So it's like a second ball around there, and they feed off each other. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a little thing there showing how it works, and it reverbs backwards and forwards inside ourselves. So it's an energy exchange between the sun and the earth, and the higher it gets, the more white it gets, or it can go further, but we'll get to that in a sec. So let's look at what happened on the day, please, Evan, when this actually happened. And you will find, and we want to thank Omar, who's one of the panelists today, for sending this to us. And you'll find at exactly 7:32 on the 21st of the 12th, this is when it begins. And it peaks around the 30s and stays around there for the next 4 hours. And as he pointed out the next day, there was like a small reverb that took place on the 22nd. But I want you to remember that date, the 21st of December, 2020. And I want to remind you of something. The Pentagon made an announcement that they were going to investigate the phenomena of UFOs on the 21st of December. Within 12, because I mean, it would have been our 22nd by then, about 12 hours after Uluru came to life. Now, some people would say that's a coincidence, and yes, it could be. Throw in the planetary things we spoke about, now the Schumann resonance, and notice we had people meditating for 3 to 4 hours, and you will note that as that meditation continued, it stayed there. It wasn't just a small little peak, it's a combined mass, which tells us one thing, that even if Uluru didn't turn on, then what happens is when people send out positive energy, it's received and amplified on this planet. And that's a really important piece of science, because we know by what the count was, it was around 15 to 20 million. And that's what you've got. So that's the hint of some form of reaction. Let's move along, please, mate. Okay, now this is where it gets interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we know that the Schumann resonance has gone up to 6,000. We've seen that, haven't we?
Yes.
Right. Now, from 30 to 40 to 6,000, that is a huge peak. That means the Earth is changing big time. Now, this is where it gets weird, doesn't it, mate?
Mm-hmm.
This is where there's nothing. And Evan's got a huge readout on it, and we can't do it all today.
No.
But basically what's there is, what did they think to begin with, Evan? What did they think had happened?
Well, what they thought was, because Mercury was in retrograde, it was just like a glitch, because often when Mercury is in retrograde, I don't know if people are into that or not, I know basically induced me into a coma, because everything goes wrong with communication, and that's mechanical and human based. So they just went, oh, it's one of these things again.
Then they thought the Americans could have been doing something
with G7 that they might have been tweaking with their equipment. This equipment's in a university over in Tomsk in Russia, but
no,
they've actually worked out none of those things.
It meant basically, ladies and gentlemen, for that period of time, the energy the Earth was vibrating in was so large, way over 6,000, and it wasn't just a momentary peak, it was a massive period of time. See, every one of those numbers is an hour, isn't it, Evan? 24 hours in a day. It went on for a day and a half, or day and a third, where there was nothing registering because it was so high it couldn't measure it, which meant that it's gone way above 6,000 because it could measure 6,000.
Here we go. However, when there was only blackness, which we see there, this is when the light is so powerful that human-created technological equipment cannot register the numbers. So basically, it's off the chart.
It's off the chart, which means we're starting to feel like now, ladies and gentlemen, we were told that it's this magic box. The switch was turned on. It would slowly, and by the way, we found out, and we knew this well before, but we didn't want to tell anyone at the time because it would have confused people. For those who expect to see something like Lord of the Rings, where you climb in and there's a magic box with rings inside and crystals, no, it was actually Uluru itself. And if you look at it from a distance on the plane there, it looks like a box sitting on top of a flat plane. They did put Pleiadian crystals inside, for those who are wondering about that, and that was part of the facilitation, but it wasn't actually a box. But this is what's happening now, because I was told, and we were all told this, if Uluru turns itself on, it would then send energy across to 5 other sites in Australia, then one across the Rainbow Bridge to New Zealand, then to every sacred site in the planet would slowly be re-energized and recharged. The Earth is healing itself from within, and humans either have to get on board with this or leave the planet. That's what this is about. Okay, so now we've got the Schumann resonance running with us. Let's go back to the sky above, because not only did the Schumann go dark recently and peak on the day, the sky went bizarre. Okay, there's a picture of the sky at sunset. In fact, it's below sunset. I want you to look at the horizon at that washed out grayish blue. Then I want you to look in the middle where you've got this massive peak of blue that just doesn't fit. I remember turning around and asking the security guard there, the chief security guard, Kay, I said, have you seen sky like this before? And she'd been at Uluru for years, and she said, never. We were holding a ceremony there, and after it was finished, there were other planned activities that Mick and Catherine had put on, but nobody wanted to do anything but just look at the sky. Now, this is after we finished this ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting to get a pattern. We've got below the earth, and Evan's going to tell you in a second when we get to the meditation, that vibration we're talking about, it was felt. It was felt there, and we'll get to that in a sec. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we were looking at. Okay, moving along, please, mate. And that was a bridge of sky that went from the two sacred sites, the men's and women's sites of Uluru and Katajuka. And it basically spanned across them at that particular sign. And you can see that hole in the center, taken from a different angle. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at something. That cloud above is 10 minutes before. When I was setting the rocks up in sacred formation, they came over and I felt 2 drops of rain come out of it. And I thought, oh, no, we're going to get rained on. This is going to be a disaster. In the middle of the desert rain. I couldn't believe it. But yes, that was, but look at before and after. That's a 10-minute break. That's just not natural. And believe me, we've got more sky stuff coming on, so you might still be cynical, but we haven't finished the sky story. Okay, so that gives you an idea what we're looking at, and that is why everyone sort of stopped and looked at the sky and said, what has happened? We were sitting down expecting to be rained on, and it was a sort of a rain. It was a light rain, literally light rain. Okay, moving along. Right. Now, that some people might say, oh, that was done by the sun, weren't they, Evan? Oh, yeah, it was done by the sun.
The good old sun.
Yeah, the sun does those sort of things. Well, this is the moon in Georgia, USA, at 7:32, whatever that is over there, exactly the same time. And look what the moon's doing. Why does the moon turn the sky blue, and why is it that intense blue there? What's going on there? I feel like there's a spear that went through the planet from Uluru and came out of Georgia on the other side, because it's on the opposite side of the world. It's in the northern hemisphere. We're in the southern hemisphere. I might be wrong, but it's too much of a coincidence. This was taken at exactly the same time we took the pictures on the other side. So there's a commonality in that. Right, now, this is where it gets interesting. This was not taken by us. It wasn't taken by our crew. It was taken by another person who was filming Uluru, right? Now, I can tell you 2 things that were said about these people, and they told us this, and we thank David for that. It was taken by Holly Clark. We weren't with them. They were filming this. They did not see what you're going to see, and there was no one there taking flash screen, as some people have said, and that's actually got across there, because if it did, it would be intense in one spot and lighter elsewhere. They never saw this until the day after. It only goes for a second and a half, and we'll play it twice. Now, I'm going to play that a second time, and before you play it, I want you to look at Uluru, and you'll find when that flash of light takes place, it does not cover the rock. Now, there's no lightning. That's everywhere. That just happened. And by the way, we know it happened at 7:37. You'll notice it was written down there. And what that means is we started our meditation at exactly 7:32. It took 5 minutes for enough people to chime in for that energy to get to Uluru, because we were 300 and we needed a large 6-figure amount. So we weren't enough on our own to get this going. And I also feel like it took a bit of time to travel through the earth from different places to build up that energy. 5 minutes on, we now have an explosion that's taken place. But was that explosion of light just at Uluru?
No, it was in other places.
Oh, how would you know that, Evan?
Well, here we go. Here's one in Hungary.
Hungary.
Yeah.
Okay, and you'll notice different angles are taken by different photographers. It's not Photoshop, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it's raining light, which is what I said before. That was an intentional part.
Yeah,
I know. Pretty crappy piece of humor, but it works for me. I'm easily amused. When you get as old as I am, it's much easier to laugh at things. Okay, so we've got it in Hungary. Maybe that's an aberration. Maybe that's just a one-off with Uluru.
No, it's not.
So let's go to another part of the world, and let's go a couple of thousand Ks away again. Let's spread this around the whole world, so this is not shared in one spot. Let's go to Glasgow. And that was taken from the front page of the paper from the main paper in Glasgow, which is a large place. Who's the guy from Scotland? That's
Kev.
Kev. He lived there because he's from Scotland. He said, I never saw this once. And you'll see that one of those pieces of light, if you look at that house there, is running across the actual roof and coming down into the ground. They said it's like something from War of the Worlds. Everything in that was right, except they pluralized the last word. It was the war of the world, where the world was finally winning. It was cleansing itself. Okay, so now we're starting to get a pattern. There's something going on here. Now, let's go back to what people were doing in Iceland, in England, in the middle of the night, when the ground was frozen and they had to touch the ground. The people who went out and put themselves out, because a lot of people had to go out in the night to do this, and it was winter, because at Uluru, December is summer, but we've heard in the Northern Hemisphere that would be their winter, wouldn't it? And I believe in some places it gets cold there. They went out to do this. So let's talk about what they actually did, because what we did at our ceremony with the sacred rocks, yes, that made it more powerful, but no less powerful than everyone else's effort together. So let's look at what we did. Okay, that picture was taken when I stood back from the rocks and realized I'd had the rocks in the right formation to get this group working and venerate the rocks at Uluru. So that was the first thing we got, which is bird sign. And when we go onto country, that is obligatory. When we ever go onto sacred sites, we wait for bird sign, because unless that happens, we're worried. Oh, it can be lizard sign too.
Yeah, it can be.
At Carryong, it's the little lizards that turn up each time and stare at you. That is just a given thing. Now, a scientist will say it's not related. I would say to that science, you've got a couple of years to get this together, mate, because if you can't see this soon, you won't stay much longer. It is related. So what did we do there? Everyone was given sacred ash from a very important fire that my elder, Kano, he died 3 days after. I was given that ash, and everyone was given that ash. And around at 7:32, we all stopped. And for the next 20 minutes, nothing was said, and everyone faced the rock. Now you can see in the background, can you see the sky there as it's setting? It's still a browner color, but it's about to change. But the strange part is it becomes all lightish and all different lights when the sun is gone. It's back to front, ladies and gentlemen. This just isn't right. Evan, you were meditating. I know I was doing the stuff and trying to arrange it, but you were meditating and you had to take your hands off the ground, didn't you?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Well, I had this compulsion to put my hands into the ground. I was lucky enough to have a little bit of a dirt patch in front of me. So hands into the ground, and then I started to feel a pulsing in the ground, but my arms started to shake enough for everyone around me going, why are your arms shaking? Because, they were shaking with that pulsing energy that was going through the ground.
Didn't some people touch you and feel it?
Yeah, and they tried to stop my arms shaking and it didn't work.
And there were other people I saw, because I was sort of running this ceremony, and other people were pulling their hands up off the ground. I could see what was happening. They were actually feeling that resonance that was building up as this was all taking place at the same time. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of circumstantial evidence. And I've got to make the point, it's very clear to me, it was made clear to me from the very beginning. When I said the word Pleiadian crystals at the start, for those who don't believe in this sort of stuff, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say this. The aliens were part of this. They were involved. Now, I knew they were going to be involved, and a lot of people said, gee, I really hope that that's going to happen. Now, I want to show you something with this. What's happened there is that circle there is where the rocks were, and we had a lot of trouble. Because after the ceremony had finished, we were inside just starting to move the rocks slowly, weren't we?
Yeah.
And then about 5 or 6 people got in the middle and just hold arms very... We won't talk about that. That was okay then. That was not mask period time. That was all okay. That was all fine then. There wasn't anything in that territory, so they were allowed to do that. And that circle got bigger and bigger until there were 300 people dancing inside it. And we had a lot of trouble moving the rocks out,
They were
didn't we?
madly trying to get them.
Throwing them out because I was getting the rock. They were getting closer and closer. They became tribal. They were sung around in circles and just, it was like you were at an American Indian power. They were just dancing around in circles, holding arms and just changing. They were becoming tribal because this is how the future is going to be. This is part of what's supposed to take place. So that was all going on, but nobody really looked hard at the sky, did they?
No.
We looked at it as a mass.
Oh, wow. That's some nice
Check
colours.
that out. I mean, you look now, it's gone a sort of crimson purple color because it changed colors from that point on. You saw the orange color, then it went into different colors at different times. And that's what was so weird about this. But one person who was legally blind did look up. So let's look at that, please, Evan. Let's start. We'll just introduce the people involved, Sarah and Austin. Now, I'm going to recommend something for people who like to find out more about this. In our last online conference with Paul, when we were talking about this in a lot of detail, we did a half-hour interview with them. And I can tell you, these two people were chosen by whoever was in their craft. They were chosen the night before. Now, I'm not going to give much away. If you want to find out, well, then you're going to have to spend a massive amount of 26 Australian dollars for about 7-8 hours of talking about this thing and all the different information, what Paul does and what others did, plus that interview. And you'll find out this is not a coincidence. None of it is. They were deliberately chosen to film this. So they chose the man that has had a major problem with his eyes and he's registered as legally blind to film this event. So we're going to play it for you the first time. Evan's going to hit it now. And I want you to watch an object that makes its way across the sky that only two people saw. And they were both at this car park, not with the rest of us. Hit it, please, Evan. Right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple of comments I want to make. Well, there's a couple of close-ups they've shown us also. A couple of comments I want to make about that story. Number one, all UFO story film you'll see is someone trying to capture the UFO. He didn't see it. You got to remember that. They never saw this that day. They looked at it later.
Months later when they were going through the footage.
When they went through, what is that? That's the first time they saw it. So one of the reasons, apart from the fact he's legally blind, come on, a cameraman that's legally blind, it's harder to be a cameraman. He was filming the clouds. He wasn't filming that. And it's very interesting because when you watch it, it seems to be making its way ever so slowly, viewing what's taking place, and we know that was the case, towards that blue portal thing. Because when you come back the third time, it's a 1 minute 20 odd thing. When you come back from a minute, when you come back after that, it's gone. Now, I want you to think about this. It's moving quite slowly. I mean, really slowly. And then when it comes back, and then he scans the whole horizon, you can't see it anywhere. It was like it was moving like a snail, and then all of a sudden it was moving like a cheetah and just completely disappeared. And we figured it must have gone up the portal. Well, it actually did. But here's the interesting part. What you're going to find is there's a picture taken there at 59 seconds and 1 minute. And you will see there's an arrow pointing at the portal. But here's what's happened. If you run the other one, you see nothing. What Amanda Smith did, and I've spoken to her about this, and she really hasn't fully explained why she decided to do this, she slowed it down by a factor of 4. And what she found is those two pictures that you've got at those two times where you've got the arrow pointing at them, and you'll notice they've moved a long way, those two pictures, one up there and then one way down, you can't see them in the other film because they're only on those two frames. The other frames before and after is not there. So our eyes aren't quick enough to pick up a flash of a minuscule second where it reappears. And have a look at the distance between the two spots it's moved in less than a second, and then you can't see it. It's as if it's disappearing somewhere and it's been captured just as it's about to go in that second or so, and then it's gone completely. Now, I don't care what the Pentagon claim about what they think other nations might have made. There is no plane, object, or flying anything in the world that cannot be in there for 3 frames in that second, then there for the 4th and then goes, then they're not there for 3, then there for the 4th and reappears and then goes for good. How fast is that? And where's it gone? How would you capture it? It's an amazing piece of film of a UFO, an unidentified flying object, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess who just came in. The person who filmed it just came in at the right time. They're legitimate. They didn't Photoshop anything. I remember Sarah coming back and saying that her husband had gone out and told the conference at the time. That is not what happened here. It was a person who was filming. And now the most important part of that, he wasn't the only one. If you look very carefully, there is a witness who'll back this up. Because when they go back to the car park, there's a woman there holding up her mobile, and she is not filming the rock. She's aiming it and pointing directly at the spot the camera went past twice. We caught it twice. We didn't catch it the 3rd time, ladies and gentlemen, but we did. There it is. Now, I know the Pentagon have said, I think it's the Chinese or Russians. Forget it. The Chinese or Russians can't do this. What you're looking at now is a technology way beyond our call. And we have had verification from the mob that fly these machines. They were there and they were fully aware of what was going on and quite anxious and hopeful that it would be successful, which it has been. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we've got there is, I believe, undeniable proof before and after with the planets and the way they've changed and what happened at Uluru and what happened all over the planet. And ever since that day, those two paths have separated, and it's become more obvious that there's 2 ways of doing things. You go with the flow and you stay on the shore, or you jump in the river. And remember, you jump in on your own. This is an individual choice. If you join a team, you won't be part of this. The Hopi said, we are the ones we've been waiting for. And they told you to jump into that river, and there'll be people on the shore that aren't coming. That's their decision. Each person decides as they want. But of course, we're trying to convince you of a metaphysical truth by wrapping around the empirical evidence. But I've got to be honest, and we've got to be fair about this, Evan.
Yep.
There have been how could I put it? Angry offers of alternatives. So
impassioned.
Passion, yeah. Well, I don't know about that. But anyway, a lot of people have been very quick to tell us we're idiots, and quite a few other things for even doing this. And some have told us we've ruined all our work for even saying this stuff. But to be We've got to be even-handed about this. We've got to back up. We've got to present the other alternatives for what you've seen in that video. So sorry, Sarah, I know you're on there at the moment, but there are other options for this. So we better look at them and be fair about this. Hold the first one. Now, the person who I mentioned this, he's written back to me, Evan.
Yeah, I don't think he likes you.
He doesn't like me.
No.
Does not like me at all. And I'm sorry, if you're watching right now, you're probably not going to like me anymore. One of the things is a drug runner. Okay?
They're
Drug runner.
using like a small plane.
A small plane, and they're going to run drugs around Uluru. By the way, all of the communities around there were closed down from COVID. No one could get in. If you didn't live there, you couldn't get in. So they were flying around Uluru just after sunset. And by the way, they were a long way from the airport, and there's no planes in the air, and the airport's closed, but they were flying around, and they were going to do a drug run. They were going to land in the sand somewhere and then pass on their drugs in the middle of Australia where no one lives.
Yep.
Oh, except poor blackfellas.
And somehow not be on the radar for all of that.
Well, we'll talk about the radar soon. Yeah. Well, don't give it away. Oh, God, you've embarrassed me. You gave away my punchline, man. I was going to build up the radar later, the radar film later. I'd like everyone to ignore what he said. It's another mistake you've made, Evan. That'll go down on the score sheet later on tonight. Okay, next one, please, and try and get that right. Okay. Oh, what's that one about?
Yeah, that's a little link. If people want to know more about what we've been talking about, go to the website and check out the Final Circuit, A Two-Way Street.
Is that an ad? I don't approve of that. Oh, it is on there. What? Oh, God. I'd like to apologise, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't know we're doing ads. That's his fault, not mine. Next one, please, Evan.
Well, people might want to
get
know
off the shameless ad. Get back the information. That's more important. Yes, swamp gas. It's been used, but by the way, I've got to make a point. Uluru was in the desert. We're a bit short on swamps around Uluru. There isn't any. There is a little creek that runs, or sort of lays. It doesn't really run. Yeah. And when it really rains a lot, you see water for a day or two, but you can't get a swamp. Sorry, guys. We looked around for that. Weather balloons, ladies and gentlemen, go up, and they track the weather by going up. They don't go horizontally across, unless there is a wind of about 150 Ks, and I can assure you there wasn't any dust. In fact, there was no wind whatsoever. It was still so nice try. Superman is possible. We've got to be realistic about that. So far, it's the best they've given us. So we'll keep the Superman as a possibility. Now we'll go to the next one, please, Evan, because we've also got the one that it was a plane. But I've got to make the point, the person who made this and repeated it, he's really going to like this. It's not just a plane. It is a Cessna, right? He could tell. He could see the back. What's that thing at the back called?
Oh,
the thing that goes up. Tail. That's right. Yeah. I'm very good at this sort of stuff. I like technology. And the two wings. He could see all that. And the front propeller spinning around. That was Superman. He could see that, couldn't he? Because he's got X-ray vision and eyes. And ladies and gentlemen, you've got a map there of every plane in Northern Territory at 7:32. And there's one. It's a Jetstar flight going from Darwin to Adelaide or Melbourne. We're not sure which. And thank you again. I think Sarah sent that to us also. Thank you again. And you will notice there's the area where we are. There's about 400 Ks between us. And by the way, we're looking towards Uluru, which is on the other side of that. That is on the opposite side. It's actually where our back of our head is. So, and it's 400 Ks away. There are no planes there, except a drug running plane.
Oh, yeah, that one.
But that drug running plane must be running on stealth, a stealth bomber arrangement.
Yeah, they've probably got some fancy technology.
Like the Cessna, because Cessnas are actually also convertible into stealth bombers.
Yeah.
Same thing. So radar repellent, not picked up on a radar. So what we have actually ruled out are planes. Now, there was another one, which I'll include at the same time. It was a helicopter. Thank you for that. And that's why they put the music on. Because honestly, if it was a helicopter, I live in the bush here in a rainforest, and we can hear a helicopter 5-6 Ks away. If you're out in a flat plain in the desert like that, and there's nothing there, and 300 people were meditating. And I can tell you now, ask every one of them. We never heard a helicopter. Nobody heard a helicopter. And we were told by Sarah that her husband and her kids went out on the last helicopter at 4 o'clock, and it came back at 5. And then the helicopter pad was closed down. We've checked on that. No helicopter flew out of Uluru at that time, and they don't fly at night. And more to the point, as we're also told, it's against the law to fly over the rock with a plane or a helicopter. So what are we left with? Special ops.
Yep.
That's what we're left with.
Or
ops.
Superman.
Well, Superman's still in there. I haven't left it out. I'm trying to be impartial here.
Yep.
I don't want to feel like I'm pushing one side of the equation here. Special ops. So what's happened is, oh, hang on, it can't be American, because the Americans have just said they don't do this UFO stuff. They said it's not theirs. So it's got to be special ops with the Chinese or Russians who are working with the Australian. Oh no, we're actually trying to make a war with him. It must be special ops with another country, Mongolia, Chad, or Niger. One of those countries, anyway, special ops. And what they're developing is a plane that moves at about 50 k's an hour. That way they won't get shot down, will it? Very clever. And of course, you would do special ops work at Uluru at 7:32 at night, wouldn't you? That's the main time they do that sort of stuff. Right where everyone can see them, because that's where people are.
Yes.
It's a good idea to do it where no one can see you, but not in this case. So it's a covert special ops. Actually, it's more overt. It's a load of rubbish. And by the way, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really believe it's Superman, but I've got to keep something open on the other side because nothing else fits. Okay, so that's what we've got, these possibilities. And none of them, ladies and gentlemen, are based on any fact whatsoever. I find it interesting that so many people went to the trouble to attack us and tell us how stupid we are. I don't get this part about people attacking other people. I have a TV set, which I don't watch much because there's nothing on mainstream TV, but I have that choice because there's nothing on. You know what I do, Evan? I don't turn it on.
Yeah, you can turn it on or off depending on what you feel like.
And it's the same with this sort of stuff. If someone's writing something you don't like, I don't get it. If you don't like it, you don't read it. You just say, I don't believe in that. I don't know why people have to feel compelled not only to tell you you're wrong, but swear at you and insult you and threaten you. I don't see how that is needed. I mean, if I don't like the TV station, I don't kick its head in, do I? I don't smash it. I just say, I don't like this. I'm going to turn it off. I'm not going to ring up the TV station and abuse them.
No.
Well, I could, but it wouldn't make any difference. They wouldn't listen to me. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the base of what we've got there at the moment. Now, what I'd like to sort of close with, it's a very... Well, it's not. You have to call it an ad, mate. Is what we're going to talk about in our next conference. What I'm going to start by making a point. If you want proof for UFOs, if you do want proof for them, very simply, the best way to find that proof is not to take a picture of a UFO and say, I want to believe, like in X-Files. There's a better way. Go to the mirror. Yeah, and draw it. Now, I'm going to tell you something. If you go to the mirror and you draw what you see there, you're going to draw a face, aren't you? A human face. But I'm going to let you in on a secret. And something we should think about a lot more. When it comes to faces and bodies, can you show me some faces and bodies of non-humans, please, Evan? Have you got some?
Non-humans?
Yeah, next one. They're supposed to come up. Oh, look, we're going to leave the... Oh, hang on for a sec. I didn't read the script.
No, you didn't. I was like, what are you doing?
You should have told me. Man, I've gone off on a tangent. I didn't look at the script. Yeah. Look, just go past that. We'll come back to that. We'll go back to... No, I don't want to see that, nor that. I don't want to talk about that yet. Get past that. You should have known I didn't want to do that. Ah, no, I'm nearly there. Keep going past that. Go past that. There's the ad for our next conference.
Well,
that's the one we did.
Replay,
yeah, that's the one we did. But don't want to do that. Don't tell them about that. And that's the one that's coming up next where I'm going to do more on this. And there's a picture of it, which is something else again. Then get to the part I want you to. That's it. We should have had that next. I'd like to apologise for that little balls up before. It's Evan's fault, not mine. Ladies and gentlemen, if I asked you to draw a picture of a lion's face, that's how it'd look. If I asked you to draw a picture of a horse's face, that's how it would look. And I asked you to draw a picture of a human's face, and you've done one of your own. Now, I want you to think about something. That all lions, all male lions, look roughly like that. mainly the same size, small variations, but that's how they all look. And when you get different types of horses, they all look like that, roughly. They might have different colors. And there's smaller horses like miniature ones, and you've got zebras, you've got taller ones like that. But each of those subspecies within a species will have the same characteristics. And you'll find all those horses will eat the same sort of food, won't they? And they'll all run at roughly the same sort of speed, won't they?
Yeah.
All those things. And then you look at all the other animals on this planet. And even when it comes to our close relatives, the so-called the apes, you look at the chimps and you look at their faces, and you look at the orangutans and you look at the gorillas, and their faces will all be roughly the same. And then you look at humans and you say to yourself, okay, how tall are they? Well, they can be 0.5 meter tall. They can be 1 meter tall. They can be 1.5. They can be 2, and they can probably get up to 2.5. That's a big variation. There's no other animal that does that, but maybe that's just one thing. And of course, humans just eat one thing. We all eat grass like horses do. And then we eat everything else on the planet. And for one person, it makes you sick, and for another person, you love it. We can eat anything. And I'll tell you what, if you feed chocolate to a horse, won't do it any good. Feed it to a dog, you'll kill it. Feed it to us, kills us too, but slower.
Much slower.
Yeah, it's really good for your teeth too. I've heard that once. I used to eat a lot of chocolate. Did my teeth a lot of good. I don't want to think about that. And then I look at the humans and I say to myself, okay, do we have the same fingerprints? No, they're all different. Do we have the same retinal patterns? No, they're all different. Do we have the same coloured hair? No, it's all different. Do we have the same faces? Well, we've only got 2 eyes, 1 nose and a mouth, haven't we?
Yeah.
How come we can make 7 billion different variations on such a small area? None of that makes sense. It doesn't make sense. And I'm also thinking this, that our monkey mummy and daddy that made us, remember when they did that way back?
Yep.
They never found them, but I'm sure that did happen. And of course, all apes and primates and monkeys, they all have a sagittal keel, which means they don't have sutures, and all hominins have sutures. So when they gave birth to these beings that had heads that had sutures as opposed to a sagittal keel, they all look the same. And you know, today when they draw brutish pictures of Homo erectus and Homo sapien and all the other homos, Australopithecus, always they look the same. And they've drawn them all the same, but when we do humans, they don't. There's nothing about humans that's similar to anyone else. And when we take a drug, be it a COVID vaccine, we will all have different reactions, probably lethal in the long term, but we won't go down that path. That's not ours to do. But what I'm getting at is this. When you look at the genetic pool of every other animal on this planet, you can source it from this planet. And because of that, all of them, nature made all of these different animals to have the same diet, roughly the same everything, with minor variations within that. And then they took humans and even the skin color. How can you get purple, black, brown, red, white, pink, all these different colors, and we're all saying, oh, yeah, we all came from the same mum and dad, didn't we? Yeah. All the same. Yeah, mum and dad way back, all the same. And all that, my mum and dad, they all look the same, so we do too. But you know what? There's something wrong with our genetic reservoir, our pool. There's put us in reverse to every other animal on the planet. So my point is this. When you look in the mirror and you say, where are the aliens? Well, they're right in front of you. You are a collection of hominid genes, and there are at the moment, and we go into great detail in our next online conference about the fact at the moment that when I was a kid, I was told there was Neanderthals and us, and that's it. And 20 years ago, it was Neanderthals and us. Now there's Neanderthals, us, and 11 other hominins. And do you know what? I want you to think about this. Neanderthal, Denisovan, Homo heidelbergensis, a new one they found in China, where Chris Stringer said it's got a massive head, far bigger than ours, and the ones we've got. They're no forehead beings. And by the way, they found another being recently, a hominid, that doesn't have a chin. Come on. There's genes playing around here that don't come from here to create all this. If you want to look for an alien, don't look for a spaceship. It's inside you. The genetic bank we have is from here and from up there. And what has happened is this. There was always a time in this experiment where they've brought everything together from all over the cosmos into one massive experiment where there was a fork in the road. I've heard out there they call this, what do they call it? The event, don't they? Yeah. This was what they came for. It shouldn't be about if aliens exist. It should be about why did they bother? And we'll talk about that in more detail in our next conference. But for now, what they did is they bothered because the main reason was it was leading up to this event. Because when this earth heals itself, which is doing now, and we know because we've measured the earth, well, we didn't measure it. We couldn't find it, could we? It went. It was so large. And don't think that vibration is just staying here. It's going out through the cosmos. They know that. And that's why they've invested so much time and energy watching us squabble and fight for thousands. For the last 6,000 years, all we've tried to do is kill each other. And they've been hoping and praying that enough people would join on that day and get past the killing and dedicate themselves to healing the planet. So, ladies and gentlemen, our story is very simply this. There's a fork in the road. There's a running river. And it's running fast, and we've got to jump in. And what you've got to do is the people are there. You celebrate with them when you're there. You don't take anyone else. And what you do in the meantime, I heard the gentlemen before talking about the fact that you go around and talk to other people. In our country, original people call that seed dreaming, where you are obliged to go out to other people and tell them about this. Don't tell them day after day. Tell them once and then walk on. And tell another person and another person. And in many cases, the seed will never germinate. Sometimes it will germinate quickly. Sometimes it might take months. Sometimes it might take never. That's not your job. Because this is a time where each person's got to make their own decision. And the best part of this story is that every other life force on this planet is welcome to stay because they never broke nature's laws. So when the Schumann resonance lifts up, it won't harm them at all. But for those of us who do stay, one of the things I do know for sure is all of a sudden we'll have better communication with our animals. We'll find our totems and we'll start to link and live back with nature. Now, the trick is, if you're going to be part of this new tomorrow, you've got to get rid of all the yesterdays and all the baggage that's inside you. And of course, that's another story, and we won't talk about that now because I think our time's up because it's 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes.
We have 1 hour. And we knew we had to stop because we'd like to keep this right on time for the gentleman alongside us. So thank you so much for paying attention, listening to us. If you did pay attention, if you didn't, well, thank you for staying there and falling asleep. You can always watch it later and other people tell you about it. Okay, guys, until next time. Thank you.
Truly epic. Thank you all so much. Thank you, gentlemen. That was amazing. Amazing, amazing. Every time you go over it, I feel like I get more and more of it. And, you know, I'm so on board with what you guys are doing. And I really appreciate you guys sponsoring the event, too. It's really, you know, your work is bar none some of the best I've ever seen. And I can't wait to keep hearing more. I will be at the ancient, you know, our alien ancestry conferences, and I'm just going to keep absorbing as much as I can from you gentlemen. And thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for backing us and thanks for joining us, Rob. We do appreciate it. And with all three of you guys, because we know you personally. So it's a pleasure.
I was going to say that sky ship might have been Santa Maria.
Yeah. Was Columbus on it?
Yeah,
Was
maybe
Columbus on it?
Is that the
one? Is that the one you wrote on?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't the Nina or the Pinta?
I still like the drug running one. I thought that was a great one.
That was hilarious. Yeah, sure. He landed in the desert. No big deal. Like the authorities wouldn't see him at all and probably, you know, take care of it.
Stephen, Evan, I was going to say when you were showing the image of Uluru from the International Space Station, it almost looks like that there are like entrances or doorways going into the Uluru in itself. When you look at it, it looks like there's a hump like that, and there's another big one like this, and then down at the bottom there's a couple. It almost reminds me of that Egyptian site where you got all those huge pharaohs on the outside, and then you go in. I forgot the name of the site, but
it's the giant door.
Yeah, that's kind of what it reminded me of. I snapped a picture of it and sent it to Rob and said, "Hey, look, it looks like there's entrances going into Uluru." Have you guys ever come across any stories or any type of evidence that there might be an entrance going into Uluru, or is that solid all the way through and that there's really nothing inside besides just a few crystals?
Well, it's a tricky one because it's in the shape of a spear. It's like you got the cap on the top, then it runs down like this. And there's a story, a dreaming story, that says it's not so much it's a portal, but not one that's actually one that is. It's sort of like a metaphysical portal. The story is that it was thrown from the Pleiades billions and billions of years ago, and it was coated in all the seeds of life. And when it hit Uluru, that seeded the planet and began the life process. So it is a portal. It's the most important. It's like the spiritual navel of this planet. And it's a portal that goes into the planet itself. So yes, it is one massive portal because that is sort of wedged into the ground, not so much a tunnel, but itself is sort of opens up the whole of the planet. And when we saw that explosion of white light, that was the portal. And it just spread. I believe that's why we saw all those amazing sort of light displays taking place around the planet. It was different ways of exploding. And I think what we were seeing there in those other places were portals opening up again. So yes, they are. And that's a really important part of this. That's what people need to understand, because people have said to us, should we go back on a certain day and do it again? And I've said to them, if you know someone that says you've got to come with us and do it with us, you're not going to find a portal.
Yeah.
You're going to go back and pick up a book, join a church or something and start reading the book. It's not going to be in there. It's in the ground. And people have got to understand that the earth itself now is going to turn into one massive portal, and it radiates from that particular place. There are caves within there, and of course there's quite a few of them. And I can't say for sure how far you can get inside because you're not allowed to. So I don't know for sure. I do know that some go in a fair way, and there could be one.
Is that because of the Aboriginal request to not go into Uluru to investigate it, or is that the Australian government telling you that you can't go in there and explore and do things like that?
I don't think the Australian government until quite recently gave us stuff about anything spiritual Uluru. They didn't care at all about it. It was never the Australian government. I knew people had gone into some of the caves and they weren't allowed to, and they were bailed up by Aboriginal people and told to go out. I think there could be one cave that goes in further than the others. I'm not sure. It's possible. I know some are deeper than others, but I think it's more a matter of the original people just don't want people going into those caves because each of them have a spiritual significance. And I do know that in one of those caves, and we were told stories about one cave where the crystals were that was further in than the others. But how far it goes, you don't know. You don't know for sure. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's ancient petroglyphs inside one of those caves where the Aboriginals may have left a message, our ancestors, instructing whatever, and then this hasn't been discovered because of the sacredness of the site that nobody wants to go in there to go and have a look. But because of the cultural destruction that's happened in Australia over the course of last several hundred years, I wonder if somebody had actually gone in there previously and gotten that download of that knowledge and came in and shared it with other people, but that knowledge was lost because of the genocide that took place in Australia.
Well, yeah, the genocide was massive and a lot of knowledge was lost. But it's interesting because even when we went to Uluru, 99% of the original people there knew nothing about it too. That ceremony, we did hear stories of 2 people walking 400 Ks to get there, and they had to walk. And we knew that they were doing this for 9 years. But look, what happened at Uluru, what happened is at 10 o'clock on that day, everyone at Uluru that was there, all the tourists, were picked up and chased out and thrown out. They closed the rock at 10 o'clock and didn't open it for the whole of that day and the next day. So we know that secret business was taking place there. But because it is secret business, some people seem to think, well, all the original people know about it. No, you've missed what the word secret means. It means that only the people who are actually dancing and singing would be allowed to be there. So I would think that for the last 10 years, they supposedly, I've been told often, they knew this was coming. So for the last 10 years, they've basically been patrolling those caves to make sure no one walks in there. So we can never be sure what's in there. Okay, I have been shown a drawing that someone took from one of those caves, and it's a drawing of a human with a bloody tail like a lizard and a head like a lizard, but it's walking upright on 2 legs and it's got 2 arms, but the rest of this lizard. And that's, well, probably because it's supposed to be 25,000 years old. So what else is in there? I don't know. I was given that drawing by Valerie Barrow, and she showed me that drawing, and she was given that by someone, and she was allowed, I think she actually drew it, or was given by someone who drew it, and was special. Someone got the right to draw it, but no one's been in that cave since. So you've got a Draco in there. What else you got in there? Really?
Yeah,
very true.
That's the point. Yeah.
I'm wondering if there would be like a hall of records or something like that that people have been looking at when it comes to the Sphinx. Obviously underneath the Sphinx, there's a hall of records. Now, I wonder if there's like something similar happening with Uluru, where you go inside of a cave and then there's like a hidden entrance to where you go into a room, and then there's like a record of our history, so to say, right? But where we come from, or where the Uluru box in itself actually came from.
Well, I haven't got an answer, but I'd say the chances, bearing in mind they've got a visual representation, which is not symbolic. Original people don't, well, they actually do representational art. We found that elsewhere, but that's ancient. That goes way back. But that Draco is really, it's a lizard man. It's as simple as that, because it's got 2 legs like legs. It's got 2 arms like arms. It was drawn like a photograph like that. So that is a record. It's not so much a symbolic statement. And that makes me think if there's a record of that, then there could be records of other things. But there may well be, because there was a woman who actually conducted that ceremony, and then a group of men who also did it. That's about all I know. And everything else is kept on such a secret level that nobody knows, do they?
Yeah.
And the ones who do, they may say something in the future, mate. Maybe when the time's up and everything's done and the 2 vibrations are over and everyone shouldn't be here is gone, which makes up a great majority of this planet, maybe then they'll give it up. But I've got a funny feeling they won't give it up until then. So they'll probably sit on it.
Yeah, not to disrespect the Aboriginal culture or their way of life, but have you guys ever considered doing like a LiDAR test over and around Uluru to see if there's anything beneath the rock or inside or around it, like chambers or things like that?
No, it's too sacred to do that. You can't put any machinery on it. No, I wouldn't.
Not any machinery like on the ground, but if you just like flew over it, but you can't fly over it either, right?
No, you're not allowed to fly over it either. Look, you've got to remember, we're dealing with Aboriginal communities that are really suffering at the moment. And the last thing you want to do, you'd have to get permission of every elder there, and they wouldn't give it. It's just not going to happen. The place is so guarded. When ceremonies take place, like I said, everybody was thrown off. They made up they gave an excuse and said it was because of COVID. But remember, every community was already in lockdown. And the day before, there were 2,000 people there. And 2 days after, there were 2,000 people there. That was just a lie reason. In fact, the person who told us that laughed and said, that's not the reason. We all know that. But no, see, they would never even give the reason there. They will keep that secret. I think their thinking is, and I might be wrong because I'm rushing ahead a bit there, their thinking is, while there are people here that are not evolved, this information can't be given out. I would think that's how they'd see this. Once the change has taken place and the people who are left are in sync with the planet, maybe that's when they can share it. But remember, until then, this is not going to get better over the next couple of years, gentlemen. This is not the deal. I was told by all my elders, they are going to make this place as fearful as they can and drag as many people down in the fear, because once you become fearful, you don't think anymore, you lose, and then you obey, and that's what they're after. So it'll get worse, and I don't feel they would feel confident sharing this information with what's really in that rock until everything's cleaned up first. Well, all we need to know for now is the rock is working. That's the most important part. The crystals are humming.
It kind of falls like initiate. Oh, what's going on here?
I don't know.
Got a reverb.
Yeah.
Somebody speaker. Who's speaker? Clarence, is that you?
Nope, ain't me.
Oh, here we go. Right on. It's on now. I'm just thinking that it's like like adepts or like initiates. If you reach like a priesthood or like a higher elevation, then you're given permission to get that knowledge. And if you're not an initiate or going into the priesthood or whatever term that we want to use, then you don't get that information, and you just simply have to wait, right? I kind of figured as much, because the same thing happens up here in Canada with the Aboriginals, where you go and talk to the elders, and the elders, they'll give you only like bits and pieces of information, but they won't actually give you the actual full truth, right? Even though I'm half Aboriginal myself, right? Even then, when I'm speaking to the Aboriginal elders, it's like, they won't even tell me their mythological stories or creation stories, because they say that it's sacred and it's only for them. And it's like, well, I'm half Aboriginal, so isn't that for me as well? But apparently,
it's the same here, because I can tell you now that most of the original people, they said we know nothing about it because it was secret. It was actually secret, sacred stuff, which is like, that's even more so. When you put the word secret next to sacred, that really locks it out to just the initiates involved. Because normally you do have people in a lot of sacred ceremonies sitting on the outer reaches, don't you, Evan? But when it becomes secret, that means no audience, no one watching it, and whatever is said, whatever is sung, they can't tell anyone. And because of protocol and the way original society is, once you're locked into that, if you were to say it and tell someone else, you'd be killed. Wow. When it gets to that stage, when you've got knowledge like that, if you were to give that information, you would actually be killed for that, and no one would argue the point. And that's the law of that, because that information, until it's decided it needs to come out, and they'll make that decision. It was obvious to me they made the decision their communities weren't, in some cases, worthy of knowing of it. And that's why they didn't know. Even at Uluru, the people there, most of them, the couple did, but most of them knew nothing about it. And War was saying to us, you're making it up. And to be honest, until we got there, we weren't even sure ourselves. And that was the way it was meant to be, I think. It was meant to be in a way where nothing was definite. And to an extent, if you think about it, because of that, it made the fact that 15 to 20 million people, and as you know, Omar, you were very instrumental in getting quite a few people on side with that, it made their contribution even more stunning and more respected by the aliens above, because they weren't sure it was going to happen either, because they could not turn that box on. The deal was only the people living on this planet, since we made the mess, it wasn't the birds, it wasn't the wallabies, we had to fix it up. And if we didn't put enough energy into that box, it would not be turned on. They could have turned it on, but they weren't allowed to. It had to be us. And if we didn't turn it on, They had to, basically, they would have just said, well, it's a bit like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Thanks for the fish.
Thanks for the fish. We're off.
Yeah.
They would have left en masse because there was no point staying.
Mhm.
People should be asking themselves, not if, but why. And that's what we're trying to share with people. Not the if, but the why. The most important part is they came for this.
Yeah. If you shit on the floor, you got to clean it up, or you're going to step in it and tread it all over your house, and nobody.
That's very true. That is
That's
very
kind of how
true.
this is working here, right?
Yeah, you're not going to be a happy camper if you step in that shit too. It's not. You're not going to be
Gotta
happy.
check your shoes. I think you just stepped in some dog shit.
It's a bit like Cheech and Chong. Yeah, the difference is we don't even smell it. We just keep standing in it. At least they had the common sense to smell it and taste it. We don't even do that. We just accept it. And that's what they were concerned. But to an extent, remember all that's happening now. And if I can close with, I want to remind people that the elders knew, the old way elders knew all this stuff. And I'm going to use Auntie Minnie Mace, aren't I? Obviously. And let me sort of close our discussion with this. I want to share with you, and she's going to be on one of our online conferences coming up very soon, actually, not this one, but the one after. Auntie Minnie Mace told all of us 5 years ago when we were asked what will be the first sign of this, of the change that's coming, where the whole world changes. And she said, that's easy. She said, toilet paper. Yeah. There'd be a run on toilet paper in supermarkets. She said people would fight over toilet paper. They would sell it for extra money. It would become a riot to get toilet paper. And the strange part of this story was, and I think I've told you guys before, but maybe some of the people listening haven't seen it yet. The strange part of this story was that all of us forgot except two of the people were there, and they reminded us of that. And one of those women believed Auntie Minnie implicitly and bought a whole room full of toilet paper, like hundreds upon hundreds of dollars of toilet paper over the next month, and left it in that room for 4 years and never touched it. And then started using it over the last year. And she used the last roll of toilet paper 2 days before COVID started. Oh, you little faith. I mean, we had no faith. We just thought Auntie Minnie was having a seniors moment, thought, what a load of rubbish. And we forgot it completely. It's just that someone brought it up one day when she was at our place, and the other one was with her. Nina said, yeah, she said that. So think about that. If the elders...
Literally in Australia, there was toilet paper fights in the aisles. There was like literally a video of it. People just like fist fighting and knocking each other out over the toilet paper. Like,
you got to wipe your ass, right? I mean, you only got so many socks, and then it's over, you know?
Yeah. Bucket and water works pretty good.
That's true, too.
The bidet toilet, everyone forgets about the Japanese toilets.
Oh, yeah, they were okay. They didn't
you don't need that much paper for those.
Yeah. But the moral of the story is, ladies and gentlemen, if they're telling us that the toilet paper 5 years before it comes, and they got that right, and they're telling us that that ceremony was to lead to a change, A follows B.
Yeah. What else is Auntie Minnie Mace telling us?
For me, the toilet paper is harder than making up a story about two different universes. I would have taken 2 different universes before the toilet paper. So if you can get something as ridiculous as that, and humans did it, and they knew 5 years in advance, come on. If they can get that right, the rest is easy. And the change, as I said, every indigenous group will agree this is happening. And if you look at all the scriptures, it's in there. So I don't know why people are thinking, no, it's not now. My saying is this: if it's not now, it's never. If it goes much further this way, if we go like this for 10 years, we'll all be robots, and most of us will be dead anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole world will be run by people. Yeah. It's got to change.
I was talking about that this morning, going into the sixth root race, and this paradigm shift and this energy shift that's happening, and this race or this human evolution that's happening. It's happening right now because we're right on the cusp. We're right on the cusp of it. So now it's either make it or break it now, right? Either we're in or we're out. And Steve, I jumped in the river back in December. And I've been swimming ever since. I wholeheartedly believed you, and I was like, okay, Stephen Evans never lied to lie to me. So if they're telling me this, okay, I'm on full board, and jump into the river. And I was like, Rob, you coming? He's like,
Of course, buddy.
I'm
Let me
in.
take my shoes off. Let me take my shoes off real quick. I'm diving in with you, but don't worry. We'll do like Thelma and Louise, and we'll hold hands and jump off the ledge. You know what I mean?
Dive over the cliff.
Just
Why
hold
not?
on.
Chasing you. Yeah, might as well. Hey, that's a good way to finish, guys. That's a lovely way to finish. Yeah. That's what it's about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
What a
Thank you
wonderful
guys
day today.
so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
A pleasure.
So awesome. It was such an awesome. It was the whole thing was amazing, and you guys coming in to finish it off was just that much more special. And I appreciate you guys, having the faith in me to put this together and sponsoring it. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you do. You gentlemen are absolutely excellent. Absolutely excellent.
Hey, before we
Same way.
let Stephen and Evan go, when is chapter 12 happening?
Yes.
That is happening. I'll get the times right for you guys, and the 24th for you guys, the 25th for us. So, yeah.
And there's a last
About
one
2
still
weeks.
on sale?
Chapter 11's the replay's available. That was a really good one. So just go to our alienancestry.net, and then you'll see replay for chapter 11 and then chapter 12, which is the
that
next
was
one.
a good one, that one. Yeah.
It's in the comments. All you got to do is just click on it. And
Yep.
You're good to go.
And then page, and then you'll click on to buy the replay, or with chapter 12, it'll take you to Eventbrite, and then you get a ticket, and
Watch it from
So it's
Awesome.
So it's $26 a ticket if you buy at the door, like a one-time chapter if you want to watch that. But if you want to watch the series and get involved with the series, then you sign up for our Alien Ancestry for like $16 Australian dollars, which is like $5 American dollars, and you have access, right? Believe me, I'm in the same boat here, right? And then you have access to all the replays and all the future conferences that are coming. So that's a pretty good deal for $16, and you become a supporter of this research as well, which goes a long ways in bringing this type of content that we saw today, to people. So it's like totally worth it. I've been a member since I think chapter 3. Chapter 4 something like about that, chapter 3, chapter 4, and and I haven't been disappointed. I think I missed one. I think I was camping, but then I went back and I watched the replays, and then I've been involved and watched every single one since then. Excellent series. I truly enjoy it. There's some great speakers on there that present, and of course you guys are really dissecting a lot of information, when it comes to Atlantis and Lemuria and previous root races. So that's pretty cool, man. I like that. So guys, sign up. $16 a month. $5 American dollars, or it's like 2 British pounds. I don't
know how the pounds work, but it's definitely worth its weight in gold. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Because what we did today is we started now and ended at the beginning, which is the way it's supposed to be, because we've been saying this the entire day, right? We're exposing the veil, and to know where you came from, you know who you are. And if you don't know where you come from, then you don't know who you are. Exactly. So it was fitting that we started at the present, and except for Omar's root races, which brought us back to the whole of what we are. And then we ended with you gentlemen, who brought us to the indigenous peoples of where we came from and what that migration was like. And it was the universe at work, because I did not plan any of that. Everybody just came with some of their best material and coming out with it. And of course you guys shined like always, and it just worked out that way. It's the universe telling us that this is what we need to do. This is where we need to be, and this is how it needs to be. And we need to be the arbiters of truth moving forward and bringing this information to anybody and everybody who will listen.
Yep.
Well said. I like that. Well said, Rob.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Remember, we too are the patriarchs of the human civilization and the human society, because it's us that's digging into our past and bringing out the truth that nobody else wants to seek or to hear. Right. But we're spreading that truth and we're getting that information out. So it really, in a sense, we're all like Moses is. and Abrahams and Adams and Cains and kind of what have you, the patriarchs of our, the end of this race and the beginning of the next one. And, and if it weren't really for guys like Stephen and Evan and Rob and Clarence, Neil,
you as well,
myself, and everybody that's watching in the audience, right? They're all part of that same group of patriarchs where we're digging for the truth, we're finding the truth, and we're sharing the truth, even under some pretty tough circumstances of, being attacked, like you guys, being threatened by the government, throwing you in prison for years at a time for, just seeking the truth, and then being stabbed in the back by people whom we thought were friends, and it turned out not. It's a dangerous business, but, kudos for you guys and kudos to everyone who, goes, it just plows through and plugs through and says, okay, I don't care what this person thinks. I don't care. I'm not going to allow that to bring me down, because if it brings you down, then your research is going to suffer. And if that suffers, then everybody suffers. So it's just best to, just ignore it and move forward and realize their ignorance and understand that, hey, they're still sleeping. And because I'm awake, I have the responsibility of not to slap them for being so stupid. So, it's just, it is what it is, man.
Yep.
Sometimes you strike somebody and sometimes you just don't.
Listen, another coincidence today was in the intro that I made yesterday. I put, "We are the ones we've been waiting for." Paul said it. You guys said it. It is meant to be. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Be the leader you've been waiting for. Put this out there. Help your fellow man and do the right thing, because it'll help you in the long run. You know what I mean? There's such a thing as karmatic debt, and we're trying to pay it in spades forward, and that's what we believe in.
Yep, exactly.
Man, I got a huge karma debt. I'll be paying till I'm 80.
Oh, me too, bro. Don't worry about it. But listen, you know what? We're trying to shine like diamonds, and that's just what we're doing. You know what I mean? We do our best. We're trying to do our best.
I'm a piece of coal right now, brother.
That's right. Keep pressing me down. Keep pressing me down. I'm almost there. There.
Got lots of energy.
All right, gentlemen. This was a tremendous way to wrap it up. Thank you guys for coming. I think we're going to actually end the stream now, too. I think we said all we needed to say. And, guys, please go and check out Stephen and Evan Strong on ForgottenOrigins.com. We have Our Alien Ancestry. It is in the comments. Click and go. Check it out. It's well worth your time. They do amazing work. Please go to Closer Encounters, which is Clarence's YouTube channel, and subscribe. He will soon be coming back out with his blog talk side. And also we have a projectionofview.com, which is Omar. It's his main site, but also when we do events, we put it up there as well. And he has Watchers Talk, which is also on YouTube. So go there and subscribe. We also have an amazing event coming up in August. It's going to be a 5-day, 55-speaker event. And everybody you've seen today is more than likely going to be there for that. And it's going to be another, I want to say, 44 people, 45 people on top of that. So, it's well worth its weight in gold. It's going to be another free event in the beginning of August to really, usher in this paradigm shift on a level of information that is like kudos and bar none to everything else. Please, if you haven't subscribed to Full Spectrum Universe, please do so. I see a lot of subscriptions coming through already today. And thank you for the donations that came through today as well. And thank you, everybody in the audience, for sticking around all day long for this powerhouse day. And, it's been amazing between the speakers, the audience, and the feedback from the audience and the MCs. It's truly a collaboration effort. Nobody does this alone. And I just am so appreciative of everybody in celebrating this first-year anniversary for Full Spectrum Universe. But it's not just an anniversary for Full Spectrum Universe. It's all of ours anniversary. You know what I mean? Because it takes all of us to put something like this together, even throughout a whole year. With everybody coming in when they do, and it's truly amazing. And I am so blessed to be a part of this and to have friends like this. And I appreciate everybody, and I have such gratitude for all that happened today and for this whole past year. And so much for that's hopefully going to happen in the future, and I'm not trying to tell you what's going to happen, but hopefully, we keep doing what we do and everybody's on, the right path and we try and help out.
Absolutely.
I see the future, and the future tells me that there's lots of events and interviews coming up.
Very much so. Very much so.
And also gotta add in there that the 55 speaker disclosure event that's happening August 5 to 10th is also sponsored by Stephen and Evan Strong, and as well as Paul Anthony Wallace. So thank you very much to you guys for having the faith in us to put your name on the line. Yes. And you guys know that we're not gonna mess around with that. So it's gonna be a fun time. So thank you very much, Rob. I really appreciate it, brother. Today was a wonderful day, wonderful speakers, right from this morning. And we started off with Philip Kinsler, and then it was Melinda, myself, Neil, Geraldine, Paul, and Augie. Can't forget Augie. Like, geez, man, guy will slap me. And then Stephen and Evan Strong. It's just been a wonderful, wonderful day of a lot of great information. Learned a lot of things today that I didn't know before, and that's what really makes worth coming to these events and producing these events and seeing these events is the information that you learned that you didn't know yesterday. So that really raises my awareness, my self-awareness, and my own Taurus for tomorrow. And the goal is to just continue to increase that. So thank you very much, Rob. Thank you, Clarence, for being here with us today.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate the opportunity to host this event and be part of Full Spectrum Universe's first anniversary. And really, what we did today was broaden the spectrum. And then tomorrow we are going to start investigating that part of the spectrum and then see what we can come up with for the next time. So thank you.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you all. And I'm actually going to end the show with the intro again because I worked on it and I love it. And no, but it's a good way to just, it's a good feel to draw us out. So
any final words from Clarence before we go?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say, Rob, man, you're rocking it.
Thank you, sir.
I remember the first day we met,
I called into your show. Was like, hey, bud, what do you think of this?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think of this?
It's been a hell of a journey ever since, and I'm so glad you're doing what you're doing, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
And you'll be here 10 years from now, just like me. So
I can't wait. I can't wait. And hopefully, I have that glorious beard, Santa. I hope I have it.
I'm missing some of mine.
You want to hear something crazy before we go off camera? Omar actually had more of a beard in the beginning of the day. He left for about 20 minutes, came back, and actually shaved mid-event. Never seen that in my life. Completely amazing. Completely
he must have been hot. No doubt about it.
So hot, man. It's like incredibly hot. I was sitting here grabbing my face and I'm sweating. As you guys can see, I've been wiping myself. And I was like, okay, enough of this. So while Paul was talking, I just cranked it, went to the bathroom, grabbed my razor, and just started shaving it. It's like, enough of this. I want to look good for Evan.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And on that note,
love you, Evan. You're fantastic. Love you too, Steve.
Yeah, I love you guys, man. It's been a fun time. It's been a fun time.
It has been wonderful, guys. Thank you very much, and thank you to the audience for sharing and sharing your thoughts and sharing the links and all the comments and liking the videos and subscribing to Full Spectrum Universe. The donations, you guys really worth. You guys really make it worth, doing this, because if nobody was watching, then it wouldn't be really worth doing it, right? So, huge thank you to the audience for showing up today and helping us celebrate this wonderful day.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here without them. No doubt.
That's right. That's right. And on that note, fellas, let's do it one more time.